program deals with devil worship and satanic beliefs. It contains explicit scenes and descriptions of violent crimes and rituals.
Americans are asking, who attacked our country?
You have declared a subliminal jihad against the United States. Can you tell us why?
Everything pertaining to what's happening has never come to the surface. The world will never know the true facts of what occurred, my motives.
And night fell on a different world.
And Iblis is thinking, I should be getting this position, not Adam, and this guy is created from dirt.
And how does the army feel about you being head of the Temple of Set?
And the conspiracy theorists can say what they will, but
I want you to give me power over Adam, and I want you to give me soldiers and minions and all of these things.
The people have so much to gain and have such an interior motive for putting me in a position I'm in. We'll never let the true facts come aboard to the world.
And I want you to be able to give me the ability to whisper into the hearts of mankind.
And who was the grotto leader? Don't remember his name. You don't remember the name of a person who involved you in murder?
Now these people are in very high positions, yes.
Welcome back to Subliminal Jihad, episode 357. I'm your co-host, Dimitri.
I'm Khalid.
And today, we got a really juicy saga. Back in the midst of the Great Depression, this is a historical tale, or you could say an ahistorical tale that has been told about American history during that period.
I mean, it's one of the greatest American myths. It's kind of the genesis of it is kind of interesting, this whole idea, and it's bound up with a subject that I definitely want to do an episode focused on, but I feel like it'll pertain a little bit and come up a little bit here, which is prohibition. Prohibition, which is something that is so. There's so much mythology around prohibition and the kind of sort of pop narrative of American history, and it does have to do with this time of gangsters and bootleggers, and speakeasies and dames and
dolls and malls.
Right, exactly. Because it's an interesting kind of American contradiction that amidst this national sort of what's often again kind of inaccurately described as the noble quote unquote experiment that came and then it disappeared with no effects, just a dismal failure, right, that had no major lasting social consequences. This also produced this whole complex of romanticism around underworld figures like Al Capone, right? There's so much mythology around Scarface Capone, and the Chicago gangsters,
the Chicago boys,
mafia, it's a whole. I mean, we've made fun of the kind of cultural legacy of The Sopranos and how it still kind of shapes people's orientation to areas of life that it shouldn't have any relevance to. But it's I guess there's this sort of thing about this outlaw romanticism that is particularly strong when it comes to organized crime for some reason.
Especially I guess in the 1930s era. I mean, the movie that kicked off the new Hollywood era was Bonnie and Clyde, about the 1930s bank robbers. You had John Dillinger, Babyface Nelson, these kind of Robin Hood-esque the bank robbers of the era, and these kind of these gangsters, these bootlegging gangsters that just provide a service, and that kind of thing, and
right.
Blah blah blah. But then there's also a flip side of this era that this era produces as well. It produces its exact opposite, that of the enterprising lawman, and particularly the Fed. The Fed is a figure, the federal law enforcement officer is a figure that really coheres and takes shape in the 1930s. The young J. Edgar Hoover was on the rise in this era, though it's interesting, in the story we talk about today, kind of how peripheral J. Edgar Hoover seems in the early 1930s, and I guess it would only be a little bit later, around 34, 35, when the Bureau of Investigation, as it was called, I think they didn't even have the authority to carry firearms, maybe until Congress pass some law in like 1933 or 34 to allow them to do that. But then I think it was only after they sort of went on their campaign against the public enemies list of like the top criminals, and they did take out and kill people like Bonnie and Clyde and hunt down all these, these famous criminals, that their prestige kind of skyrocketed. And then I want to say 1935 is when the FBI was like formally kind of solidified. And yeah, but then, before J. Edgar Hoover became like the capo di capo or whatever the fuck, of federal law enforcement, he was jockeying with some other forces that had slightly different approaches. And, that's more the people that maybe quote unquote lost out to J. Edgar Hoover, though they didn't really lose, are kind of going to be the focus of today's topic.
Yeah, isn't that even a joke in De Palma's movie that like they're gonna name their son John Edgar, right?
Yeah, kind of incoherently. That is maybe I guess maybe some of those some of those Bureau of Prohibition officers maybe idolized young J. Edgar at that time or respected him, but he wasn't quite like the towering figure that he was. And you did also have like one of the more muscular like agencies that like Mr. Elliot Ness was an employee of, was like the Prohibition Bureau, which eventually I think evolved over the decades to now it's the ATF today. But that was tasked with enforcing prohibition, which was passed in 1920.
And also it was also like local law enforcement was like very much involved in prohibition. Like in the enforcement of prohibition, it was kind of delegated at the local level. But yeah, in terms of what you're saying, there's actually a book called The War on Alcohol by what's her first name? Lisa McGeer, Mick, Girr. And it's an interesting book. Like, I think it definitely has like a a common like kind of anti-prohibition bias, or like sort of in my view, like a somewhat not to demean Dr. McGeer is a historian, but like I think like there are some instances where it kind of really goes in for the post facto like wet propaganda. The idea of like the saloon is like the working man's clubs, and very very negative. Like obviously like the enforcement of prohibition, as I'm sure we'll talk about, like did have did involve elements of nativism, like it did like, because like if you observe the saloons, like I guess the one way of putting it is saying that like saloons in the minds of like many people were associated with like ethnic minorities, right? Or kind of, and they were seen as like a threat to Protestant morality. But like certainly that's true, but if that is the case, does that mean that saloons weren't like a social problem? Like certainly the harms of prohibition enforcement did fall upon disproportionately on the like working classes, but that is a symptom of like all basically American law enforcement policies, period.
Right.
And
that's true.
It's and like I don't know, there's it kind of does this thing of like, like the response, like prohibition was like imposed by these bourgeois, silly, church ladies, basically, literally. Or,
women that were just like women that were just given the franchise to vote. It was sort of like seen as a thing of like these.
They were bourgeois and silly church ladies, and not like the dockwoikas who went to the saloon, and that's where they organized politically. Even though, and yes, organized labor did generally oppose prohibition. However, a lot of labor leaders like didn't want, also tried very hard to discourage their people from going to saloons and from drinking too much, right? And did kind of encourage temperance, even though for many reasons they did, like not least because there were union organizations that were like, organizations of brewers and stuff like that, right? So they, obviously, overall they were, like it was split. It was more split than people make it out to be. But, I think, it's kind of this, it's like a sort of a 2016-ish version of like the standard kind of historical narrative of the failure and the folly of the idea of prohibition. And certainly there was failure and there was folly, but I think it's a little bit simplistic a lot of the time.
No, I agree with you. Yeah. And I might still ultimately, I'd like to do almost like a dedicated deep dive on like the entire history of prohibition and kind of critically examine it. I feel like I might end up a little more on the it was probably like not a good idea to just outright ban all kinds of alcohol, like all alcohol in the 50 states. However, I'm sensitive to your critical perspective about the kind of like, it doesn't mean that like there were social problems related with like saloon culture and alcoholism among the working class, probably like primarily.
Totally. Yeah, they like people observed, and like one of the biggest problems is that all alcohol wasn't banned. Right, and that was really the problem, was that in the disproportionateness and the sort of imbalance in sort of enforcement and who was targeted by the Volstead Act, right? Like like rich people could just buy a bunch of like wine stores and like they could drink them in the privacy of their homes without any fear, right? Whereas it would be that was like what they should have gone after. Who they should have gone after were the people who actually were like producing this alcohol, right, and who were distributing. It should have fallen on the wealthy, but instead, as it often does, like in American law enforcement in general and in American society, it fell on the dispossessed, right, the disenfranchised, the marginalized, right, the subaltern. Which is not how if it were to be done is not how it should be.
Is that how it was? Like you could privately like make wine by yourself, you just couldn't sell it? Is that
there actually was
like a loophole?
There was a loophole that like any alcohol that you had like from before prohibition went into effect like was fine.
So
right?
rich people that had tons of big wine cellars could like kind of coast for at least a while.
Yeah. I think actually it might even have been like allowed to, like if you had like wine grapes, I think that you maybe could like make there might have, I'm not like sure, but I think there was like some exception where you actually like could privately like produce alcohol like for your own consumption. Something but yeah, like there, like the way that it was the way the law was designed and enforced like was not like it had elements as well that were kind of similar to like mandatory minimums for crack versus cocaine and things like that.
Yeah,
like it did kind of like target
component.
Certain kinds of alcohol that were more like generally consumed like by poor people, things like this, right? Because obviously like the perception of what was wrong and people's sort of bigotries were like kind of bled in, and it was like, oh, like the saloons are a problem. And like that to me, like it's related to what I also perceive as a problem, which is like, the existence of immigrants and things like that, right? I mean, you can even see this a little bit in De Palma's movie, The Untouchables, where like one of the most bizarre characters in this kind of little story, this little romance, is Sean Connery's character Jimmy Malone.
Oh, right.
The old school Irish cop who like kind of takes Elliot Ness under his wing and teaches him how to really fight. It's what a bizarre movie.
Like, I mean, there's a lot to talk about, but in terms of
he's like vocally racist against Italians. Like
when they volunteer an Italian guy, he's like my name's like Lawson. He's like, what's your real name? What's your real name?
He's
like, all right, like D'Angelo, and he's like, I knew it. No, where you think we're gonna have a goddamn W slur, on our team?
But then when the guy like pulls a gun on him, he's like, I like your spunk. Or
he's
whatever.
crazy.
It's like you were willing to pull a gun on me when I was racist to you. But he uses the W slur routinely throughout the film. Both,
he does. You do get a sense of in the movie they sort of assemble like a super squad of white ethnics to like go after like you got basically like the Irish immigrant,
white ethnic,
the Italian guy, the sort of I guess what was Elliot Ness, like Norwegian or something, and then the accountant who like looks like a Jewish guy, even though I don't think historically he was.
Well, I mean, we were just talking about how this movie is written by David Mamet, and like one of the weirdest lines is when Sean Connery's character is like trying to intimidate like one of Capone's bookkeepers. And he says like, "You're mucking with a G-man. We're if you cross us, we're gonna hang you high as Haman." And I'm like, what? Like, why is this like Celtic Irish cop like referring to Haman?
What is Haman?
like it's like the sort of villain of the Purim story.
Interesting.
You know, like the Persian king who like oppressed Jews and then like was eventually like, you know, they basically did a genocide, I think, about the Persians. You know, that's kind of that was sort of a story when like the sort of was it the beginning of I forget which one coincided, whether it was the beginning of Operation Epic Fury or if it was a Midnight Hammer prior to that. But like the start of it coincided with Purim.
Purim, yeah.
And there was like sort of like, oh, this like happens to, you know, correspond with an ancient, you know, Jewish story of you know, Jews versus Persians.
Yeah. I kind of misheard his line reading that where he's like, "You're messing with a G, man." You know, like we're G's, like, you know. But then I was like, "Oh, G man, yeah, okay." Yeah. I mean, like maybe we can start there because I think we're gonna try to unpack some mythology today, and the mythology is like very thick with this period of like Eliot Ness and the so-called Untouchables, so named because they were impervious to being bribed by Capone and his henchmen, and were so incorruptible. There is a kind of weird like the lineage of that. I guess there's a few different origin stories of like how they got that name, but there is like, you know, like I think, you know, that's like commonly to English speakers of that era that would call to mind like the untouchable caste of India, right? Which I even think that Eliot Ness like got mad at his like co-author, the guy who sort of actually wrote his like autobiography book in 1957. He like didn't want them to be like called the Untouchables, but then like it kind of won over because it was catchy. But like this kind of like, this group of scrappy lawmen that threw the rule book to the side and decided they had to get their hands dirty. And like in this mythological conception, like it works and it's epic and it's great and the bad guy goes to jail. And then Prohibition gets repealed and like it doesn't actually like matter, you know. It's kind of like a weird. The movie even ends on this like LOL note about like Mr. Ness, like they're saying they're gonna repeal Prohibition. If that happens, what are you gonna do? And he's like, might have a drink, and then just like walks away
it's
smiling.
Like an epic one-liner.
Like...
Once again, we have to validate like the importance of alcohol, right? We can't make it, you know, you can't in any way suggest that alcohol is bad at all. We have to end on a heroic note of like how awesome alcohol is.
There has to be some acknowledgement of the official narrative of like this. It's kind of rare in like American history of like, wow, we made a mistake. Like we fucked up. We put something in the Constitution, and then after like 13 years, we're like, nah, never mind. And then, you know, went back to the way it was. And so it's like one of those rare moments where everyone agrees it was like a mistake, and like it could have very well been overall, but I don't know.
Well, that's why I bring up that Lisa McGeer book, which like is, you know, even though like I kind of feel like it's like a little bit imbalanced in kind of the portrayal of like, you know, the lead up to Prohibition and the sort of social forces that like led to it, right? It's kind of like portrayed as like an attack on like the hecking workers by, you know, capital.
I see.
You know, it wasn't like literally the like League of like the American Liberty Association. Is that what it was? Like the anti-New Deal, like, you know, silk toppers, basically. They came directly out of the association against the Prohibition Amendment. Like they like
that is true.
Know, there were a
that
lot
is
of
true,
like,
actually.
prominent, you know,
the
even
same
John D. Rockefeller, one of the biggest prohibitionist elites, like switched sides famously, right? You know, and it had a lot to do with like taxation. But anyway, her point that I think is actually very true is that like it was like kind of for her, Prohibition was like fundamental to like the rise of the American state as we now know it. You know, like it was like a key aspect of like this sort of state accumulation, right, and the development of like the penal system and all of these things, right? You know, and certainly they were happening concomitantly, and like the effects. I mean, one example is like the end of like saloons, you know, like the kind of the effect, like drinking like that's another big myth of the, you know, idea, like you know, the sort of story of Prohibition, that like everyone just kept drinking and they just did it illegally. I read a great article about this which talks about like the sort of origins of that myth. You know, and actually relative to De Palma's movie, there is like a like in the very beginning there's like this sort of like text, right, that's like, it was the 1930s, prohibition had unleashed like a wave of crime, and like had turned everything into, this is like
corrupt mafia, whatever.
I forget where I read this. I actually just took it down as notes, but it might be I'm not sure where, but during the 1920s there was an almost I'll try to find it, I'll mention it, but during the 1920s there was an almost universal public belief that a crime wave exists in the United States. In spite of literary output on the subject dealing largely with the local situation in Chicago, there is no firm evidence of the supposed upsurge in lawlessness. Two criminologists, I think it's like a new perspective on prohibition, I think it's Burnham who wrote this. Two criminologists, Edwin H. Sutherland and C.H. Gaheke, at the end of the decade reviewed the available crime statistics, and the most they could conclude was that there is no evidence here of a crime wave, but only of a slowly rising level. These admittedly inadequate statistics emphasize large urban areas and were, it should be emphasized, not corrected to reflect the increase in population. Actually, no statistics from this period dealing with crime are of any value whatsoever in generalizing about crime rates. Apparently what happened was that in the 1920s, the long-existent underworld first became publicized and romanticized. The crime wave, in other words, was the invention of enterprising journalists feeding on some sensational crimes and situations and catering to a public to whom the newly discovered racketeer was a covert folk hero. He also talks about how, like the sort of perception of that drinking, of prohibition's ineffectiveness was because these journalists, like as is the case today as well, they were in certain social contexts that there were certain social contexts in which they were moving, right? They weren't mingling with the people who, prohibition really affected, or who before that, the sort of culture of drinking that existed really affected. He writes, the situation was summed up by an unusually well-qualified witness, Whiting Williams, testifying before the Wickersham Commission. A vice president of a Cleveland steel company, he had for many years gone undisguised among the working people of several areas in connection with handling labor problems. He concluded, very much of the misconception with respect to the liquor problem comes from the fact that most of the people who are writing and talking most actively about the prohibition problem are people who, in the nature of things, have never had any contact with the liquor problem in its earlier pre-prohibition form, and who are, therefore, unduly impressed with the changes with respect to drinking that they see on their own level. Their own level, however, representing an extremely small proportion of the population. So, they were kind of witnessing, basically that rich people kept drinking, even adopted drinking.
Okay.
Where they and they're like, well, prohibition's not doing anything, and it's just like, well, but in fact,
in working class communities, there was more.
Some good and some bad, but certainly there was a huge change in the drinking culture, and a massive reduction in drinking that took a long time. It probably by now has rebounded to its pre-prohibition levels, I would imagine.
It is falling off a little bit of its own accord. Alcohol sales have been sort of generationally down for, I think they did kind of spike during the pandemic, but they've been going down ever since because, a lot of different people say there's more beverage alternatives, maybe because weed's legal, more people are sober, health conscious now, and Gen Z doesn't go out and drink anymore, that kind of stuff, so it ebbs and flows over time.
Probably there's many factors I can imagine would be responsible for it. Just general changes. I'm just thinking about how even office culture is kind of disappearing because so many people work remotely or are part of the gig economy now. Sort of culture of going out for a drink, and meeting people.
There's probably a lot more people drinking at home, alone, which is more grim. And not great.
On the other hand, I was thinking and working on this episode that the real area in which organized crime, even more so than bootleg alcohol, the area that was their sort of primary sort of business both before and after and during prohibition really has exploded, which is gambling. Gambling is almost weirdly totally integrated with the global economy now, especially in the American context.
There's so many loopholes now with online gambling. It's totally taken off.
I heard the president, Trump, offered a subscription to his True Social for
an API.
it's like $100,000 a month or something.
Yeah, it's so you can get his tweets like fractionally like
early,
a second earlier than like normal people. Like there's a direct API information line like plugged in so that like if you're doing automated trading based on Trump's statements, then you get like a decided advantage by doing that, which is crazy.
Like, how is that not insider trading? Like,
I think
how is that like that's the most like corrupt anyway, whatever.
It's so fucked. Yeah. But the vices, they have been allowed in a certain way to sort of like proliferate now. So I think that also makes it it's like on the one hand, like we have the more modern example of like the war on drugs and like mass incarceration and how that was definitely sort of like used as a but then the flip side of it is that like who was bringing in the drugs at that point? It's like people connected to the fucking CIA were bringing in those drugs, and like the military, the ruling class. Eventually, you get to the silk toppers, right? And like they were and who was laundering the money through the banks? Like like this. They were complicit in the later version of both prohibiting and bringing in the supply simultaneously.
And the other two things, like on one hand, first of all, like prohibition, like it, like one difference from the war on drugs is that like, alcohol was like widely consumed, like in society, like, but, it was, so the drug itself was like a little bit different. Whereas like in the sort of war on drugs, it was targeting drugs that were associated with certain like communities. Although like, you could say alcohol was in some ways, or like a certain forms of alcohol culture, and certainly in the enforcement, certain communities were targeted, but the drug itself, like, is a, like, American tradition for sure.
Right.
So in that respect,
in a way
like,
that's different than heroin or cocaine or something.
One thing that is similar, I think, is that to the sort of, this is the kind of thing where like the sort of, the politicization of the issue of like drug consumption or drug prohibition, like comes into like, is kind of a, misleading or like an imperfect metric, because like certainly yes, the drug war like was racist, and the drug war like targeted certain communities more than others, right? And like was an expression of the strain of racism in American society that is expressed in many ways, right? But has the legalization of these drugs not also expressed those things? For instance, like what percent of legal cannabis businesses are owned by Black people?
I remember us looking into this. Just to use, actually, Khalid,
like Khalid,
I think if we go back to a previous investigation into the Windy City of Chicago, Contra 7, I think maybe in part 1 or part 1, 2, or 3, I forget which one, but we talked about how there was a lawsuit against like a sort of consortium of cannabis companies, of legal cannabis companies, largely controlled by the Pritzker family, and I think to a lesser extent maybe the family that owns Wrigley chewing gum and people that own Jim Beam, etc. And how basically like a coalition of like NGOs were suing them for basically like cornering the market, colluding to keep prices artificially high, and putting in all these kind of onerous regulations that made it very hard for, say, like African-American small business people to like break into the market at all. And it was just completely controlled by these like silk toppers, that were blah, blah, blah. So that's like one kind of extreme example of not exactly like spreading. But I mean, even if you go, I don't know, I was almost thinking if you go to the more extreme example about like sort of letting parks like be fentanyl places where people can like, and, I know there's a lot of, on the one hand, like what they're doing in LA right now in MacArthur Park, where they're sending in like kind of SWAT teams and like federal DEA people to like round up fentanyl dealers and cart them off to jail, and using this very heavy-handed, like militaristic approach. I don't like that, because it's like they always use this kind of thing as an excuse to like further militarize, and often, they're targeting extremely marginalized people. The type of people that hang out in MacArthur Park and do drugs are probably among the most marginalized in our society. And but it is a trickier question of like, we've gutted any institutions that would sort of help them like get out of drug addiction, and then I feel like there is a segment of the kind of NGO world that is so all in on like harm reduction that they are very resistant to the idea that's like like if somebody wants to smoke fentanyl every day, like that's their American right to do so, and like we are just going to help them like do it as safely as possible, which
and like the modern context I found a little bit sus in a way, because like for instance, like in terms of like the enforcement of anti-drug laws, in fact I read like a study, and like actually it was like a collation of multiple studies that showed that post legalization of I think it was marijuana, I think it was weed, because nothing else has really been legalized in such a big way. It was like the actual disparity between like the actual racial disparity in like drug related arrests had increased, not decreased. Obviously drug like related arrests collapsed like hugely overall, right? Which but like in terms of like the ratio of how many like when there were arrests, how many people were or like how many people that were arrested were white versus non-white, like that ratio actually increased. Like it was the sort of disparity between the racial disparity increased.
Interesting.
Right? It was weird. Like I actually related to this episode, I read this article kind of related to that De Palma intro text by Emily Green Owens of Cornell University, who wrote this article, "Are Underground Markets Really More Violent?" And she wrote, lack of access to formal dispute resolution via the court system is frequently cited as an important underlying reason for the violent nature of illegal markets. Inductive reasoning and observational evidence clearly support this claim. Legal economic transactions are disputed frequently. In 2006, 13.6 million civil cases were filed in limited and general jurisdiction state courts in the United States. In the absence of a court system, the claimants in these cases would be limited in their ability to resolve their disputes, and one of the remaining options available would be the use of physical force or intimidation. Consistent with this, illegal markets, especially illegal markets for intoxicating substances, are characterized by high levels of violence. However, the violence that we observe in modern-day illegal markets can have non-institutional causes as well. Mind-altering substances can increase the likelihood that a user commits a violent crime, and individuals may engage in violent crimes to acquire money to obtain an illegal good. These two types of violence are often called psychopharmacological and economic compulsive violence, respectively. Theoretically, the net effect of market legality on violence is ambiguous. Market illegality should lead to higher prices, which should reduce psychopharmacological crime but potentially increase economic compulsive crime. Perhaps more importantly, market illegality may lead to systemic violence resulting from the fact that transactions in these markets are necessarily conducted outside the formal sector. Whether or not the legalization of markets for intoxicating and addictive products like cocaine, heroin, or marijuana would reduce violent crime depends on the relative importance of systemic violence as opposed to economic, compulsive, or psychopharmacological reasons. Unfortunately, lack of substantial variation in the legality of street drugs makes it difficult to predict the relative contributions of these three mechanisms. In this paper, I attempt to estimate the amount of violence associated with illegal markets by examining murder rates in the United States between 1900 and 1940. Over the course of this time period, 32 state laws criminalized the sale of alcohol, and between 1920 and 1933, all alcohol sales and production were banned by the 18th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. The repeal on the 18th Amendment did not require states to go wet, and the alcohol market remained illegal in 4 states for a number of years after federal prohibition ended. Using state-level variation in homicides, suicides, accidental shootings, and external mortality rates between 1900 and 1940, I find no evidence that driving the alcohol market underground substantially increased the rate of violence in the United States. The passage of legislation banning the commercial sale of alcohol had a net negative effect on the homicide rate, albeit one that is statistically imprecise. While ceteris paribus, systemic violence may have increased, the effect on net crime may have been tempered due to decreased alcohol consumption in those states. Instead of temperance laws, much of the observed trends in homicide rates during the early 20th century can be explained by the urbanization of the population. While this result does not prove that legalizing modern street drugs would reduce social welfare, it does call into question the belief that such a policy change would unambiguously reduce violence, an assertion made by policy organizations ranging from the Cato Institute and the World Bank to the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. Normal.
Normal, interesting. Yeah, that gets at an interesting issue of, like, to what extent was, like, the Chicago gangster crime wave of the 20s and 30s, like, somewhat of, like you said with the journalists, like a little bit of a media hype show more than, not that there weren't, like, gangland murders or disputes between different gangs and bombings a lot. It's interesting how similar it is to like the Bay Area in the 70s without the explicit political kind of like motivation, but there were, there's a bombing like every week, kind of thing. But like even, despite all of that, like did crime really skyrocket, or was this more of a perception that was fostered by like the media and the rulers of the day for like various purposes, like for, some kind of convenient end? And that's,
I mean, I think it definitely was. Certainly the attribution of it to prohibition was like I think that there were like some factors that could increase, like, for instance, the increase in urban population in general, the automobile.
Yeah,
like
the like submachine guns, right? Like the submachine gun, these kind of drive-by shootings. And
just
stuff.
had like a population that was like participating in World War I, like coming home. That
too.
Like,
you had a lot of traumatized, PTK'd young men.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you remember the show, the biggest show ever made about the Prohibition era, Boardwalk Empire? It actually did.
I don't think I ever watched it, actually.
Really, with the great Terrence Winter, the creator of Vinyl, made that show.
Oh, wow!
He was a Sopranos writer.
Blank check for Vinyl.
Well, he was a Sopranos writer. Then he got the blank check, very expensive, check to make a Boardwalk Empire. And then after that, went even bigger with Vinyl, and then flamed out. After that. But I mean, I watched. It's not a bad. It's kind of been forgotten today in like a weird way. Like it's not. It's like an interesting show. It's very like lurid with like sex and violence, and everyone's a sicko, etc. It's got that kind of like anti-hero thing in spades, because every character is like a fucking corrupt politician or a gangster or something. But like they did do a lot with the Michael Pitt character in the first couple of seasons is like a deeply traumatized World War I vet who kind of becomes like an enforcer for the Atlantic City mafia when Prohibition starts. And I mean that show definitely takes a tack of it's got interesting like cameos and stuff. There's like young J. Edgar Hoover pops up in it. Joseph Kennedy pops up near the end of the series, and a couple other, like luckily Luciano's a big figure, and Nucky Thompson, who's like kind of based on a real guy in Atlantic City, but like I remember that it's like Warren G. Harding has just been elected, and then like the Prohibition passes, and then all like the scumbag, like gangster political machine, whatever guys like throw this huge party, and they're like popping champagne bottles and like,
of course,
we're gonna make so much
like
money.
The bullshit. Like, yeah, right.
I mean, and I mean they did, but there's more going on.
They were definitely involved in bootlegging. However, like those organized crime like networks totally pre-existed Prohibition. And like developed like kind of like like the idea that it was like an explosion in like the existence of organized crime, I think is false. Like I think that like certainly they like got into the illegal market in alcohol because there was one. But the idea, like, the idea that Prohibition caused it was like the cause, or that like they,
Yeah, I think the idea that there wouldn't have been mafias if Prohibition had happened is false, because like mafias developed in other countries, including like, for example,
and also they existed before.
Yeah. Like, no, I mean they came from like
in the US.
They came from before. I mean, we talked about all the labor violence and things like that, and which also. Like in the 1870s and 80s during the Gilded Age, and obviously there were like gangs, right? That kind of oftentimes these things were confused or conflated, but like there were kind of like gangs that kind of would engage in sort of illegal market activities and would use violence to enforce their turf or whatever, that existed before. And also, like, I mean, I guess the wet propagandist might say, like, what about, the dominance, even the kind of quiet acceptance of the mafia in the 1940s and 50s and 60s by, like, the American government and, the deep state, right? Like, in their kind of war against radical labor, their war against communism, they found themselves kind of strong allies in a lot of ways. And then there was an eventually, like, melding. Once you get to the 60s, like we talked about in Contra 7, like the Castle Bank era in Chicago, I think that was part of like a historical process of kind of integrating the mafia underworld structures more into like the formal financial economy, and like not necessarily, I wouldn't say making them go legit or go clean, because they were still engaging in a variety of crimes, like both domestically and internationally. But there was a kind, the way Castle Bank like set up these offshore tax shelters that rich people could use, not necessarily all like gangsters, but like, the Pritzkers kind of were gangsters, but, like more, serious, respectable, above world, kind of, rich families or whatever. And then also using it to like funnel money to, like right-wing Contras in like Central and South America to like fight communism and all kinds of other shit. But there's a little bit of a like bringing them in this kind of like subtle way.
I mean, that's like a key aspect. Actually, there's this pretty good article. Maybe I'll read it. Like, he wrote an article that particularly about like this period in Chicago, and bootleggers may read this later, but this is like kind of a general. This is scholar Mark H. Haller, who's written a lot about organized crime. And he has like a good article that kind of talks about like the idea of illegal enterprise in general and like what it means, and like gives some of the context. Like, in much of the standard criminological literature, those involved in gambling, narcotics, or loan sharking are classified as part of organized crime. As a result, discussion of illegal enterprise has often been subsumed under quote-unquote organized crime and has not, itself, been a central concern of criminological theory and research. Yet, illegal enterprises shaped the underworld of American cities long before the rise of Italian-American crime families. Even with the emergence of crime families in a number of cities, most illegal enterprises continue to operate independently of them. It is important, then, that illegal enterprise be made a subject of study in its own right. One purpose of this paper is to provide a theoretical and historical framework for the analysis of illegal enterprise in American cities. The advantage of recognizing illegal enterprise as a criminological category is that such activities have common characteristics that provide a basis for analysis. Because they ultimately involve the retailing of goods and services, they can be studied as businesses, and the same questions can be asked that would be asked of analogous legal businesses. What are the sources of capital for starting or expanding the operations? What factors influence locational decisions? Blah, 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 blah. He goes on about like the different questions you can ask about a business. In the interest of time, I won't to read the whole thing, but he talks about like what we were just mentioning, the connection of police and political corruption. American cities have a long history of corrupt relations between some illegal enterprises and local police or politicians. For criminal entrepreneurs, payments to politicians or police can be viewed either as normal business expenses in return for services to the enterprise or as extortionate demands that eat into the profits of the enterprise. For police and politicians, levying regular assessments on illegal entrepreneurs has provided a source of extra income as well as a way to oversee, neighborhood enterprises that could not be legally controlled. Historically, oversight by local political organizations or the police has been the most important source of coordination for illegal enterprises in American cities. The process of regularizing payoffs, whether to politicians or to the police, almost inevitably results in some level of coordination or regulation. Indeed, restraint of competition may be in the interest of both the entrepreneurs and political or police officials. Those involved in illegal enterprise are often interested in moderating competition, and this could be one of the advantages that they hope to gain through payments to officials. But to the extent that payments by criminals are regularized, officials have a stake in the economic success of the enterprises and may also see advantages in limiting competition. Furthermore, by arresting outsiders, officials can present the appearance of serious enforcement and reduce the probability that corruption will become a public issue.
Right.
Similarly, both sides can be interested in regulation. For obvious reasons, public officials hope to avoid scandals that call attention to tolerated underworld activities. Likewise, those who regard themselves as honest criminal entrepreneurs may desire regulation. If a fly-by-night numbers bank fails to pay winners, for instance, this can lessen the popularity of betting on the numbers. Yeah. If some houses of prostitution rob customers, this may discourage customers from patronizing other prostitutes. Regularized corruption, then, has sometimes created a social structure within which the police, often guided by local politicians, use the law as a lever for enforcing informal regulations. Although corrupt relations between politicians and the underworld have been the subject of a number of scholarly studies, little attention has been given to the historical trends and the impact of corruption on criminal enterprise. In American cities at the turn of the century, a number of factors combined to facilitate corruption. First was a general expectation that urban political organizations, called political machines by their opponents, would accept payments to do favors for various interests within a fragmented metropolis, right? And this is like a key thing, right? And actually, sort of a big nexus of machine politics was the saloon. But anyway, second, within certain structural characteristics of city government, enhance the role of local politicians. In the 19th century, wards were not simply electoral units, but also administrative units. It was common for ward boundaries and police precincts to overlap, and also for each ward to have its own police court. Because ward politicians often selected the local police captain, and because police justices were cogs in the ward's political machine, the criminal justice system was a major resource available to politicians for doing favors that might strengthen the political organization. With the passage of time, control by local politicians, particularly in large cities, has weakened, so that regularized corruption has declined as a factor in the coordination of legal activities. To understand the decline, it is first necessary to understand the use of corruption to limit competition and regulate enterprise at the turn of the century. So, he goes on to talk about this, a little bit. This is a good example he gives. James O'Leary, just 2 years old in 1871 when the Chicago fire started in his mother's barn, bore a famous Chicago name. In the 1890s, he built a saloon and gambling emporium across from the business headquarters of the thriving Chicago stockyards. His 3-story building housed bowling alleys, a barbershop, restaurant, Turkish bath, gambling rooms, and a horse parlor. Everything that might fulfill the dreams of a cattleman who wanted to celebrate after selling his stock for slaughter. From his gambling house, O'Leary also backed the bookmakers who serviced the stockyard workers in saloons west of the stockyards. He maintained his gambling interests through close connections with ward politicians and with police inspector Nicholas Hunt, reputed to be the city's wealthiest cop and a political power in his own right. His son served as Democratic member of the state legislature from 1901 to 1904. Wow. Inspector Hunt enjoyed horse racing and frequented the tracks where, standing by the betting ring, he assured reporters that he saw no gambling. So that's like a good example of how this guy was a saloon keeper, right? Before Prohibition. So there was already a connection between the alcohol trade, and these sort of corruption enterprises.
Whether criminal networks are political machines and stuff. I think that part brings up something that I think it's an interesting way of looking at law enforcement and corruption, almost more as a kind of regulator of unauthorized market forces, rather than this kind of weird Batman versus Joker thing, which when you think about all the superhero shit, a lot of it does come out of comic book strips from the 30s, right? Dick Tracy was inspired by Elliot Ness. And then everything kind of went from there as even the idea, which we'll get to.
The Lone Ranger himself.
The Lone Ranger, or even the idea of with Batman of a very wealthy citizen putting on the mask and going out to fight crime, is something
he was a detective,
that it's a big unacknowledged part of the story. But there is a regulatory aspect to it. I think it goes deeper than these cops are
Zorro, who Batman was inspired by, kind of a similar thing in some ways. I guess he was kind of an outlaw himself.
Oh he was. He was a noble Robin Hood kind of outlaw. That would go after powerful dons and flummox them. But it forms this kind of regulatory apparatus where. And you see this in above ground business too, where businesses that can buy the favor of political figures or, regulatory figures, whatever, using regulations strategically to protect monopolies, regional monopolies or the business interests of their funders by implementing regulations, maybe even bringing down the hammer on certain competitors that are coming in and kind of destabilizing, a market by, introducing competition or whatever. That's something that happens all the way from the top on down in American economic life, is leveraging the political system and the rules around it. And then by doing that selectively, the politician earns credibility with the general public for being a tough, enforcer of the law. Right. But then through who they don't enforce it against, then who are usually maybe their political donors, they're able to sustain their own career. And then, in the best case scenario, this achieves a sort of peace on the streets. Right. If we're just, extrapolating, it probably didn't always work out that way or whatever. And some of these enterprises themselves were a little bit when you're talking about like prostitution houses and gambling houses and stuff, like could be kind of like bad in their kind of negative in their own right. But there was a kind of like management going on more so than just like what you see literally on television from the 1950s to today of like, I'm just a cop and I enforce the law and like that's it. Like
I think like it's amazing, like this like really speaks to the myth that like like there's this hesitation about calling like prostitution rings in the 1920s bad,
right?
Like I mean, come on, like these probably were, I know, and I would feel the same hesitation because it's like, oh, moralizing, but like those definitely were like exploitative and like probably involved so much abuse. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, I was reading one, granted, very kind of flamboyant article attacking the Al Capone syndicate in one of these books, and they had like a passage describing the brothels that Al Capone's network runs across Chicago, and basically like kind of just straight up accusing him of being like the Epstein of his day, like that he engages in like mass systemic white slavery trafficking of like promising like girls from rural areas like a job as a waitress or an actress in Chicago, and then they basically get kidnapped and like forced to like work in these brothels and stuff like it's like it's like when we're, because there's even like revisionism around like up to this day about like, was Al Capone the Scarface scumbag sicko mass murdering like crazy guy that he was portrayed as, or was it like a little bit more nuanced? And I think it's like it's kind of like both things are a little true. Like it was exaggerated in a lot of ways, but also there are aspects of like what his criminal syndicate was engaged in, which I have to just say like is I think it's probably bad. Even aside like, the whole alcohol thing, like the alcohol thing's almost the most like forgivable thing you could say like about his his business activities. Like everything beyond that is like, whether it's gambling, prostitution, and then the murdering of like rival gangs to like enforce his territory are all like worse. And people often really like lead with that was Al Capone's defense for himself, is like he's kind of a libertarian who provides a service and
it's hospitality. Yeah, exactly. Like, what's so like he even says like, oh, there's rich people who like they have a drink and that's fine, like, but when I do it, it's crime. It's like, I mean, fair point, but that doesn't mean that like he is not he's like I mean I think that like Epstein is a fair comparison, right? As we know, like
another Epstein white ethnic who really skyrocketed to the top.
As we know, Epstein was associated with a lot of legitimate people, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of Epstein's activities themselves like were totally legitimate or like even celebrated or kind of he participated in these very elite circles. He's very
funding academia
circles, right? And like some people who were close associates of Epstein, like they haven't committed any technical crime, even though they like aided and abetted him in many ways, or like helped find like girls for his network, like Joy Ito or something like this. Right? Like has Joy Ito committed a crime? Technically, I guess not. Like right?
Well, we don't know what if he went to the island or whatever. But did Noam Chomsky commit a crime? I don't know.
Yeah,
but like he laundered his reputation at least privately.
Mm-hmm. Right, and even if Joy Ito didn't commit a technical crime, like a legal crime, he committed a moral crime, right? But that's not my point. My point is like, if these people didn't commit crimes, like that's the thing, like that's what that kind of the centrality of like law enforcement and political corruption to these organizations, like that shows that they in fact were they were part of the same kind of apparatus, and like the illegality of it, kind of as you were saying, like the illegality of it is like not the most important part, right? Because fundamentally, like both kind of use this aspect of like or manipulate the black and the white markets.
Yes.
And like that's part of it in order to profit, right? They use the law as an instrument of their.
You could almost say just as Al Capone used his economic power from illegal markets to affect the political overworld, like the respect to influence the politicians and even probably put his money in banks and like cultivate certain relationships with like, respectable law-abiding bourgeois, whatever. You could say it on the flip side that the silk toppers of the day, and we will get into the origin of that term, but like the industrialists and the respectable, businessmen of Chicago were not averse to utilizing the underworld for various purposes, just as they dominated the overworld. Like, it's not just this clean line of like the guys who do business the bad way over here and the guys who do business the good way. And then if you telescope out to the Gustavus Myers perspective on the history of great American fortunes, he very clearly points out that even their estimable fortunes were inevitably built by various things that we would should have been classified as crimes, like certainly in spirit, right? Like fraud, bribery, land, corrupt land speculation, buying off politicians. Like they did to get where they were. That's like the grain of kind of truth in like Al Capone's defense of himself is like, well, when you fucking do it, it's all great to get where you are, but then you turn around and kick the ladder out for the little Italian guy and say that I can't, kind of thing. There is this like this thing of like it's not okay when the white ethnics do it, but it's okay when the WASPs do it, and I think that was a tension that was sort of gradually resolved in like the subsequent decades a little bit, but you can still kind of see it a little bit today. It's not really about white ethnics anymore because they've kind of been integrated, but in terms of like, Latinos or people from like the global South that are involved in cartels or, the Venezuelan gang that took over a Colorado town or, this kind of thing where it's like they're doing this bad kind of business that is like solely kind of antisocial and destructive and negative and kind of like parasitic, as opposed to our normal like our legal economy, which isn't parasitic. I mean, it's not to say that like I don't think selling fentanyl is good, but to single them out as like the only problem when just like we talked about, like people are betting on Kalshi with the Trump API to like
or like the Sacklers, like they should be like they're
the legal
ones, like,
drug, the biggest legal drug dealers.
You're gonna go after anybody, it should be them,
So
but I mean, like in terms of the sort of myths around Al Capone and like the Capone gang, like one of them, like that Haller, who I mentioned, like in that same article, he brings up is that like Al Capone like it wasn't really like a higher organization with Al Capone at the top. It was like like a network of partnerships kind of. And in fact, like a lot of them had, this is a section that's like called, partnerships, a discussion, I think, right? But he talks about how like it, like many of them were involved in, like sort of legitimate activities. He says the partnerships in Cicero were not a disguise for an essentially hierarchical structure. Many of the partners were themselves businessmen who carried on other business activities, legal and illegal, independently of the senior partners. Penovich and Pope, for instance, in addition to their partnership in the smoke shop, were illegal bookmakers at several Chicago dog and horse tracks and pursued other gambling interests around the city. Lipschultz, as already mentioned, was not only a partner in beer distribution with the senior partners, but also a truck dealer in the Chicago suburbs. LaCava, in addition to his share in the various gambling houses of Cicero, conducted a real estate business with Cicero Mayor Joe Clenha and two other local politicians. As realtors, they owned picnic grounds and cabarets. Finally, O'Hare not only joined with Patton and the senior partners in the Hawthorne Kennel Club, but also promoted dog tracks in St. Louis, Baltimore, Pennsylvania, and Florida. Cicero was unusual in terms of the degree of coordination exercised by senior partners. Nevertheless, the coordination was exerted through a series of deals with relatively independent businessmen to operate separate small-scale enterprises. Like the whole kind of like there's a lot of like myths around Al Capone for sure. Like even like the fact that we know the name of Al Capone as opposed to like the other, like Frank Nitti, who people know like have heard, I guess people who are really into Capone. But like he was kind of like like almost equal in his control of the whole like enterprise to Al Capone.
Right. And he is the depiction of him in the De Palma movie. Maybe we should just talk about the De Palma movie for a second because it's such a bad depiction of history. Like that I mostly blame on David Mamet, the screenwriter.
It has this bizarre, yeah. I mean, you can really see like this was before Mamet's like famous rightward turn where he renounced being a brain dead liberal and
long
that
before,
actually,
it's in the 80s, yeah.
This was back when he was still a liberal darling. It's pretty funny that like he actually, I was thinking that he's kind of like the mirror image of Ta-Nehisi Coates, where he was someone who was like loved by like the New York liberal establishment, but then like he has in their mind like the right view on Israel but the wrong view on everything else,
right?
And that he was excommunicated for that reason.
Kind of the inverted,
has the right view on everything else, but the wrong view on Israel, and he was also dispensed with, or sent to the wilderness, kind of. I'm not to say that neither they don't both still have careers, but
I thought, because we've done an episode about Brian De Palma before. He definitely is like one of my favorite. I think he's one of the more unsung new Hollywood like directors, like compared to the amount of glazing that other people get and people like David Lynch. I feel like De Palma, like I vibe with a lot of his movies, and like we went through some of his movies are like fairly like noited in an interesting way. He plays a lot with like paranoia and often is like skeptical of like the government, like in Blowout or Snake Eyes, of course the Iraq War mockumentary Redacted, which was like kind of banned, kind of got him blacklisted from Hollywood, honestly, and then later a terrorist attack was sort of blamed on him because like some Al-Qaeda guy in Britain allegedly watched like this rape scene of U.S. Marines, like that was based on a real incident, but like he thought it was real and got mad and did a terrorist attack, and then the media blamed Brian De Palma for making the move, like just kind of odd shit. But De Palma has like swung hard before, and I was kind of expecting. I hadn't seen Untouchables in like years, but I went back and watched it this week. Kind of expecting a little bit of that fun. I mean, it's like the mafia. It's the 1930s. This must have actually been one of the only period pieces he ever did, when you think about it, right? Like De Palma almost never. He always maybe the Vietnam Casualties of War was a period piece, but yeah, like I didn't really remember like the plot of it very much, but I watch it, and like over the course of the movie, especially reading the sources that we were reading from, I just got more and more kind of like flabbergasted and like frustrated with like where the plot was going and the entire vibe. This might be the most like Reaganite of all of De Palma's movies in a way.
It has a weird like kind of like Gunsmoke like character to it. Like there's even that scene where they like, and the score.
Oh
like, it has like an Ennio.
It's Ennio Morricone,
score, right? Yeah.
Like I saw this like people saying that it was like, oh my god, it was like amazing. He won a Grammy for this score, which that blows my mind. It was the worst.
Yeah.
I
mean, the score itself maybe is okay,
but its placement,
like, use in the movie,
it's placement.
So bizarre.
Like every time there starts to be a shootout, right at the beginning, there's like swelling strings and like this triumphant like Lone Ranger like right at the beginning, and it like undercuts all the tension of the scene because it's like playing music that sounds like the good guys just won, but it's like celebrating the act of like ambushing bootleggers itself as a victory, like regardless of whether any of them get shot. It's like just very, very weird placement at various points.
Part where it was like playing this like really like intense music just like while like a coffee was being brought to like Robert De Niro, Al Capone, like in his bed or something, like tea or something, like like a butler was like bringing it to him in bed, and like this really intense like like music was playing as if something was happening. It was like freaking me out.
I don't find the score to be distracting that often, especially in older movies, but this one was like legitimately, I don't know what the fuck anybody was thinking, like putting it the way they did.
I mean, it makes sense though, because like one of the weirdest parts of the movie, like which has like no historical basis as far as I know. Like I was trying to figure out like did this like they like go on horseback.
Yes.
And they're like like gallop, doing this like cowboy like Canadian, like it's like at the Canadian border like
in league with some Mounties. which makes no sense
like,
because
team up with some epic Mounties,
like Canada didn't have prohibition, so it makes no sense that like the Mounties would be helping them stop people bringing like alcohol into America, and they're like out in like Montana or something, or like Minnesota. They're out in some, you know, like, yeah, on horseback like cowboys, and then they...
well, you know, it sort of presages the Trump doctrine that, like, you need to help us, like, control our border. Or else, you know, maybe that's, like, the expectation.
No, so that raid, many things in this script, like, that raid never happened. It literally never happened, and it's all made up.
I can't emphasize enough how it's, like, the way that it's, like, shot and, like, composed, and, like, the outfits they're wearing, like, they're all wearing, like, cowboy hats, like it's like very like the Magnificent Seven, you know, like, and they all like it's like so wacky, and they're just like like, you know, like galloping over the plains like to get it, like it's ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
It's like I was laughing.
Yeah, no,
I was literally lolling like at this scene. I couldn't believe it.
It almost made me wish that De Palma was doing some clever undermining of like the legend of like 1930s law G-men by like doing it so ridiculously. But I do think maybe that he was reaching back to like the media about the Untouchables from his childhood, particularly the 1959 to like 1963 TV show, The Untouchables, which I realize like technically, if we're talking about the IP, like his movie is like an adaptation of the TV show, which already was an adaptation of Eliot Ness's book, and like the TV show took extreme liberties with like basically from what I understand, I could only find like one episode of it, but it's actually quite like a well-produced show for like that era. Like I could see why it was a hit, but it does kind of set the tone. It was the first show about like a group of crime fighters. Usually there was like a detective pair or like a solo person, but this sort of set off this whole genre of like you know, the A-Team or like CSIS, where there's like a group of like crime fighters. And I'd had this like dramatic voiceover kind of device by Walter Winchell that would like intervene and kind of like move the story along. And it was shot in this very, you know, stark black and white and blah, blah, blah. But I think that very much set the boomer public imagination for what the Untouchables were. And so I guess that was around the same era as like Gunsmoke and the Lone Ranger. And so I think there's like a boomer nostalgia kind of thing going on in the Untouchables movie that is like harking back to that like kind of Buck Rogers, like that's why the music is so cowboy like. And I mean, Ennio Morricone is like the spaghetti western guy, so it's got that very like Wild Westy,
although like some of the westerns he's most famous for are way more like cynical than this movie.
Yes,
you know,
like the lack of cynicism in this movie is actually kind, for De Palma especially, is like kind of shocking. I was
honestly surprised. Like it's just like a straight up like I think he even had a quote like in the New York Times, and the New York Times weirdly was like praising the movie for like its moral vision. And like, yeah, like, you know, I get it. Like, obviously, like, I believe in the, like, you know, moral principles. And I do think that, like, this sort of, I do find, like, this sort of romanticization of, like, gangsters, like, who, you know, obviously what is illegal and what is immoral are, like, not the same. And, like, often, like, what is moral is illegal. And often what is legal is immoral. But like in, you know, certainly I do think that Al Capone was, you know, and like his whole organization and like things, you know, I think gambling itself is immoral. I even think drinking is immoral. But like the, you know, or certainly the sort of the trade in alcohol, right? You know, like it's different on an individual level. But like, you know, obviously it's haram on an individual level too. But you know what I mean? Like, you know, there's degrees of, you know, proliferating it. But like, you know, I think that like even though like I have those principles, I find the sort of comic book level morality and like the sort of the dissonance from like the, you know, the actual like social facts of reality to be like just intolerable. Like, you know, it's kind of like it's an insult to like a real moral vision to present like this kind of very like comic book simplistic black hat white hat world. Do you know what I mean?
I kind of made the comment when I was watching it that I'm like, because I also rewatched this recently, I'm like, this is kind of like 1930s Cobra. Like it's literally fucking calling the Cobra. Like we need to do like we need to torture and like beat up people and break the law in order to catch the bad guys, you know? And it's like, it's very, yeah, it's like, it just has this very simplicity, like childlike perspective, and it ends up being a kind of like propaganda history lesson.
It is. I thought the exact same word, like, is propaganda. Like, it's just straight up propaganda. And yeah, like, actually, this article, like, is, you know, first of all, it's like praising. It's weird, you know, like, very different from like the New York Times now, where like any kind of like whiff of, you know, a moral imperative is, you know, can't be tolerated, except I guess maybe, you know, by David Brooks, R.I.P., who, you know, is a bloviating hypocrite, but
he's not dead. He just got fired.
Yeah, well,
right?
You know, R.I.P. from, I think he resigned. I don't think he got fired, but I think he retired. But yeah, like, you know, no, he's not dead. I meant R.I.P. in the sense of, yeah, R.I.P.
his status,
his writing career.
Yeah.
But yeah, he says, you know, as Brian De Palma movies go, The Untouchables is kind of tame. Quite a lot of blood is splattered on various walls in the course of the film, but for the director of such movie milestones as the chainsaw execution in Scarface and the electric drill murder in Body Double, that's small change. Then again, at this time, someone else, namely David Mamet, wrote the script. At the moment, Mr. De Palma finds himself in the curious position of being acclaimed for what many critics are calling his finest work. Yeah, I was shocked that this was so well received.
Right,
but,
right.
I mean, I guess like the performances are okay.
Yeah, I mean, like Sean Connery won Best Supporting Actor at the Oscars.
Ridiculous.
For
it
the,
was like that. All the fucking Academy Awards. Sorry, all of the Academy Awards are
fake.
Like just bullshit. Yeah, like they're just nonsense.
I don't know if you noticed.
Like people who have been acting for a long time.
Yeah, I don't know if you noticed. It was probably a Lifetime kind of thing, but I don't know if you noticed. But he did the exact same thing he did in Molly Maguire's, where he gets cast as a very much an Irishman and makes zero effort to change his Scottish accent and just talks like a Scottish guy the whole time. And it's like, here's your Oscar. It's like, come on, you know, like
I noticed that as well. He honestly, I feel like he was just like playing like James Bond. Like I feel like
he's one of those actors who plays like a version of himself every time, and it's just it works mostly. But like, I think it's a little much to give.
Yeah, no, he was the most like unbearable part of the movie to me, like the most unbearable character and the most unbearable performance. But anyway, yeah, at the moment, Mr. De Palma, blah blah blah. You know, they're calling it his finest work. The problem is that according to Mr. De Palma, The Untouchables, which stars Robert De Niro, Kevin Costner, and Sean Connery, and promises to become one of the year's biggest hits, isn't really his film. He says, being a writer myself, I don't like to take credit for things I didn't do, said the 46-year-old Mr. De Palma, who has proved one of Hollywood's most durable, prolific, and often shocking directors over the last 2 decades. I didn't develop the script. David used some of my ideas, and he didn't use some of them. Mr. De Palma acknowledges having helped to structure The Untouchables, but describes most of his contribution as simply assembling the dramatic elements needed to make an effective movie. I look upon it more clinically, as a piece of material that has to be shaped, with certain scenes here or there, he said. But as for the moral dimension, that's more or less the conception of the script, and I just implemented it with my skills, which are well developed. And it's interesting that like the New York Times like interviewer was like, well, like this movie's so more like honestly, I think that the original ending of Snake Eyes is like so much more like morally interesting.
Oh yeah,
like that whole movie in general is so much more interesting as like, you know, having like a real like kind of moral perspective on like human vice,
right? Than
like this movie, which is just like kind of like you know, a sop to like Reaganite like like Munafic morality. You know, it's and
just like the tough like drug. I mean, this is 87 in the middle of the Reaganite war on drugs and war of drugs, and it was like celebrating these heavy-hitting, shotgun-toting, law-breaking badasses that single-handedly took down, which like by the way is not even true. That like even this goes back to like the 1957 book that Eliot Ness co-wrote that kind of sort of established this legend. It's like very arguable to the extent that like I think most people do know that like what really got Capone was not paying income taxes and like the Treasury agents spent several years building this case. It is mentioned in the movie.
To do with the Untouchables. It's like weirdly worked in. Like the member of one of the members of the squad was like the nerdy guy.
Yeah, the accountant
came up didn't completely sort of inaccurate, but
he's also violently killed by Capone's assassins in a police station in like a quadruple murder of like cops that totally did not happen. That guy did not die. Nobody on the Untouchables was ever targeted because I guess allegedly Al Capone knew that going after federal agents wasn't worth the heat, and so they were untouchable in that respect, where Capone, the movie really hypes up how fucking dangerous this is, where Capone after the first couple busts, or the border bust that also didn't happen, he's like, I want him dead, and then they go out and try to assassinate Sean Connery, they kill the accountant guy, everyone's has to put their families in hiding, and it's just, oh my God, it's so scary. None of that happened, at all. And on top of that, yes, they might have contributed to disrupting his operations at a time when he was facing multiple federal kind of cases and there was pressure on the organization. And you could say maybe it contributed in some kind of broad sense to his downfall. But the idea that it and also by starving his business of income at a time when he needed it to pay for lawyers or whatever. There is an interview with Al Capone, where he does credit somebody with disrupting his business and quote licking him, but he doesn't say Elliot Ness and the Untouchables did it. He mentions a different group that we'll probably get to shortly. But yeah, the movie. The other thing, the movie. In the climax, let's see, first of all, the big set piece of it, which is partly inspired by, Sergei Eisenstein's
the
Battleship Potemkin.
It's such a ripoff. It's cringe.
It is. People loved it, but
blatant ripoff.
Well, it's he invented an entire scenario that didn't happen in real life, which is that they're going to they have to protect this bookkeeper for Al Capone, who's going to testify, but the Capone assassins, of course, are trying to assassinate him, and I guess they're trying to pick him up at a train station. So there's this long scene where there's a mother with a baby carriage going up these stairs, in this palatial Chicago train station, and Kevin Costner starts helping her, but then realizes that all the Capone men are surrounding him, and then this shootout erupts and the baby carriage starts bouncing, just like the steps of Odessa in Eisenstein's Battleship Potemkin, which everybody in film school has to watch, is a foundational a scene of building tension and cross-cutting and that kind of shit. And it's just it's such a filmmaker nerd, it's almost Tarantino-esque in
it's been ripped off so many times that it's cheesy, honestly. It's you can't think of another way of doing this than to just rip off this scene for the millionth time.
And at the end they get in a violent, crazy shootout and they come out on top and blah blah blah. And then the movie keeps going
because the epic Italian guy who was called the W slur
Andy
by
Garcia,
Sean Connery earlier in the movie. He takes the shot, while the what's his name has the Capone operative has a hostage.
Yeah, it's a gun to it. I'm gonna kill him. I'm gonna kill him. Yeah, and he does that thing.
He was typically chosen for being the best marksman.
Yeah,
but. You could insofar as what De Palma says that it's really Mamet's moral vision, and you could really see
I could see it.
The idea that that is what David Mamet came up with when he said it that deep in his psyche he has this and he's from Chicago.
Right?
And it looms very large. Actually related to this, I was reading David Mamet's book The Secret Knowledge, which he wrote after his big Village Voice article where he said he repudiated being a brain dead liberal because he was writing a play called November, right? And I feel that play came out. Yeah, it was our freshman year of college, right?
Oh.
And I feel almost there was among our professors and stuff, because we studied writing, right? We studied dramatic writing.
We had to read some Mamet, I think.
Yeah, definitely we did, because this was still when he was, and people were oh, November. November. Like, oh, it's coming out. Like, oh, his new play, November. It's like, yeah, like, yeah. In fact, like, I almost feel like we might have like dragged to see it, but like we might have skipped it or something. I don't know. Like, yeah, like it might have been something that like people tried to drag us to see, but like but like that was like right, still like, oh, can you imagine what Mamet's incisive critique? But like while he was writing that, that play, I guess, kind of about Bush, he like I guess like started thinking about politics by his own account, like for the first time. And realizing that, like, and I guess he just listened to NPR, like, as a reflex. And,
as you do.
like, but then he just had it, like, in the process of writing this play, he had an epiphany, and he realized that actually, like, he had always idolized Kennedy, but really Kennedy and Bush were just, were equally bad. And because Bush was in league with the Saudis and Kennedy was in league with the mafia, and like like I'm like, okay, like, well, again, I agree they were both pigs, but like still like it, like, one thing doesn't necessarily follow the other. Like, yeah, but then he realized that he was, I guess, like a total fascist. He has. Actually, before I read a Chicago chapter, I want to read like the dumbest like thing I've ever read. And I'm actually gonna say that's dumb because it doesn't make sense. Like I try to avoid the insults to the intelligence, but it's just like so incoherent that I need to talk about this. So this is a chapter called "The Intelligent Person's Guide to Socialism and Anti-Semitism." And this is where he, you get his idea about, and this is a book from 2011, which will be important.
Okay.
Socialism and social justice is sort of Sunday religion, professed one day a week for many good and bad reasons, but suspended during and due to the pressures of the work week. One may bemoan the plight of Palestinians who have elected a government of terrorists and daily bomb their neighbors to the west, but we realize that any support past the sentimental is elective. We do not want to live there, nor go there, and we blink at the knowledge that money spent in their support may be diverted to the support of terror, and of organizations pledged not only to kill all the Jews, but to kill Americans and Westerners of all faiths. Where does sympathy stop, and where may it not become sanctimony and hypocrisy? So this is the like metaphor that like made my, or sort of the allegory, the didactic parable that made like my jaw drop with like how like inapposite it is. Our American plane has been forced to land at some foreign airport by the outbreak of World War III. It will not be allowed to depart. 2 planes are leaving the airport. We must choose which we want to board. 1 plane is flying to Israel and 1 to Syria, and we must choose. That's where sympathy stops. No one reading this book would get on the plane to Syria. Why? It is a despotism, opposed to the West, to women, to gays, to Jews, to free speech. It is a heinous Arab version of National Socialism, dedicated to the murder of every person in Israel. I mean, if that were true, like, it would be a very different world, but, and one may gain status or a feeling of solidarity by embracing the Arab cause. But we embrace it only as an entertainment. In the free market, which is to say, when something is at stake, we will vote otherwise. So, yeah, and he even has a footnote here saying, like, what, detractors might ask, does this prove? Does it mitigate against the crimes and, quote, colonialism of Israel as popularized by the United Nations? I deny these crimes exist, and that Israel is an oppressive or colonialist power. To those interested, I suggest the following books: The World Turns Upside Down by Melanie Phillips, What Went Wrong by Bernard Lewis, and Myths and Facts, A Guide to the Arab-Israeli Conflict by Michael Jeffrey Bard. But let us assume that you feel that Israel is neither a laudable, precious democracy, nor an ordinary Western country, neither good nor bad, but is guilty of all the horrors alleged of it. I assert that you would still fight with every force and argument of your command to get on the Israeli plane, and you and every hard leftist and every head-shaking, misinformed one-worlder and anti-Semite up to and including Jimmy Carter and Noam Chomsky would, if the issue were his life,
I mean, he would
spend his most cherished convictions of Israeli perfidy and plead for the protection of that state. He would then not only acknowledge but assert to be his ally, and further assert as such that their intercession in his face was simple human decency toward their own kind, a member of a Western democracy. There is nothing any reader of this book would not say or do to get himself and his family on the Israeli plane. Thus, delight in reviling the Jewish state reveals a certain inconsistency. I mean, I would go further, and I would say that, like, if, the whole world were going to be obliterated except for Nazi Germany, and all you could do would get on a plane to Nazi Germany, would you do it, or would you stay and, like, get bombed? Like, it's a meaningless statement. It's completely
so stupid.
meaningless, and it says
also,
nothing.
The fact that it's in 2011, too, it's sort of, like, ignoring. There's, like, an active, like, very brutal and, like, U.S. and its allies backed like civil war going on in Syria. So like, of course, people wouldn't want to go to like, and what they already know is an active war zone, even though this is like World War III hypothetically.
It's like,
it's so
like
stupid.
Saying, would you want to go to Auschwitz or would you want to go to the Reichstag? Like, you know, it's like, well,
do you want to go to the killing fields or do you want to go to like the capital of a fascist state?
Yeah, like it does it like, you know, once you say like, oh, does this then require me to like live in Israel and become like a complicit in Israeli genocide? Honestly, like. Yeah. I like would certainly now I would choose to go to Syria, you know, like I like especially if like, you know, World War III is breaking out and I have to like live in one of these places forever, like then like it doesn't make it. Well, but anyway, like that is like the level. Yeah,
this is like a stupid trolley problem.
This is like the sort of political imagination of David Mamet. This is like where it is. It's like the trolley problem at least like kind of. Like makes some degree of sense, but like this literally is totally incoherent. Like what it doesn't prove anything about like the legitimacy of like the moral censure of Israel, and it also like, you know, I think it's kind of false that like I mean it was 2011, so like it was like in the midst of a civil war in Syria. Like, you know, how about would you go to Israel or would you go to Saudi? Like, feel like they're equal, you know, 2011 era Saudi, or would you go to Israel?
But that wouldn't work for the point he's trying to make.
Exactly.
I don't know. It's so stupid. Yeah.
Would you go to Israel? Would you go to Tel Aviv, or would you go to Gaza? You know, like it's kind of like, oh, like it's because people don't want to live in Palestine because like they're being starved and murdered and carpet bombed by Israel. That proves that they actually ethically support. They don't really hate that Israel's committing a genocide. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like a lot of people in Gaza want to get out of Gaza, you know. But
they're
under bombardment.
Anyways, this movie sucks. It's actually worse. But like, if you do go and look up like writing about it or like reviews, both at the time, there were a few people that kind of gave it a middling review at the time. But now looking back, that's actually more surprising. You know, it's like if you go on Letterboxd, it has like a super high score, and a lot of people are just saying like, this movie's still untouchable. It rocks. Like, it's so good. And blah, blah, blah. I found, like, one Reddit thread where someone's like, am I missing something in the Untouchables? Like, people say that it's, like, really good. They say the music isn't bad. In another movie, I might even consider it great. But it almost never fits the scene and completely takes me out of the movie. Yeah, me too. The bridge action scene is the biggest example of this. The characters are boring and one-dimensional. You know, like, everyone's, like, like, either a one-dimensional cop or a one-dimensional cartoon villain. And it, like, sucks. But, like, why do people love it? So I mean, I guess, you know, some people say, well, this is the first time Sean Connery played actually like an old man and like took his wig off, and so it like put him back in the game as an A-lister. And it also it was the first big starring role of Kevin Costner, who, you know, would go on to be like star in JFK, a much better movie, I would say. I kind of wanted a JFK vibe out of this movie, and it just was not giving it at all. Like it was just total like false consciousness. But I think it's like odd that like people look back and they're like, this movie fucks. Like it's so good, and I'm like, there's too much that's glaring about it. Which it doesn't even get to the point of how like flagrantly historically inaccurate it is.
I think you have to like leave that aside, even if you're assessing like whether, because, you know, I mean, a lot of movies are like, you know, historical travesties, but like, right. I mean, like there's, you know,
but it kind of turns Elliot Ness into like it, and again, this is what he is boring in the movie. He's very boring. Yeah, like the TV show that came out in 1959, apparently, like, it was part of some kind of, like, Playhouse special thing where they made, like, a two-part special that was actually based on the Elliot Ness book, and it was about taking down Al Capone. Now, those basically are like the two first episodes of the TV series. Those are the only ones that are like literally based on Elliot Ness's life. They take some liberties, but like it's roughly, you know, historically based. But then the 4 seasons of the TV show that happen after that are like an alternate universe where the Untouchables stick together, I guess maybe even after, I don't know if like Prohibition ends in the in the TV show at any point, but like they go on afterwards as a squad and then kind of like confront, like, again, fictitiously, like every big baddie of the 1930s and like take all of them down personally. And like, they just make up like a Marvel universe of, or kind of a Batman thing for the Untouchables. So in a way that it's very foundational to take this story and totally just chop it up from its historical context and like riff on it and kind of turn it into this like proto superhero kind of comic book thing that is allegedly based on real life, but like nothing in the 4 seasons of the TV show have anything to do with it. And I think some of that must have trickled into the movie, either through Mamet or De Palma or both. Like the final fight scene is one that when I was watching it, that was finally when I just like threw my hands up and I'm like, come the fuck on. Like there's no, I'm going to look this up in a minute. There's no way this fucking happened. Like we're basically, Frank Nitti is at the trial and he sort of does play like the assassin.
Elliot Ness did not personally murder.
Like, that's basically what it's like. He figures out that Frank Nitti's like got a gun at the Al Capone trial. So then he and a cop like take Frank Nitti outside and they're like, give me your gun. And then he produces a handwritten note, which he calls a permit from the corrupt mayor. Was it like Big Bill Thompson was the super corrupt mayor who said like Frank Nitti is allowed to carry this gun. And so they're like, oh, okay.
Sent to him all courtesy or whatever. Yeah.
Right. And so, but then like inexplicably they decide, okay, well, Frank Nitti's got to like leave. And then like he's leaving. And then for some reason he decides to whip out his gun and just start shooting. And like he shoots the cop. And then Kevin Costner chases him up to the roof. And then there's like a big moment where Frank Nitti climbs down a rope like from the rooftop to escape, but the rope's not long enough and he's like trapped. And then Kevin Costner's got his like gun trained on him. And it's like a big moment of like, it's like the Batman moment of like, kid, just kill him. But he's like, no, I believe in a higher power. This is all the non-dialogue, but like he clearly, he decides that he's not like that. And so he helps Nitti back up. But then, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Nitti then, he crosses a line because he's the one who I guess who killed like, Sean Connery. He says he died like a pig.
Yeah, and he even pronounces it that way a little bit too. And he's like, what'd you say? It's like,
what did you say?
Friend, he died like a pig.
He died like a pig. And then he starts walking and he's like combing his hair and he's like, it's gonna be too bad when I get let out on in a couple weeks.
Remember that when I beat the rap and then, like your friend screamed like a pig. Yeah.
And then Costner snaps and just runs and like shoves him off the roof of the courthouse and he like falls to his death and like falls on a car and dies.
Like you get like a close up of his face while he's screaming like and Kevin Costner, Elliot Ness is like, did he say anything like that? Like that's his one-liner. While he's like, whoa! Like, it's so fucking awful.
It literally has the same ending as Cobra, where like the guy goes, "Come on, pig! Come on, pig! They're gonna let me go, pig! What are you gonna do with that pig?" And then he like impales him on like a hook and like burns him alive in a steel furnace. It's like basically, and then he kills Frank Nitti. That is not what the fuck happened at all. Frank Nitti lived for another 10 years and then allegedly committed suicide in like the early 1940s when
because he was going to trial.
He was going to trial. So it's just like, why is that even in this? Like, okay, you're just making up like wild fantasies of like superhero fantasies at this point. Like,
well, this is this is what I wanted to read before. This is the sort of moral architect of this movie, talking about Chicago in particular. And he says, the men of my own stock, this is the epigraph from Kipling's The Stranger. The men of my own stock, they may do ill or well, but they tell the lies I am wanted to. They are used to the lies I tell, and we do not need interpreters when we go to buy or sell. And this is David Mamet. Someone once began a question to me commenting that I was from the Midwest, and I interrupted, correcting him that I was not from the Midwest. I was from Chicago. It was a rough city, ruled by the machine politics, which ruled the state and currently rules the country. But a turkey at Christmas and a job for your kid in the force were and are better than the phony baloney tax rebates and alternative tax givebacks and government programs which, in toto, will be less and less important than the Christmas turkey and the capital J job. Folks in my grandfather's generation spoke lovingly about Al Capone and his generosity, but then, in my experience, most criminals are sentimental. But I would rather deal with a crooked cop than a bureaucrat, and I've had the experience of both. I love the rough, matter-of-fact Chicago of my youth and prefer it to the clean, orderly, self-packaged city of today. When the streets' nicknames go up on lampposts, the city is dead. The city then was not the promise of snow removal and an absence of litter, but an amalgam of strivers and hucksters, and I found it, thus, either much like myself, or, more likely, I became schooled by its culture, just like the mayor's Daley and then State Senator Obama, and all the governors and councilmen who went to jail, and Hugh Hefner building whorehouses which sold everything but sex, and the inspired and depraved of that toddling town.
That toddling town, we love it.
Yeah, that toddling town. For, of course, the athletes and the gunmen and the politicians and the businessmen sat down for a drink together, and the celebrities on the way from New York to L.A. changed trains and took their doxies to the Ambassador East and had drinks in the pump room with Irv Kupcinet, the talk of the town. And in short, it was a growing entity, growing according to the rules of self-interest and self-preservation. It was so young. When I was born, many were alive whose parents had dealt with the Sauk Indians. And there was the Lindbergh Beacon, the most powerful aircraft signal in the world, its light visible for 45 miles atop the Palmolive building, sweeping the sky once a minute to make the night safe for air traffic.
The Lindbergh Beacon?
Yeah,
Good,
it was,
okay,
I guess,
right.
a big,
he was he was very popular in Chicago, let's put it that way.
Oh, yeah, right. Hefner bought the building in 1965, and it was renamed the Playboy Building, and they put their logo up, and I used to work there. And the great entertainers worked for him at his Playboy Club around the corner, staffed by the bunnies in their abbreviated costumes, ears, and cottontails, who were prohibited from dating the customers, but were not prohibited from dating me. Frank Lloyd Wright designed an open-chest pavilion on the beach at North Avenue, and I wrote my first play, The Duck Variations, about two old DPs sitting there looking at the lake. A DP was a displaced person, like a Palestinian, but I guess he doesn't recognize. Yeah, it was my father's term of opprobrium for an appearance insufficiently put together. That's pretty fucked up. That use it for someone who dressed shabby. You look like a DP. All right, insufficient. Yeah, I guess you didn't pick up on the politics of that, but insufficient for what, you might ask? And the answer was to get on in the world. For why else were we in Chicago? Across the drive from the chess pavilion was Lincoln Park, and I used to sit out there and write in my notebook. I dated a wonderful girl who worked for the mob. She lived in the Belden Stratford Hotel. Oh. And in the summer, she would sunbathe in the park across from the hotel by the statue of Shakespeare. And every hour on the hour, a bellman would bring her an iced coffee. She drove a Mercedes 280 convertible, and she never locked the car. As she explained, anyone who wanted to break in would simply slit the roof, so why antagonize them? The back of her car was ankle deep in parking tickets. She would park on the steps of City Hall, and when the tickets got too deep, she'd collect them in a bag and give them to somebody who would fix them. 1 or 2 nights a week we would drive to Cicero, and I would watch her doing one of her jobs. She had a ring of keys which led her into various clubs in which her people were interested. She'd let us into the deserted clubs at 4 a.m., and she'd go to the vending machines, open them with the keys in the ring, count and then replace the money, lock the machine again, and we would leave. Her boyfriend followed us now and then in his car. She told me he had vowed to kill me, but I'd seen him, and I didn't believe the threat. I don't think this was particularly courageous on my part. He just didn't look the type. Then, he goes on to sort of wax philosophically about Chicago. We conceive the world not through indoctrination, but through osmosis. A culture is the amalgam and the sum of the unwritten laws. This is how we do things here. And I believe that, in Chicago, I had a very interesting youth. This is how we did things there. One spiffed the mechanic at the cab garage if one wanted to get a working cab to drive. One paid off the cop who pulled you over, as it was much cheaper than going down to 11th and State and paying the fine. The politicians were corrupt. Why else would they be politicians? The absence of this understanding in the minds of the young baffles me. The governors regularly went to jail. How about that? And through it all, one had to make a living, which meant and means learning how to navigate in the wider world, learning to take care of yourself. For the government was going to take care of you at best to the extent that you took care of it. If you wanted X, you did Y. If you did not do Y, why in the world would any rational entity give you X? You wanted to work for the park district? You kicked back your 2 weeks' pay. You wanted your kid in the fire department? You got out the vote. The politicians have not changed, but it seems that the electorate cannot locate its ass with a guide dog. There was in Chicago no such thing as social justice. There was the law, and the law was both made and administered by imperfect human beings like ourselves, and the operations of the law itself could be and were corrupted. There was such a thing as the underdog, but anyone demanding that status was merely picking up a convenient club to use in the fight. CF Saul Alinsky on being a neighborhood organizer. Well, this is 2011, remember?
Oh,
so
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Saul
Alinsky,
Alinsky
yeah,
was like,
yeah.
a big deal then.
Okay.
The third rule is, wherever possible, go outside of the experience of the enemy. Here you want to cause confusion, fear, and retreat. Rules for Radicals, 1971. The white neighborhoods got better snow removal? Of course they did. It was a segregated city and the councilmen were white. And cries for justice, the blacks knew, would be less effective than getting a dog in the fight and getting people on the city council and into city hall and letting the whites gape slack-jawed at the other fellow being unfair. Was it a terrible thing to be black in Chicago in those days? Probably. My people came over from Poland to escape the pogroms, which is to say, fleeing murderers. Did we, the Jews, feel bad for the blacks? Yes. What did we do about it? We joined the NAACP. Was this effective, appropriate, insulting, paternalistic? How would I know? Did they do it because they felt guilty? The suggestion would have been greeted as psychotic. What did my parents' generation have to feel guilty about? They came here with nothing, 60 years after slavery's abolition, fleeing their state in Europe as slaves or semi-slaves, and scant years ahead of Hitler's assassins. They supported the NAACP out of a sense of tzedakah, that is to say, righteousness. Was their response insufficient or misplaced? No doubt. But it was not risible. And the South Shore Country Club, 8 blocks from my house, and restricted, allowing no Jews, was eventually bought by Elijah Muhammad, restricting all whites, and life goes on. But I believe I benefited from the absence of sanctimony. So there you go.
Weird.
That's
but yeah,
his vision of the
it's
city
got
of
that
Chicago
toxic
and
Ellis
significance.
Islander POV about like my ancestors came here after slavery and I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, just like Fox News poison boomer. Like, yeah, oh, well, but eventually Elijah Muhammad bought like this building and like he, like didn't allow whites in. So therefore, like, the tide
the
turned
score
around,
is even.
Yeah, exactly.
I like that
like,
he says the political machine the Chicago
Yeah.
political machine runs the country now, i.e. like Obama is president.
yeah, exactly.
I mean, this might be something to that, but like at the same time,
it's just like
weird.
Very Fox News poison boomer. But I guess like I don't know. It's weird because like in a way like that sort of account of Chicago is all about how like everyone was corrupt and everything and the government sucks. But like in this case, the government is like kind of noble and heroic in his film. But maybe it's like kind of that maybe like a kind of wishful thinking or a projection, that kind of seed of like just, or maybe he's just like doesn't actually have any views on anything. And just like decided at one point that I'm going to be a Fox News poison boomer now.
I will say we've kind of I think this has come up a little bit before, maybe in Contra 7, because we talked about Chicago quite a bit, that there does seem to be a little bit of like a lineage in Chicago about like kind of being like proud of being a bad boy. And like being proud of their corruption. You see it with those like irony, like Pritzker accounts of being like, he's going to buy off everybody and like get things done like the Chicago way, kind of thing, where it's like they like that they're like they valorize like a certain degree of corruption because there's this like, I don't know, like particular like the scrappy mentality where everyone feels like they came up scrappy from the streets and like this is just the way the world is and you just gotta like be super corrupt. And like in Chicago it's a positive attribute in a way, like you're a punk if you don't engage in that type of thing, and therefore I guess if you come out of Chicago politics, like it's cool, unlike maybe some other places or something where corruption would be bad. I mean, of all the major cities, it kind of has the most pronounced like legacy of this almost like near romantic corruption, both from like the Al Capones and the gangsters, but also from like the wards, the aldermen, and like the political machine, right? And then, but also the business people. Though I feel like that's the one group that maybe tries to downplay how bad they are and tries to present a kind of respectable front, like they're apart from all this dirty corruption, but I think actually, ironically, they're very much enmeshed in it as well, but kind of present themselves as being like floating, the kind of North Shore crowd, in Lake Forest and, places like that have always acted like they are they are the respectable, fathers of Chicago, and then these other groups there's just this chaotic jungle of different groups fighting each other for scraps in the streets, and regrettably, certain political machines might have to develop to manage all these things, but it's certainly not preferable. As we'll see, there's a lot of performative stuff, even with this exact case. But yeah, also, I don't know if you caught this, very sus cameo in The Untouchables. Did you notice the cameo by Mr. Del Close?
I did not.
He is like the corrupt alderman that comes in early on in the movie and offers an envelope to Elliot Ness. And then,
yes.
As soon as I saw his like creepy face, I was like, "Wait a minute, is that?
Right.
Oh my God, that's fucking Del Close!
Yeah,
like,
I didn't recognize
he's
him.
from Chicago, a Chicago native himself, right?
Right. Yeah.
Mr. Devil Mode. Yeah. So he had like a one scene where he gets like kicked out on his butt by like the Untouchable. That's I think he's the one who introduces the term in the movie of like, what, you guys think you're a bunch of Untouchables or whatever, which is supposed to be a reference of like they can't be bribed, not that they can't be killed, because of course in the movie they are almost all, like most of them are assassinated, which like didn't happen in real life. Yeah, there's one funny comment here from the Reddit thread that I just want to say, maybe before we move on, that I mostly agree with. They say, it wasn't good then, it isn't any better now. The movie is extremely sloppy and very poorly written. It does nothing to develop characters or explain their actions. True. Everything happens via convenience. The movie tried to say that some cops are dirty, but never makes that matter. There is no scene where the main characters are on the verge. I guess there's one Irish cop character that is like conflicted about, like, he tries to tell Sean Connery, like, you got to stop. Like, this is our kind is got to stick together, whatever. And, like, he's kind of saying,
Yeah, I'd hate this to happen to someone I knew.
Yeah. And he's like, our kind, like, you hang out with the W slurs all the time. You take money from the W slurs. Like, what do you mean by that? And then they fight. Right. Yeah, but, like, for the most part, they don't really make it matter that much. There's no scene where the main characters are on the verge of busting down Capone, only to be set back by officers on the take. It's not Serpico. Even the name of the movie is purely a contrivance so the writer can make a quick joke by having a mobster write Touchables after easily killing two of them. Wow, so clever. I mean, I think the reference was like that they can't be bribed, which I guess they hold up throughout the movie. To earn the name Untouchables, it should have been about a group of lawmen who repeatedly disrupted Capone's operations, killed his men, and kept getting away unscathed. But that doesn't happen. The group stopped a single shipment of whiskey once and then get killed immediately after, so it made no sense why they were called Untouchable. Again, people in the comments are like, you didn't get it. But anyways, everything else is valid. The main character kept saying he wanted to do everything by the law, but the movie never justified why. Sean Connery's character was scouted out by the main character for absolutely no reason, and joins for absolutely no reason. Not one single thing in the movie was the result of the necessity of what came before, and was instead purely a series of contrivances and conveniences. None of the moments were earned because every part of the movie was a contrivance rather than the result of a struggle. Even the ending of the movie, this is weird too, has Al Capone's lawyer saying he wants to withdraw the plea of not guilty and enter a plea of guilting. Are you kidding me, writer? Does the writer really expect us to believe that some $1,000 an hour defense attorney with a reputation, representing a known murderer and head of a criminal empire, is going to say those words? Even for a comedy, I would find that scene unbelievable. None of the scenes that the director wanted to be emotional were earned as a result of the effort or loss of the characters in that scene, because nothing was ever earned. Everything was always handed to the characters to quickly advance the plot. The movie wasn't even fun to watch as a popcorn film. Everyone in this movie has done much better work elsewhere. That's true. From the writer to the director to the actors. It's
I feel like the reason why Elliot Ness, when the sort of whole relationship with Elliot Ness and Sean Connery in this movie, Kevin Costner and Sean Connery, or Elliot Ness and Jimmy Malone, the disenchanted elder cop, was very strange. Like, they met, because Sean Connery, criticized him for, or, tried to, dress him down for littering, not realizing. So I guess that proved that he was an honest cop, that he would enforce public littering laws.
Yeah.
And also that he was old, and that he kind of knew that you wouldn't say, like he said, like something like, no one would claim to work for the Treasury Department if they didn't actually work for it because like it sucks so much, or I don't know. It's like, well, I don't know about that. Like, what?
It's a decent job. It's like a
like,
federal job.
whatever.
I don't know. Well, yeah, he goes weirdly.
What do you know about it? Like,
he opens with, this is another scrambling of the historical record. Like he has this bulldozer truck that has like a metal, like sharp nose on it that he uses in a raid to bust into one of Al Capone's like distillery operations to do a huge bust. But then when he bashes open the crates to expect to find whiskey, it's a bunch of like Chinese parasols, and then he's like thus humiliated and clowned on. And that's why he like saunters off to the bridge and is like looking at a note from his like wife, who also is kind of made up, that is like, I am so proud of you. And he's like, ugh, and like throws it into the river. And then Sean Connery, the beat cop, walks by and is like, you're littering there, and then they start this like conversation where he doesn't know Kevin Costner is like a cop, and then blah, blah, blah. And then they like kind of link up based on, it's kind of weird because, yeah, it's like he's already doing Untouchable type stuff by like busting into things. But I guess the implication with that thing is that somebody inside the police department tipped off Capone to the raid, therefore there's no whiskey.
Right.
So he needed to get an incorruptible like team, like hand selected, that he knew wouldn't like leak anything, and also were willing to like, it's really Sean Connery that convinces him. They go to a Catholic church after that, and he's like, if you really want to get him, which he doesn't involve blood, but whatever. It's like he shakes his hand. He's like, you know what a blood oath is? Yeah. It's like, you just signed one. It's like, did he?
Right. No blood is involved. It's very strange. Like the mammotiness of it is like unbearable, and like
Sean Connery's like the magical Irishman, like that just shows up and is like
the wise cop.
And he know his only answer is like, you want to know the way to
Here
Pete Clone.
endeth the lesson. Yeah, like that fucking.
Yeah, he says, if he brings a knife, you bring a gun. If he brings a gun, you bring a bomb or something like that, and convinces him, and like that's the only way to do it.
They send one of your guys to the hospital, you send him to the morgue. That's the Chicago way.
That's the Chicago way. You could see David Mamet just fucking like surging
loving
while writing that.
Relishing it.
This is supposed to be one of the great monologues of the movie, but it's kind of like.
There's that part where like towards the end when like in this ridiculous scene where the judge like switches the juries in the middle of the trial, and like there actually is like some truth that like the jury pool was changed because like there was like it was learned that I guess Al Capone's people were like approaching members of the jury pool, so they like switched the pool but before the actual trial
and
was
voir
happening.
dire and everything like
they didn't in mid trial like switch the two juries. Like, how are those jurors going to get the information that they have, half the court, like half the sort of litigation has already happened.
And then in reaction to that, Capone's lawyer immediately goes, Your Honor, I'd like to change the plea to guilty. And then Capone's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, what is he doing? Like, that's not how fucking the legal system works. Like, what the fuck is this? Like, it's like they ran out of time and just needed to rush an ending to like Capone goes to jail, or something.
To get that to happen. Like Elliot Ness, first he gives a speech where he says like, I've betrayed all of my principles and I believe. Remember this speech is like so awful. It's like terribly written. It's like unbelievably on the nose. He like says something like I like and you must. It's like one of those things where like you must what like what what's gonna follow that word. But anyway, but I don't. He didn't like betray anything. He was like incredibly straight-laced and like above board the whole time mostly.
Well,
I mean, maybe he was a little bit rough and tumble in some ways, but I don't think that he truly betrayed his morals.
Well, the movie kind of wants to encourage us to take the Sean Connery POV, which is that who cares? This is necessary. Basically, you have to embrace a bit of vigilantism and extrajudicial, what they called in the 30s the third degree. Which is basically like enhanced interrogation and violence and like beating, torture, threats. Probably the most like fucked up thing that happens is when during the fake Canada police raid, like they capture one guy pulls like a gun and Costner shoots him, so he's like dead on the porch. But then they capture another guy and they're interrogating. That's where he's like, we're a G, you're messing with a G, man, or whatever. Yeah. And the guy's kind of like, fuck you, I'm not going to talk to you. And then Sean Connery's like, wait, hold on a second, and he goes outside and he picks up the corpse of the dead guy, but presumably like the living guy doesn't know his friend is like dead, even though he walked into the cabin, whatever. It seems to be implied that he thinks maybe his friend is like wounded or something, and then he like pushes him up against the window where you can see, and like puts a gun in his mouth and is like, if you don't tell me, on the count of 3, I'm blowing your head off. And then counts to 3 and then shoots a bullet through this dead guy's head, making the other guy think he just executed him. And then he's like, oh my God, all right, I'll tell you anything. And that was the kind of thing where like the Canadian that's with them is like, Mr. Ness, like, I disagree with your methods. And then at that point, like, you could tell Elliot Ness is kind of shocked by that and a little bit like horrified. But then the minute the fucking Mountie talks shit, like, he takes the side of Sean Connery and says something pithy about like, yo, fuck you, like, that's the Chicago way. And then they like walk out.
All right.
So there's like a little bit of that. And, I guess they do like capture people and kind of browbeat them in like an interrogation room. I think like the bookkeeper guy, where they're like, you're going down, you're gonna hang for this unless you cooperate, that kind of stuff. But they don't really, you're right, they don't show them like doing really like just killing people unless somebody's pulled a gun on them first, like kind of shit. Like they're actually kind of like, even the assassin that sneaks into Sean Connery's house with a knife, he like tries to basically like shoo him away with a shotgun instead of just blasting him. And then he walks outside and gets like Tommy gunned a million times by like Frank Nitti, and dies. So even like he was too soft, like he should have been harder, And so the movie wants you, like, even though he has to say that because he's such a good guy, he's doing like the weird Batman thing where it's like, well, I have an ethical line where I don't kill people. So everything else I do should be like cheered for because I'm, operating with a code or something. We're kind of supposed to feel like, well, he bent it a little bit, but honestly, we appreciate how hard he's being on himself, but honestly, we love it. Like he actually is, being a badass. And then he gets to like actually violate that at the very end by murdering Frank Nitti, by throwing him off the roof. Which didn't happen in real life, but I mean, in real life, they probably did
I guess
more.
This was after he murdered Frank Nitti, so I guess he did at that point. Yeah, I forgot that it was after his murder. I remember that being later on for some reason, but no, it was.
Oh, his like monologue.
Was after he had already pushed Frank Nitti to his death off the roof.
Okay,
which you'd think he would be like dealing with, but yeah, then he was like, "I have forsworn myself. I have broken laws I swore to defend. I am content that I have done right. That man must be stopped. You must."
So he extrajudicially murders a gangster and I guess says, I'm not sorry, gets away with it. Again, none of this happened in real life.
Yeah, and the way he intimidates the judge and switching the juries is that he tells him that like he got like a ledger from Nitti of like the jury's names, of, like how they were all corrupt, and he says the judge's name was also on there. And I guess the judge must have previously been bribed. And so he thought, oh, well, if I do this, then they have that ledger, which is proof that there's like corruption. So then I'll be implicated. But then if that's going to happen, then like, whatever. It doesn't make any sense. But we can move on.
It's deeply incoherent. And But, I think this actually kind of, that was one of the jumping off points of the whole thing we were like, wanted to cover today was like the De Palma movie. It was like the one in our kind of De Palma episode that we like didn't get to and thought, oh, that might be good for a discussion another day. But then like the glaring holes in this made me much more interested in like the other line of historical investigation that we wanted to bring up, which is like there was like who else was involved in the if the Untouchables weren't the pivotal force that actually took down Al Capone, like who else was involved, and also like who was involved in kind of like at least allowing or condoning the formation of the Untouchables, because you might think, oh, maybe it was like J. Edgar Hoover or something. It wasn't J. Edgar Hoover. He wasn't involved, I think, in pretty much at this point, in directly going after like Al Capone. And that would come like a little bit later. And in terms of, like federal law enforcement kind of going after them, it still was a thing that like states' attorneys were kind of like the driving forces, like state prosecutors were trying to build up cases. And then you had like, these Treasury agents. But there was another group that has been almost like totally whitewashed from the history, this official Untouchables history, and it almost never gets brought up. But we found a couple books that actually do bring it up, and it is this shadowy organization. I stumbled on it in some old news clippings years ago. There's like not that much written about them, but they were known as the Secret Six. And like, where to begin? I mean, there is a book about them that just came out this year by Kevin Meredith, The Secret Six, The Rise and Fall of Chicago's Greatest Vigilantes. And this...
And it was a weird twist on the people who financed John Brown, right? That's like kind of what the original Secret...
Well,
I mean, like,
that's another group that was called the Secret Six, where people... I guess there's a bunch of books about John Brown and the Secret Six that when I was searching for... even this book, I mean, this book just came out, but it's like hard to find like copies of some of these books, like and even I think it's kind of telling that this book, though I think in some ways like maybe could have relied upon some like scholarly histories or other books to like flesh out things, but it's mostly just about the Secret Six. But it got most of the sources in this book are from literally newspapers.com. And looking at old news articles from the period of 1930 to 1933, when this alleged shadowy group was active on a comprehensive bare-knuckle anti-crime campaign in the Windy City. And so there haven't been like a lot of full book treatments. I think there is a fair amount of actually discussion and some good detail in like a very comprehensive book called Scarface and the Untouchable, Al Capone, Elliot Ness, and the Battle for Chicago by Brad Schwartz and Max Allen Collins from 2018. That's probably the most like comprehensive source I found about like the entire history of like the Chicago mob, and then it's like 300 pages deep before it even gets to like kind of Elliot Ness and like the Secret Six, and then like kind of concurrently with that, this Untouchables thing. But in reading narratives that are like kind of focused on like the Secret Six or these more official crime fighting campaigns, like it's kind of interesting how little actually the Untouchables like pop up as like pivotal figures, right? Mm-hmm. It's like they're almost like kind of they're what became the face of this effort to take down Al Capone and take the screws to him, but like the actual people that were like running around and kind of, I mean, this group, the Secret Six, you could say that like their efforts were also arguable, but you wouldn't know that by the press of the day. They got a lot of publicity in like the Chicago Tribune and the other Chicago papers, and even nationally, as this like national vigilante force of concerned businessmen and wealthy people, right? Business leaders of Chicago who had committed their considerable resources to form a committee, basically a private police intelligence network, to go out and break up like the rackets and the syndicates and Al Capone and all of his lieutenants and like the vice economy, which included speakeasies, alcohol production, gambling houses, the brothels, et cetera, and clean up these streets, So this was, and it was very much kind of put forward as like this is a private initiative, privately funded and kind of directed initiative in partnership with, the Chicago Police Department and the state's attorney office of Illinois and other things. And like to some extent it was, but they were kind of like in the driver's seat in a lot of ways. And actually, eventually they came into conflict with like the state prosecutors that had initially kind of endorsed them, and like a series of scandals and fiascos kind of erupted. But, I think it's, I mean, let me bring up actually the Eliot Ness's actual book, because even in his 1957 book, he kind of straight up like mentions the Secret Six as the people that recruited him to like start the Untouchables. And though he doesn't really credit them with much help, like once they got going, in terms of like providing him with tips of like where to do raids and the kind of on the ground intelligence, but he does acknowledge like that they kind of approached him with, let me look up right here. They approached him with this proposal of setting up like a new unit. Here we go. It's right in chapter 1, actually. But again, like this could have been a scene in Brian De Palma's Untouchables. Why wasn't it? Like, instead, they make up a magical Irish cop who basically fulfills the same narrative role in the movie that the Secret Six actually plays in real life. So let's see what Eliot Ness, through his his co-writer, said. This book was hastily assembled by like interviews that the author conducted with Eliot Ness, like years, probably 25 years later, right up against a deadline. I think he actually wrote this book in like 2 weeks because he had like spent all the advance money and like hadn't worked on it, and then he had to like leave the country but submit his draft, and he's like, oh fuck, okay, let me just like go to Eliot Ness's house and like spend 3 weeks like writing this, and he did. So that might explain why it's a little fast and loose and not the most rigorous. It's kind of like a mediated oral history of Eliot Ness's big tall tales he used to tell at like parties. So here we go. They write, cigar smoke hung in a heavy blue haze over the long polished table. Ashtrays piled high betrayed the inner emotions of the little group as it listened to a tall, spare man with a thin, square-jawed face. They had every right to be tense and at least subconsciously apprehensive, I thought, for they were the Secret Six, known more formally as the Citizens Committee for the Prevention and Punishment of Crime, a special committee of the Chicago Association of Commerce, and only a closely guarded anonymity assured their continued well-being. Okay, yeah. There may have been fear under their outer determination, but they were the hope of a frightened city as it struggled feebly in a web of bombs and bullets, alcohol and assassination. That was Chicago in 1929, a city ruled by the knife, pistol, shotgun, Tommy gun, and pineapple, grenade of the underworld. A jungle of steel and concrete clutched fast in the fat, diamond-studded hand of a scar-faced killer named Al Capone. Yet these 6 men were gambling their lives, unarmed, to accomplish what 3,000 police and 300 prohibition agents had failed miserably to accomplish: the liquidation of a criminal combine which paid off in dollars to the greedy and in death to the too greedy or incorruptible. Now they nodded grim affirmation as they listened to the tall man who was putting their determination into words. The speaker was Colonel Robert Isham Randolph, chairman of the Secret Six. Interesting guy. His voice rasped as he declared, "Chicago has the most corrupt and degenerate municipal administration that ever cursed a city, a politico-criminal alliance formed between a civil administration and a gun-covered underworld for the exploitation of the citizenry." His knuckles rapped loudly against the table. "There is no business, not an industry in Chicago that is not paying tribute, directly or indirectly, to racketeers and gangsters. I know you gentlemen agree that we must spend any amount of money necessary to put these hoodlums where they belong." I felt a tremendous admiration for Randolph as the meeting ended. It was through Jamie, long famous as an, quote, honest cop, that I had gained an entree to the meeting. This handsome, light-haired man was my brother-in-law and had recently left the Department of Justice, where I was still an agent, to become chief investigator for the Secret Six as they pressed home an attempt to obtain conspiracy indictments against the mobsters who controlled Chicago. That's very important, that another, completely erased figure in this whole story, a central figure, was Jamie Alexander, who was, a former Prohibition agent who, went to work and became one of, the more public faces of the Secret Six and was, their quote-unquote chief investigator. His wife was the sister of Elliot Ness. And so they were brothers-in-law. And the reason Elliot Ness gets invited to this meeting of the Secret Six about how they need to start this new campaign to take down Al Capone is because Jamie Alexander invites Elliot Ness to this meeting with all these rich guys, these secret rich men. And basically, you know, we'll see where it goes from here. But, you know, he's he was heavily involved in like a multiple kind of like the legal efforts to like take down Capone in the Chicago outfit, but kind of a shady individual in his own right. As we were leaving, we were met by a rather dapper looking man who beamed his pleasure at seeing Jamie and stopped to shake hands. Well, well, Joe Riley, the legal beagle, Alex grinned. Joe, I'd like you to meet Elliot Ness, my wife's kid brother. He's with the DOJ in the Prohibition Division. The smile faded from Riley's face, and he shook hands coolly and impersonally. Oh, he said shortly, a Prohibition agent, huh? There was a world of unspoken criticism and barely concealed disdain behind those few words. As he made a few brief amenities and then turned away, I could feel a fiery flush staining my cheeks. His manner had embarrassed and humiliated me, and I could feel the hot anger bubbling up inside. Take it easy, Elliot, Jamie said, steering me toward the door. Look, you can't hardly blame this outfit for feeling the way it does about Prohibition agents. Oh, interesting. So the Secret Six, yeah, they're not necessarily like, you know, like in love with like Prohibition. In fact, like some of them are rather hostile to it.
Well, did you read that sort of exchange between it? Like it happens like later on, like after, you know, Capone, like the sort of confrontation between, it's in that book, Scarface Al and the Crime Crusaders.
I don't think, do you mean, I don't know which conversation you're referring to, with who?
Like it's actually like pretty funny. You know, it's from the beginning of this book, but it's like later in the story. You know, Robert Randolph and Al Capone,
when they meet,
when they finally are face to face. You know, it kind of reveals, it's interesting. I guess like this was in, again, who knows like how truthful this is, but this was in like from Randolph's scrapbooks. But I mean, it doesn't give too much away other than like kind of the motives of Randolph and like a little bit of his character. It says, with one hand on the steering wheel and the other holding a .45 caliber pistol, Colonel Robert Isham Randolph, the leader of a private gang-busting group known as the Secret Six, drove his automobile from his home in Riverside, Illinois to the Loop in Chicago. It was late at night in February 1931, and Randolph had not arranged for anyone to tail him. He entered the Lexington Hotel and stepped into an iron grill freight elevator. After going through various doors and passing numerous thugs and gunmen, he was taken to his suite occupied by a man Randolph had vowed to put in prison, Al Capone. Capone was seated at a desk with his back to the wall. Randolph noticed slots in the doors and French mirrors covering the slots. A rifle barrel could be thrust through each slot. Mm-hmm. Randolph found he could peer through these mirrors and see outside, but persons on the outside could not see him. Capone got up from the desk and walked over to greet his visitor. The two shook hands. Capone said, "Hell, Colonel, I'd know you anywhere. You look just like your pictures." The tall, thin president of one of the largest chambers of commerce in the world grinned and replied, "Hell, Al, I'd have never recognized you. You're much bigger than you appear to be in photographs." When Randolph flashed Capone his boyish grin, it lit up the Colonel's face, making Randolph seem younger than his 46 years. Randolph's hair receded from a high forehead, a forehead that wrinkled up until it looked like the map of a railroad switchyard. Randolph removed his coat, for he had heard it was impossible to obtain an audience with Capone without being searched. Next, he gave the pistol he was toting to Capone, who placed it on a chair. "May I use your telephone?" Randolph inquired. "You see, your name has been used to frighten women and children for so long that Mrs. Randolph is worried about me. She knows of my visit. I would like to call her and tell her everything is okay." "Women are like that," said Capone as he took Randolph to a phone in another room. When Randolph returned, Capone served him a beer and asked, "Colonel, what are you trying to do to me?" "Put you out of business," Randolph replied. "Why do you want to do that?" "We want to clean up Chicago, put a stop to these killings and gang rule here." "Colonel, I don't understand you," Capone said. "You knock over my breweries, bust up my booze rackets, raid my gambling houses, and tap my telephone wires. But you're not a reformer, not a dry. Just what are you after?" Before Randolph could answer, Capone said, "Listen, Colonel, you're putting me out of business. Even with beer selling at $55 a barrel, we didn't make a nickel last week. You know what will happen if you put me out of business. I have 185 men on my personal payroll, and I pay them from $300 to $400 a week each. They were all ex-convicts and gunmen, but now they are respectable businessmen, just as respectable as the people who buy my stuff and gamble in my places. They know the beer, booze, and gambling rackets, and they're old rackets that sent them to the can. If you put me out of business, I'll turn every one of those 185 respectable ex-convicts loose in Chicago." "Well, Al, to speak frankly," said Randolph, "we are determined to put you out of business. We are burned up about the reputation you have given Chicago." "Say, Colonel," Capone said, "I'm burned up about that too. Chicago's bad reputation is bad for my business. It keeps the tourists out of town. I'll tell you what I'll do. If the Secret Six will lay off my beer, booze, and gambling rackets, I'll police this town for you. I'll clean it up so there won't be a stick-up or a murder in Cook County. I'll give you my hand on it." Randolph refused to cut a deal with the gangster. Instead, he drank another glass of Capone's beer. Capone asked, "Say, Colonel, what do you think about the mayoral election? Should I come out for Anton Cermak or ride along with the Republicans and Big Bill Thompson?" "I think you better stick with Big Bill," said Randolph. Then the colonel put on his coat and hat, and Capone returned Randolph's pistol. "So even respectable people carry those things?" Capone asked laughingly. He shook Randolph's hand and said, "No hard feelings?" "No hard feelings," said Randolph. Yeah, so, I guess according to him, those are his notes that whole conversation is based on, with, I guess, the author of this book doing a little bit of, literary extrapolation.
Yeah.
He wrote that down in his own scrapbooks. So I guess that was his, idea that it was, this reputation Capone had given Chicago was just intolerable.
Well, yeah.
Regardless, yeah.
Yeah, well, he was, there's a lot kind of going on in this period. We should, of course, not forget that when this kind of pops off, like, the Secret Six, I believe, is founded in, like, January, very early 1930. Now, that is just, like, a few months after the great stock market crash of 1929, right? And it's also like the start of the Herbert Hoover administration, who would, remain the kind of the great, the most eminent conservative president for kind of unreconstructed right-wing businessmen, like going, well into like the mid-20th century. The Hoover Institution today at Stanford is kind of evidence of that. But these, the economy was kind of fucking up. There was a public budgetary crisis in Chicago, might have been in Illinois as well, but I think partially due to the beginning of the Depression, where public servants, public employees in Chicago were not able to be paid for months, including the police. So if you think about the situation in early 1930, the cops are starting to go on a couple months of not making any money. But then there are these criminal syndicates that are just minting cash through their various businesses, obviously production money. So I think there was almost a rising panic that there was the police were up for the highest bidder in a way, and you could almost look at the Secret Six as becoming a bidder thus, because they hired a lot of cops and paid them to do extra legal detective work of various kinds, at a time when people didn't have a lot of money. The other thing was, I guess there was kind of an obsession around the upcoming World's Fair that was coming to Chicago. I think originally it was supposed to come in 1937 or 38, but the Chicago business people almost fixated upon it as almost like an Olympics or a World Cup kind of event, that this event was going to turn everything around and show Chicago as the rising city of the future and blah blah blah. So they actually bumped it up to 1934 so that it would happen more soon. And then there was this attendant anxiety about cleaning up Chicago, right? Because it had been known for having this reputation for these gangs that from time to time would shoot each other up with Tommy guns and various bombings of establishments that wouldn't pay protection money. And somebody like William Isham Randolph, Robert Isham Randolph, was very well suited, actually, to be the type of person to embark on like a cleansing mission. I should mention here the Kevin Meredith book, unfortunately, does not mention this, but I looked a little bit into Robert Isham Randolph, the Colonel, and let's just say, like a lot of the Chicago industrialists, he comes from an esteemed lineage. Actually, let me see here if I can bring up the forebear of Robert Isham Randolph. It's a pretty good picture. Let me see.
He's a descendant of William Randolph, right?
Well, you ruined the surprise, but yes,
okay.
yes, he is of William Randolph I of Virginia, who is like those Randolphs of Virginia. They're often called the first families, of Virginia, which basically like dominated,
like 1643, right?
I could bring up it's mentioned in a couple sources that like he comes from those Randolphs, but then like I looked up on like his like wiki tree or whatever, his like ancestry.com thing, and I clicked back all the way from Robert Isham Randolph through like father, and eventually came back to Colonel William Randolph, the original patriarch himself, born in 1650. I think the picture really does say 1,000 words in this case, so hold on a second. There we go. William Randolph the First. So there we go, everybody. You can see, this guy predates silk top hats. Like he's even a pre-silk topper. But William Randolph came over from England, and he became a major tobacco guy. It is funny that are the Hearsts like related to William Randolph, because William Randolph Hearst, like
I'm not sure.
I do believe that William Randolph has like a shocking amount of descendants, because he had over 10 children or something like that, like who mostly survived to adulthood. So I think like John Fogerty is technically a descendant of William Randolph.
I'm sure has many descendants.
Yeah,
I mean, like we're talking about 400 years ago almost.
Right.
So
here's just a short list. And one of his sons was Isham Randolph, who made kind of the sons spread out to different parts of like Virginia and the colonies and established their own lines. So then, his comes from the Isham Randolph line, which is why he still has that name even in the 20th century. But just a short list here. We have Peyton Randolph, a founding father of the United States, a plantation owner, born into Virginia's wealthiest and most powerful family. He was the Speaker of Virginia's House of Burgesses, I think, as was William Randolph, and president of the First Continental Congress. Then we have Thomas Jefferson, so Isham Randolph, who's in this Robert Isham Randolph's line, Isham Randolph was Thomas Jefferson's grandfather. So we have a direct relation with like Thomas Jefferson. Then we have John Marshall, the very important Supreme Court justice and founding father. Edmund Randolph, let's see, probably another founding father and seventh governor of Virginia, attended the Constitutional Convention. John Randolph of Roanoke, who was another politician and was in the Senate in the 1820s and was minister to Russia under Andrew Jackson. We have Edmund Ruffin, another plantation owner, scientist, and activist, known as an early advocate for secession of the southern slave states from the United States. He served in the Virginia Senate in the 1820s. Here's a weird one. Pascal Beverly Randolph. Right? We talked about him with Christ Koopa a couple years ago. The, African-American medical doctor, occultist, spiritualist, trance medium, and sex magic writer who founded the earliest known Rosicrucian order in the United States. I guess he's a direct descendant. George W. Randolph, another Virginia planter and Confederate general, and Robert E. Lee. I believe. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the whole Lee family, like, is connected to the Randolph family.
Yeah.
There's actually, I mean, obviously, like, a ton of descendants, but
yeah, I think they were part of they came over here because of the English Civil War, in which like they were sort of like members of the court of like various like nobles and like aristocrats, but then I think they took the king's side during the English Civil Wars in the 1600s, and they were among the Cavaliers, so-called, who supported the king. And then I think they lost. Like I kind of forget which war we're talking about, but I assume because they emigrated to Ireland and then moved to Virginia after that, and that's when they set up. So yeah, the Cavaliers are like, they're like another like subset of like WASPs that are like specific, more concentrated in the South, and got into being like running, owning slave plantations and things like that, right? And let's see, blah blah blah. Yeah, so just like a million descendants, and so one book, I think like Scarface and the Untouchable says that basically William Isham Randolph was like the
Robert
Isham Randolph. I don't know, I keep doing that. Yeah, he was basically like the oldest money person, like in the kind of upper class of like Chicago at that time. Yeah. And there were a number, but like he had a very esteemed lineage.
Has an interesting like kind of background too, because he apparently like he was a civil engineer, and in fact Robert Isham Randolph also like kind of trained as an engineer, I think. Yeah, he went to Cornell for engineering, but his father like designed the lock system for the Panama Canal.
Wow.
And he was a chief engineer for the Illinois Central Railroad too.
Oh wow. Wow.
Yeah. So yeah, he had a prominent father as well.
Yeah, and I believe he had some military service, hence the colonel during World War I is like a military engineer. Didn't he serve on the Mexican border for a little while during the kind of like rebellion stuff that was going on? I forget who we just talked about that also served on the Mexican border I'm trying to think. I don't know why I'm blanking on it.
Yeah, I don't remember either. We're getting old.
I know.
Our memories are fading. It was someone related to William F. Buckley.
Right,
I don't remember who. Yeah.
Was it his father?
Oh, yeah, his father. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, his father served as like part of that army force, and like interestingly, so I wonder if they ever crossed paths.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Yeah. So, they are, and he had a few comments about like the tactics of the Secret Six that he said one particularly ominous comment was like, when it comes to fighting this crime menace, we could do worse than to emulate our ancestors. It's like, what do you mean by that, bro? Like, you mean like slaughtering Native Americans, like, and enslaving people? What? That's a heavy thing to say when you have that kind of lineage, but I think people found him most serious and agreeable. The Chicago business elite really liked this guy. And he was technically president of the Chicago Association of Commerce, which is like not exactly a chamber of commerce. There were a few organizations. The other one was the Employers Association of Chicago, which eventually had been around for a while, but was very big at like anti-labor union kind of agitation. And oftentimes another thing that's interesting, I forget what book I found that like discussed the kind of hysterical charges made by the Employers Association in the 1920s that like basically making this conflation between gangsterism and unions, and like that most of the unions in Chicago were used violent gangsterish means to like to set up kind of rackets and milk the honest business owner out of his blah blah blah. And you could see obviously they were doing this kind of smearing thing of like these radical these corrupt sleazy ethnic unions are actually just mob. There's no difference between them and mob, like somebody that would go on strike. And then, like, the mafiosos. Of course, there was, there was an interplay between...
Not to say there wasn't,
There wasn't none, but, like, there was a clearly kind of a thing to smear all unionism as mafia activity. And even, some of the, like, events that kicked off the immediate formation of the Secret Six were seen in a kind of anti-labor, like a union struggle with business kind of sense. And so... that's like something that has to be watched out for when they're going on these like over, very melodramatic kind of, screeds against like why this is so bad for business specifically. There's something, I think, to the extent that people are running like, speakeasies and stuff, it probably doesn't affect the economic interests of like the richest industrialists, but union stuff sure does, right? And so, and you could get people on your side. That's like a meta thing I see.
It's also like literally direct political competition, because what they probably imagined was simply that Al Capone was doing what many political bosses had done previously, and that he was going to use a political machine to take over the city. Yeah, like literally
from them. Very much so.
Exactly. That's probably what they really feared, that he would just because it certainly is true that like corrupt political machines, like sometimes marshaling like organized labor in various ways, right? And sometimes like there were different factions that contested one another, right? And a lot of the time those political machines, like again, like this is like the kind of framing of around Prohibition where it's like, Al Capone was the hero of the working man, and like these like big bad people were like trying to stop. It's like like all these like kind of like machine politicians and like corrupt like political bosses like were often like working arm in glove with these. I mean, there's a reason why even in that account Al Capone is like, look, like let's like work together, like I'll help you, like I'll work for you,
right? Like, it shows you like it gives the game away a little bit.
The norms were
it gives the game away that like Al Capone wasn't necessarily trying to pose an existential threat to the city's industrialists, but I think in a way he was convenient. He was almost irresistible as like the sacrificial face of a certain type of, I don't know, quote unquote crime that they wanted to and disorder and like whatever, like extra legal activity that they wanted to like make an example of by crushing, in order, there's a lot of different motivations, but like one could be to quote unquote clean up Chicago and like make its global image much more prestigious, and not have this like sordid once again ethnic reputation of these not these lowly people, blah blah blah. There was there's a description.
One of this is from the Chicago radio station at the time. Capone is the most dangerous, most resourceful, most cruel, the most menacing, the most conscienceless of any criminal of modern times. He has contributed more to besmirch the fair name of Chicago than any man living or dead, beginning as a little ruffian in Brooklyn, by stages, through pandering, traffic in women, and murder. He has reached a place never before occupied by any of his kind in this country. His ruthlessness has frightened his enemies. His employment of legal counsel, who ought to be ashamed of their employment, has enabled him to take advantage of the technicalities of the law. His bribery and debauchery of those charged with the administration of criminal justice has been effective. But this lone gorilla of gangland is being cornered. Gorilla in like the ape sense.
ORILLA.
Yeah. This lone gorilla of gangland is being cornered. The end is certain. His notoriety, for a time the secret of his strength, promises to be the instrument of his undoing. It is kind of interesting because like the Secret Six, like it's as you were saying, contrary to the sort of like name, they obviously like were not about like super about being secret. Like they were publicity hounds. The
name is very though I feel like in Kevin Meredith's book, like he maybe pushes it a little too far to say like they were all kind of out in the open, like they were neither secret nor just six people. That should be stressed. Like they were secret in the sense that they operated as a conspiratorial organization that did not share its like the full scope of its like activities with either like law enforcement or like the public. However, they were huge publicity hounds and wanted to be like have a reputation. And the sixth thing is because when somebody first asked Randolph when he set this thing up, like how many millionaires are going to be on this committee, he said it might be anywhere, it might be 6 people, it might be 150. We'll have to see. And then it kind of then people took that and we're like, oh, Secret Six, and then
oh yeah, exactly, and it's like, he was kind of coy about like the membership, right? And yeah, like, which, again, like, it wasn't necessarily saying that like, oh, it's secret, we all wear Lone Ranger outfits.
Well, if you watch the 1931 pre-code movie that I watched that came out during the activity of the Secret Six and very much acted as like a publicity fuel for them, that is literally how they are depicted when Clark Gable, like I think he's a prosecutor, gets brought into this like stately room, and there are these old like bourgeois men wearing Lone Ranger masks like sitting at like a panel, and it's like these gentlemen are the ultimate crime-fighting force that have like put their fortunes on the line to stamp out these swarthy ethnic, it's like a Slaughterhouse Scorpio is like the bad guy, and then he gets like a corrupt Polish guy to like run for like mayor who's like totally in cahoots. And I do like the one funny touch of it is there's like an Anglo like lawyer kind of figure name, I think his name is like Newton, who is like puppeteering the entire like white ethnic criminal regime, and is like he's like their lawyer and like their economic advisor, and he's always like talking down to them. That was a motif throughout Secret Six's propaganda in the press at various points, was that like there was sort of like literally a crime inc. that had like almost like a wasp who went bad, like overseeing, almost like, oh, these ethnics couldn't actually figure out how to do all this like shady business accounting stuff without an estimable man who was like rotten, like kind of directing them. Nobody like that ever like literally materialized, but it was kind of like a meme in the Secret Six propaganda. And this movie kind of reflects that, where there's like a totally sociopathic like Anglo-Saxon guy that is like telling Slaughterhouse like, shut up, like go out and like rig me that election, and they're like, oh, okay, boss, like, there's just, it's like really weird. It's kind of you definitely get a sense for the pre-code vitality of it feels more modern than a 50s movie, despite being that early. It's a little more raw, but
yeah, true. The pre-code thing is definitely a phenomenon. But yeah, like, but anyway, yeah, like, so the sort of like their sort of like attempts to like court the media and to create this sort of legend around themselves was sort of the same thing that had happened with Al Capone, and like they were basically trying to like use like the like exposure to like almost like force like a confrontation or to in some ways like make him like notorious somehow, and like I bet like this would pay dividends, I guess.
I think it very much was the formation of a kind of like Batman v Joker mythology that would like establish itself very deep into like American culture in the way that we understand like crime and law and order, and be very much picked up by like the TV industry and beaten into everybody's heads for like decades. But think of it, Batman's like a rich bourgeois guy who puts on a little Lone Ranger mask and goes around and like beats up like Al Capone's henchmen, and then either the Joker or Penguin, who's like very Capone quoted, and these other kind of baddies.
De Niro's performance in that De Palma movie reminded me a little bit of like the Penguin. He kept doing like
he this like like he had this very Penguin-esque kind of vibe
like
to him.
Chomping a cigar and like doing like little bird like little squawking.
He's doing that face the whole time.
Like quack.
But you do see this kind of develop, like this mythology. I want to read a little from Scarface and the Untouchable that like when they introduce the moment when Colonel Randolph steps on the scene and like announces it, like the context. This is also like not that long after the St. Valentine's Day massacre, which really did kind of shock the city because it was like a mass execution of, I think, the Moran gang, like an Irish gang by like Capone's lieutenants, where they dressed up like cops and invited them to some like warehouse and then whipped out Tommy guns and killed, I forget, like 7 or 8 of them. It killed like a fair number of people, and everyone, it created this like, the sense that, wow, this is really crazy shit was happening. So here we go. So I'll just read a little bit from here, from page 229. Like an earthquake, the St. Valentine's Day massacre had shaken the city of Chicago, transforming its criminal landscape. And I guess there was also a murder of a policeman 100 miles away, and more, the city seemed a nexus of violence. "A real goddamn crazy place," Lucky Luciano reportedly said of Chicago. "Nobody's safe on the street." Civic leaders fretted about the city's reputation, and not just for reasons of pride. Insurance rates climbed, and investors stayed away. So that's where we start to get a little bit of pocketbook. Also with the onset of the Great Depression, right? Like, this is, once their money gets fucked with, then, you know. As the mob moved deeper into labor racketeering, extorting money through threats of strikes or property damage, they increasingly hurt legitimate, quote-unquote, commerce. By early 1930, Capone had become more than a civic shame. He was bad for business. "Chicago is not all gunmen," declared a headline in London's Daily Mail, above an article designed to reassure even the most terrified tourist. "City of dreadful reputation," the piece began, "whose businessmen wear bulletproof vests and cower in fear at the explosion of an automobile tire. Is this a caricature or a reality?" The article replied with a caricature of its own, a gentle jaunt about town, from the well-policed northern suburbs to the beaches where children played unattended, their wealthy parents unafraid of kidnappers. Quote, "To the law-abiding Chicagoan, crime would be something remote and far removed were it not that such killings have injured the name of this city," the Daily Mail said. But restoring the city's good name would take more than a few puff pieces. The city fathers began planning a grand World's Fair, the Century of Progress Exposition, timed for 1937 and Chicago's centennial, an opportunity to wipe the gangsters from the headlines and place Chicago at the forefront of science and industry. After the stock market crash, civic leaders clung to the fair like a lifeline, even moving it to 1933 in hopes it would bring the economic boost their city so sorely needed. But Capone threatened to derail it all. Quote, "Unless gang rule is wiped out in Chicago before the Century of Progress Exposition," one observer noted, "there will be no visitors here in 1933, for the simple reason that people will be too scared to come." And yet, the business elite remained aloof. The St. Valentine's Day Massacre had been shocking enough to prompt a meeting of the Chicago Association of Commerce, the businessmen's organization dedicated to burnishing the city's image. Even that notorious crime couldn't spur them to action. If the gangsters wanted to kill each other, so much the better. Randolph literally said that at various points. It's like as long as they were just killing each other, that was actually great. Like, we want them all to kill each other. Anyway, the boosters argued, the crime situation wasn't as severe as the press painted it. Statistically, Chicago was only 17th in the nation for violent crime. There you go. So maybe not as bad as, the press. Then, and this is a huge turning point. The Secret Six book kind of starts here as this is a big moment. And it does involve that combination of mob stuff and labor stuff, maybe. Then, on February 5th, 1930, 2 gunmen opened fire on the leafy campus of the University of Chicago, near the construction site for a new hospital, 2 bullets dropping foreman Philip Maher, one nearly severing his spine. He survived, and Chicago barely noticed the incident, having grown used to gunfire on its streets. Both Maher and his boss, Harrison B. Barnard, belonged to the Association of Commerce. The next day, Barnard visited the group's new president, Robert Isham Randolph, 46, and laid blame for the crime on labor racketeers. The shooting was a declaration of war on the business community. Barnard had come to the right man. Tall and lean, Randolph always appeared a bit sickly, his baggy gray eyes hidden in deep, dark sockets. But he was energetic and charismatic, quick to smile, and solid as a tombstone. More than one reporter noted the Sherlock Holmes resemblance, the high forehead and hooked nose. Some called him Bob, others the Colonel. He had served in the World War, and as civil engineer, built bridges and redirected rivers. The association elected him president in January 1930 to do for their organization what that other great engineer, Herbert Hoover, would do for the country. Now, like Hoover, Randolph was on a collision course with gangsters, agreeing with Barnard. They had to retaliate. 2 days after the Maher shooting, Randolph declared, quote, "A war on crime which will continue as long as I am president of the Association of Commerce." He met with state's attorney, John Swanson, important figure, who helped plan the raid on Chicago Heights, to inquire why the prosecutor had failed to make more inroads against organized crime. Swanson said his investigators couldn't build strong cases because their names were on the public payroll, leaving them open to bribes and intimidation. If the businessmen wanted to help, they should fund an off-the-books squad of detectives, quote, a real secret service in which the operatives are not known, perhaps not even known to each other, free to uncover the evidence Swanson's men could not. With that kind of backing, the state's attorney believed he could put any gangster in jail. Randolph embraced the idea of a private spy service with himself as its commanding officer. He called a special meeting of the Association of Commerce and laid out the plan. After 2 hours, Chicago's wealthiest men remained unconvinced. Quote, "Oh, the situation may not be so bad as you picture it, Colonel," one remarked. Suppose we wait until the mob really does something that will arouse the entire citizenry of Chicago, something really terrible. Apparently, only the death of someone in this room would spur civic action. Randolph, with an ironic smile, declined the honor of becoming a martyr to gangster bullets. Then one attendee stood, white-haired with a drooping mustache and pince-nez glasses. Probably the richest man present, Samuel Insull owned a network of utility companies valued at $3 billion. That's quite a lot. That's probably could be about like 60 billion, 70 billion in today's dollars, if I had to guess. Recently, he'd poured a fortune into erecting, quote, the tallest opera building in the world, which opened 6 days after the stock market crash. Ouch. Insull said the situation was already, quote, bad enough, and agreed to back Randolph's plan, adding, you can put me down for 10% of any amount of money you want to raise. This show of support came from a man who displayed a thirst for power and a gift for corruption rivaling any gangsters. He'd once hired bodyguards from Al Capone. Insull's financial empire was essentially a pyramid scheme of holding companies propped up by manipulated stocks and catastrophic debt. He shamelessly purchased politicians, keeping one U.S. senator on a monthly retainer. With Insull's golden blessing, Randolph's plan could not fail. Other members of the association kicked in large sums, $25,000 or more. On February 8th, Randolph announced formation of a Citizens Committee for the Prevention and Punishment of Crime, declaring no one would be safe from its prying eyes. Quote, if our information shows that the police should be hit, then the police will be hit, he said, not exempting the legislature either. And we're going to keep on working until we have dragged the city out of the mire. How many, the Chicago Daily News asked, were on the committee? There may be 100, or there may be 6, Randolph said, but in any event, it obviously would be wrong to announce who they are. The news reporter ran with Randolph's figure, giving the committee its catchy nickname, the Secret Six. Members, besides Randolph and Insull, included philanthropist Julius Rosenwald of the Sears Roebuck fortune, right? I think he was also a funder after World War II of the American Security Council, as were, I think, several of these people in the Secret Six milieu, actually. Western Electric Vice President C.L. Rice, phone company executive William Rufus Abbott, and stockbroker George E. Paddock. That indeed made 6, but building contractor Harrison Barnard, who'd put the plan in motion, lent his support as well, and several members of the Chicago Crime Commission also took part, among them Frank Loesch, who was kind of the more like public and mild face of this kind of Chicago anti-crime effort for businessmen. I think his group published the Public Enemies list that eventually morphed into the FBI most wanted list eventually. But it's kind of like they provided like quiet support, but were a little bit unwilling to like fully merge, especially later, like fully merge with the Secret Six because they had been involved in some scandals. But anyways, Randolph claimed the Six had bottomless financial resources. Quote, if the needed sum be 1 million or 2 million or 5 million, he wrote, the businessmen of Chicago will furnish it. But the gathering depression had a chilling effect even on this affluent crew, putting a crimp in Randolph's fundraising. He would later estimate his total budget more conservatively at $350,000. Most of the 6, I'm sorry, folks, he's about to start pocket watching here. Most of the 6 were Protestants. 2 were sons of the American Revolution. Randolph was as close as Chicago came to old money, with roots stretching back to Virginia, like we said, in the 1600s. His ancestors had lived next door to George Washington, and his family lent its name to Randolph Street in the Loop. As an upstanding native Chicagoan, Randolph took great offense at Capone, that, quote, dirty, vicious killer, becoming the face of his city. Quote, he doesn't belong to us, Randolph insisted, pointing out that Capone was a New Yorker born and bred. But when Randolph called the gangster a, quote, Dago bootlegger, or referred to one of his own operatives as a, quote, little red W slur, he revealed his distaste for more than just Capone's Brooklyn background. Frank Loesch, described by one observer as a, quote, xenophobic bigot, made this explicit. Quote, he said, the real Americans are not gangsters, claimed the man who not long ago asked Al Capone for a favor. Recent immigrants and the first generation of Jews and Italians are the chief offenders, with the Jews furnishing the brains and the Italians the brawn. Men like Randolph objected not only to Capone's illicit business or to the threat he posed to their above-board ones, but to his very identity, the presence of this first-generation Italian-American in their city, their country. Randolph remained the frontman of the Secret Six, its only known member and chief booster. He denied the Six were in any way vigilantes. We didn't choose to get into this, he said, but we were forced into it. We will resort to no extra-legal methods, and any talk of vigilance is ridiculous. But at times he admitted his men employed, quote, all sorts of devious and extra-legal means of securing information because they were forced to fight fire with fire, a civilized alternative to lynch law, a release valve for the pent-up frustrations of a city sick and tired of slaughter. Even now, Randolph said in 1931, it wouldn't take much effort to arouse the American Legion in Chicago to go down to Cicero one night and burn the place up and string the gangsters up on telegraph poles. Okay. Yikes. The Secret Six's original purpose was to hunt down the men who shot Maher, but that fell quickly by the wayside. Their unnamed and unnumbered operatives began gathering all kinds of intelligence, offering rewards, paying off tipsters, even tapping phone lines. We wasted a lot of money, Randolph admitted, because our best information was purchased from stool pigeons. Their biggest operation seems to have been setting up a working speakeasy in Cicero as a listening post. The project cost about $12,000, but it lasted only 5 or 6 months before the proprietor they hired skipped town. Whatever they learned, they passed on to the authorities, especially John Swanson and George E.Q. Johnson. Those prosecutors, understaffed, underfunded, and overworked, welcomed the help and publicly aligned themselves with the Six. But desperation had driven them into a dangerous experiment, one they'd come to regret. Randolph promoted the Six at every opportunity, writing, lecturing, liberally consenting to interviews. He seized upon the dramatic potency of its nickname to inflate the group into a fearsome intelligence agency that had the city's gangsters running scared. His claims didn't impress Chicago's hard-bitten reporters, but Randolph knew the real battle for Chicago's future lay with the American people. Quote, give us the benefit of the doubt, he implored non-Chicagoans. I assure you that when you come to Chicago for the Century of Progress exposition, you needn't bring a bodyguard with you. If you are timid, I will give you an escort from the Secret Six. So there we go. Yeah, that is, kind of a little bit about how they got started, and you can see Randolph's pretty hardcore determination, but, at the same time, probably some self-serving motives are at play. And as the other book by Kevin Meredith, really stresses over and over again, these guys are vigilantes, we kind of think about a crazy mob of chuds, or, a lynch mob, or a Wild West posse. That's the only kind of vigilante there is. But no, he says this is quite an unusual standout case in American history where the quote-unquote vigilantes were the wealthiest people in Chicago with millions of dollars and a bunch of off-duty cops and other people at their disposal, creating basically, Randolph says it multiple times, that he's creating basically a military intelligence organization in domestically to go after quote-unquote crime. It's something that gives you a little bit of the willies today,
right,
as we have kind of increasing lawlessness and with ICE, and then these kind of I don't know, these like corporations like Palantir that are offering these services that could be given to private actors, and billionaires can always hire some kind of like one-shotted like operator guy as like private security that can like domestically spy on people for them. It's not a good road to go down.
He also like kind of says that they, like Elliot Ness didn't really bring Al Capone down, but neither did the Secret Six, really.
Yes.
Like, it was a federal government.
Despite Al Capone saying, in quote, once he was like in jail, it's like the Secret Six licked me. They cut all the money out of the racket. And, maybe they did depress, like, the Untouchables and the Secret Six did for a while was kind of depress the revenue of, like, the Chicago outfit in certain
they used
cases.
Batman's ultimate weapon of reputation and fear to make and theatricality.
Right. The fear of the bat, the Secret Six bat.
Exactly. Like, it's the bat. Yeah, exactly.
The press is full of things like that, where the bat signal, so to speak, gets sent up after a grievous crime is committed against the city's finest residents. There's quite a bit of that. The other thing that is happening a lot, again, like shades of the Bay Area in the 70s, there were a lot of bombings, right? Like Meredith says, by 1930, various organizations in Chicago were keeping a tally of bombings in the city. The numbers were impressive, according to a December 28, 1930 story in the Chicago Tribune. Quote, officials of the Employers Association of Greater Chicago announced that there had been 71 bombings in 1930. While the number was below that for preceding years, the damage was far greater, $508,450, as compared to $197,000 in 116 bombings in 1929. 3 persons have been killed and a score injured. The story, which reported 116 bombings each in 1928 and 29, had been prompted by a particularly active month of explosions. The Carson Pirie bombing was the 4th in a series of explosions which have shaken the walls of large business concerns since December 7th. On that day, interesting, the main plant of Sears, Roebuck and Company was bombed. So then you think Julius, like Rosenwald, right, ends up like backing the Secret Six because his companies are being bombed. 2 days later, a charge of dynamite wrecked the entrance and shattered windows in the north end of the Furniture Mart, and on Christmas Eve, the largest building in the world, the Merchandise Mart, was damaged by a bomb. Officials speculated that many of the bombings had resulted from labor disputes, for example, as retribution for the use of non-union truck drivers at the businesses that had been attacked. Other bombings were blamed on, quote, bootlegger wrangles, disputes over who was buying booze from whom, such as the December 26th explosion that shook a Chinese restaurant and an adjacent nightclub. Another theory about those behind the bombings was put forth by acting police chief John Alcock, who guessed that someone wanted to make Chicago's finest look bad. That's interesting. Gordon Hostetter, executive director of the Employers Association, suspected a Soviet plot intended to disrupt the 1933 World's Fair and its celebration of free market innovation. That's nice. Actually a good example that despite the kind of very bland title of like Employers Association of Greater Chicago, the men who are running this like do be believing shit like that like they're they're promoting that idea, like they're very Soviet phobic and any kind of like labor union socialism anarchism, like any of that, they are they're seeing Soviet plots everywhere, even before the Cold War. And I would guarantee you there's a strong overlap if we go through our Charles Lindbergh episodes from earlier this year and the people swirling around the America First Committee in Chicago. I think you'd see a very overlapping Venn diagram, right? Including people that thought maybe this chap Hitler is not so bad. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the milieu we're very much talking about. Whatever the cause is, more than once a week in 1930, something in Chicago was getting blown up. The Great Depression, whose start is usually dated to October 29, 1929, and which is generally credited for more than a decade of financial upheaval and rampant crime in the nation, can't be blamed for all the mayhem in Chicago. In fact, the Windy City had been suffering from chaos and corruption for years. In 1926, no less than Vice President Charles Dawes, a Nobel Peace Prize recipient and longtime resident of the city, went to the U.S. Senate to ask for a federal intervention. Dawes spoke of a, quote, reign of lawlessness and terror in Chicago, whose start he dated to 1922. Chicago's criminal element, Dawes claimed, quote, have formed a super government of their own, who levy tribute upon citizens and enforce collection by terrorizing, kidnapping, and assassinations. Chicago's crime lords, Dawes continued, have become fabulously rich as rum runners and bootleggers, working in collusion with police, politicians, and public officials. Although the making and selling of liquor had been outlawed by the U.S. under Prohibition in 1920, Dawes charged that 5 breweries were selling beer openly and under police protection. He added, evidence multiplies daily that many public officials are in secret alliance with underworld assassins, gunmen, rum runners, bootleggers, thugs, ballot box stuffers, and repeaters. Dawes cast his aspersions widely, pointing to, quote, the attendance of judges, city and county officials, and politicians as mourners at the funerals of hoodlums slain by gangland's guns. The federal government declined to offer any help to Chicago, and others accused Dawes of exaggerating the city's distress to make his political rivals look bad. But there was ample room for concern. In 1931, the city of 3.5 million people suffered 344 murders, or almost one per day. Yeah, so of course he talks about Prohibition, blah, 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 and Al Capone sat atop of all the rackets. Capone allegedly contributed $50,000 to the mayoral campaign of William Big Bill Thompson in 1927. So he was, I think, still the mayor during this term, when the Secret Six starts. And I think they were not cool, obviously, with, like, they saw William Thompson as like an op, because he was cool, or whatever. He was cool with Capone. And let's see, police involvement in mass murder. Oh yeah, there was even like suspicions that corrupt police were involved in the St. Valentine's Day massacre. And yeah, this is 10th man is shot in Chicago streets. This is the Maher shooting. Which leads directly to the formation of the Secret Six. His first meeting was at the Hotel LaSalle, which I think decades later would be the headquarters of the Mayor Daley machine. But at this point was kind of the headquarters of the first meeting place of the Secret Six. And it is funny that some of the industrialists were like not immediately super kind of down, but like a few of them are and contribute money to it. So, they start, let me see. And this is all happening like right around the same time, a little before Eliot Ness is sort of formally like quote unquote recruited to, launch like the Untouchables and stuff. But in a way, the Secret Six recruits their own network of like untouchable, either ex-cops or off-duty cops and like detectives to run around doing all kinds of the similar kind of like disruption, moves and a lot of spying and surveillance. And they're technically being run by Eliot Ness's brother-in-law, So it's just weird, like a story about Eliot Ness. Oh, his brother-in-law was working for these industrialists that were also, it's like they don't want to get in the way of the myth that they're building, right? By having these like meddlesome little Secret Six people kind of pop up, because it kind of changes the tone of the story a little bit. And then, if you include what happened eventually to the Secret Six, like they don't seem exactly so heroic and like totally clean, So yeah, the police force has not had a payday since before Christmas. It's so that they did do a big like roundup, I think. But like they realized, we need like a sustained campaign. You can't just like arrest everybody once one weekend. But it was like, the cops kind of know where everybody is. So let's see. A lot of this, because this book is sourced on what was found on newspapers.com, which I agree with the author, is an excellent source for certain things like this, where, if there hasn't been a lot of books written about it, like it's surprising, most of their newspapers are like OCR scanned. So if you search for keywords, I think he said that he found like over 10,000 articles. A lot of them are kind of duplicate, wire articles from like the AP, but he found like 10,000 hits for Secret Six in this 3-year time. And oftentimes, like, not in just like Chicago newspapers, but this is very much like a national PR phenomenon from the very beginning, where I think, let's see, the national press took note of them pretty quickly here. Quote, Chicago citizens open war on crime, announced the New York Times headline on February 8th, 1930. Business group assails officials and begins drive to end reign of violence. Now, one thing I noticed that was kind of interesting is that, like, at least Kevin Meredith, the author, believes that, like, the Chicago Tribune was one of the more critical papers about the Secret Six, or at least more balanced, in that it would sort of present some of their self-aggrandizing kind of like claims about how, oh, we stopped so many crimes, but it would also, you know, publish things that were like embarrassing to them, and other papers still kind of covered it with like a sarcastic tone at times, which is weird because, you know, the owner of the Chicago Tribune was another Colonel Robert McCormick, who was like a super right-wing, super anti-communist, anti-labor union, like borderline like fascist, like industrialist, another old WASP whose family had been wealthy for like multiple generations, and kind of came into it and then ended up starting this newspaper, not unlike William Randolph Hearst. And he seemed to be a little, like, I don't know if, we don't have full evidence over which millionaires and industrialists, like, you know, were funding this and backing it. I think it's safe to assume there's more than the six that are kind of hypothesized. That this was like a kind of coalition, probably with heavily overlapping membership with the Employers Association.
And there were other like Secret Sixes in other like states too, or like sort of groups inspired by them.
Yeah.
Right? So it makes sense that, like, since they had like, you know, even inspired by the movie and stuff. So, like, you know, they would have enough popularity, and it seemed like a loose enough coalition that, like, yeah, there could be a lot of people who were like trying to like support this effort, you know. And yeah, it is like true that it was certainly seen as a crisis, you know. Yeah, like it was. I mean, even in that like McGeer book, which is like generally, you know, all about how, you know, like prohibition like caused like these problems, right? It does, you know, yeah, she does say like prohibition lawlessness has provided fodder for popular retellings of the exploits of colorful crime kingpins, from the activities of Scarface Al Capone to the sensational murders of fabulously wealthy bootleggers such as George Remus. While such accounts are frequently tinged with romance and nostalgia, less emphasis has been placed on the devastating impact of organized crime networks on poor communities, where illegal liquor business operated with impunity. The new industry fueled an expansion of criminal webs in Chicago and the fast deteriorating Chicago immigrant neighborhoods, often lumped together as gangland, and on the city's largely African-American South Side. Criminal gangs controlled the large working-class enclave of Cicero just west of Chicago proper as well. It was soon dubbed Capone Town. Surrounded by factories, the enclave served as the base for the gangsters' operation. Capone operated uninhibited by police, his legal empire smoothed by his political connections, violence, and the wet sentiments of many of Chicago's ethnic political leaders. Foremost among them stood Anton Cermak, who ultimately ended up dying, like taking a bullet for FDR.
In a very sus way. Honestly, I didn't really get to, like, I think the author of Scarface and the Untouchable, like, also wrote a book investigating the Cermak assassination. And I think he had, like, doubts about, like, because people think, yes, like, Cermak, like, jumped in front of FDR and, like, took a bullet and died when they were in Miami right after FDR took office. And people thought, oh, the guy must have been aiming at FDR, but it was, you know, not to stereotype, but it was an Italian assassin. And Cermak had just been elected, you know, was kind of part of this, like, sort of New Deal kind of coalition, and was promising to, like, crack down on, I don't know, like various types of like corruption. I think he was also like I think he was pretty negative on the Secret Six, if I recall correctly, Cermak. And like, or maybe
it seems like they didn't like him from, like, you know, he, well, I mean, it's hard to read, but from that exchange between Randolph and Capone says, should I support Thompson or should I support Cermak? And Randolph says, like, you should stick with Thompson. So it's hard to say, like, if that is, like, you know, Randolph saying, like, I support Thompson over Cermak because, like, he's Czech, you know, or like Polish.
I think he's Czech.
Right?
He's Czech.
Yeah. Because he's Czech. or like, you know, I think you should support Thompson because like you're scum, and like I prefer Cermak.
I don't think he would have, because Cermak was a Democrat.
Cermak.
Yeah, so he was a white ethnic Democrat, like
so
who was cool with FDR.
Yeah, Cermak's shitty even for you. Yeah, I mean Cermak was definitely like, you know,
connected.
He was a like a hardcore wet, you know, and he like definitely blamed everything on prohibition in terms of like, you know, the rise in organized crime. He was like not about like going after it per se. He was more about it talks
we
a
should
bit
end
more,
prohibition and the problem will kind of solve itself.
Poor communities in Chicago bore the brunt of the illegal alcohol trade because residents lacked the power to prevent criminal penetration. Police directed and permitted legal activities in areas largely invisible to the city's powerful and wealthy. These neighborhoods included a Lithuanian colony at the southern end, part of Little Pilsen on the west, the Valley, the Ghetto, the southern portion of Little Italy that bordered Hull House. Street-level gangs built alliances with larger criminal businesses running the profitable liquor trade. These local gangs served as ground floor enforcers and the muscle in the border struggles over territory. It was in these immigrant working-class neighborhoods that Chicago's notorious beer wars were fought. In 1923, after Mayor William Denver cracked down on crime, gangs competed even more fiercely in a greatly reduced territory. Each gang strong-armed local retailers into carrying only its brand of beer. Gangsters threatened to bomb Republican establishments, a promise made good on several occasions. Chicago's infamous 1928 Pineapple Primary earned its name because of the rampant bomb explosions, killings, and kidnappings during the election to intimidate rival gangs' political supporters. Fighting for control of areas in Chicago, lamented one settlement house worker, rivalries between gangs and holding up of stills in storerooms results in violence and murder. Although poor residents abhorred the violence and crime from bootlegging rings, the product they supplied undeniably found a profitable market among them. Even the illegal activity itself brought opportunity to some. Whether by operating in a still, in a living room tenement flat, or peddling, delivering, or transporting bootleg liquor, poor men and women participated in the illegal trade despite the risks involved. Chicago's Common Settlement House reported the result. Bootlegging brought an obvious new prosperity to men who before Prohibition were never prosperous. Such reports were echoed in a 1925 survey from the Federal Council of Churches. The illicit liquor traffic has become a means of comparative opulence to many families that formerly were on the records of relief agencies. A Polish banker in Bridgeport, Connecticut saw similar results. Those who a few years ago had to be helped by the Falcon Society, a Polish benefit society, are now driving around in expensive automobiles. Understandably, such profiteering by an unscrupulous few sparked resentment among their neighbors, who after all shared in the risks as their neighborhoods erupted in violence and criminality. These developments in vulnerable immigrant communities led to a widespread but erroneous popular linkage of foreigners with criminality. The 1920s saw heightened anti-immigrant sentiment, whose stock and trade came to include frequent portrayals of non-citizens as lawbreakers and criminals. This stereotype was later exposed by Edith Abbott in her 1929 government study, Crime and the Foreign Born. Immigrants were underrepresented in the ranks of criminals, the study found. Foreigners were not the source of the illegal liquor trade. Instead, it was second-generation American-born children of immigrants who were proportionally more likely than their parents or other groups to be arrested or charged with crime, including Volstead violations. Even an otherwise sympathetic Settlement House observer reported, "If it is the foreigner who manufactures, it is the American in his hotel, his club, his suburban home, his lakefront apartment who buys. It is the foreigner who is raided, who takes the risk, who pays the fine and goes to jail, not the wealthy customer, not the buyer who comes to his home in expensive cars." Such stigmatizing contributed to ethnic communities' bitter opposition to prohibition. Compounding all these grievances, poor communities face the additional risk of drinking cheap, sometimes toxic bootleg liquor.
Right.
I mean, yeah, this is like a crazy thing that they did where they like denatured the alcohol, like like industrial alcohol, like poisoned it basically. So, but like they didn't inform the public about that well enough.
It's like the government kind of like putting fentanyl in like other drugs to to make it like dangerous so that people like stop doing it, right? It's kind of like that'll teach them kind of thing.
Well, not even but just straight up like cyanide or something. Like this is just like deadly.
Yeah.
Like it was just like deadly poison.
Jesus.
You would just die. And like people died from drinking it. Like something like at least hundreds of people died in Chicago from drinking.
For fuck's sake,
poison
check your gin,
alcohol.
Folks. Check your gin.
Yeah. But yeah, well, they did, maybe some were like desperate for alcohol, like were willing to drink it, of their own volition, but also like probably a lot were like ignorant of the fact that it had been poisoned.
I'm sure most people didn't want to drink poisoned alcohol, and were killed unnecessarily.
Yeah,
that's like not the greatest thing.
Well, I mean, if you're like a habitual alcoholic, like you might not like be able to you might just be like, okay, but probably the vast majority of people.
But it seems like you wouldn't know if it was like it doesn't have like a poison label on it. It's just like,
I think I don't know what this is. Well, I think they did have a poison label on it, but I think the vast majority of people like still drink it out of ignorance, and like it might not have been clear enough, It was like they even say here like much bootleg whiskey was made from industrial alcohol diverted from government licensed distilleries that manufactured large quantities of alcohol for use in industrial products from paint to antifreeze. Bootleggers redistilled this industrial alcohol to remove the poisons intended to make it impalatable for human consumption. Some denaturants were fairly easy to remove. Others, such as methanol, commonly known as wood alcohol, was one of the most deadly and the most difficult to remove. Unscrupulous bootleggers disguised the taste and odor of contaminants with heavy infusions of flavor. So people were like, cutters of industrial alcohol might also add approximators of embalming fluid to give bootleg whiskey increased kick. Such additives could have drastic effects. Poisonous bootleg liquor could and did lead to blindness or paralysis. In 1928, 60 New Yorkers died from wood alcohol poisoning alone. The official count of deaths annually from wood alcohol peaked in 1923 at 321, but throughout Prohibition, several thousands more, largely poor men and women, are known to have died from poisoned liquor. The South, too, experienced an epidemic of poisonings, et cetera, but... she goes on about this. There was like a
was this done kind of stochastically, or was this done as part of like a federal or state it was government effort?
It was all poisoned.
But who were the ones poisoning for the most part? Was it law enforcement? Was it?
It was the government.
Okay,
it was a state initiative.
Yeah, that aspect of Prohibition, I'm like, that's pretty bad.
Yeah, that's bad.
A bad externality of it.
Prohibition worked best where there's two factors in Prohibition. First of all, is you can never enforce a law like that on a populace that is unwilling. If people don't agree with the law, then it's gonna there's gonna be issues with it.
We're a drinking country. We're not. Unlike say a Islamic country where there's a religious tradition of not drinking, or I don't know, a Mormon republic where nobody drinks, the super majority of America comes from drinking cultures. So it's it's a lot to add. I almost wonder what they didn't just do you can drink beer and wine, but liquor is illegal. I don't know if they could have gotten away with that, but that would have been the real temperance approach.
There were temperance approaches prior to. We could talk about this maybe more in the Prohibition episode, but they tried a lot of different things. It wasn't just they jumped to this, but it is true that it was a big deal, and it does show a changing understanding of the federal government. That's actually a good point that McGear makes, that even the fact of the Prohibition, this kind of in some ways facilitated the rise of New Deal politics, because they were people were the federal government can just ban all alcohol. Well then why can't the federal government do this? Why can't the federal government do all this other stuff?
That's a good point.
So that was so kind of this new conception of the power of the federal government was was tied up with the phenomenon of Prohibition in a lot of ways. But I mean, it is true also that cracking down at different levels was tried, and this was kind of seen as a last result to end some of the, and again it did reduce drinking, it wasn't people just kept
but it's interesting to think about it as as sort of a spurring a paradigmatic shift in the role of the federal government that was coming in. Well, I mean, I guess there were the Roaring 20s when Prohibition was first passed, that I guess an occasion to sort of use the federal government's expanded powers in different ways didn't really arise until the Great Depression. In the Roaring 20s, it was you could maybe look at it as more it was sort of it was used to potentiate the building out of an American federal kind of apparatus of authority and law enforcement, and regulating interstate commerce and all these things. It fed the construction of these federal bureaucracies to regulate this thing, and then when the Depression happened, it kind of opened the door to more both in kind of like good ways, like whatever, Social Security,
yeah,
and stuff, but also in like sus ways where like eventually I think you could almost look at like the national security state kind of being this like outgrowth of like the sort of deep state of America being sort of propelled by this era and taking shape in this era to some degree.
No, I think that's definitely true. And like it is like, in terms of like what you're saying about like an Islamic society, like with it, like, historically speaking, like obviously like now there are like these sort of Islamic states, like modern Islamic states where like alcohol is like completely, forbidden, and like those laws are enforced by like police.
Yeah.
Right. And like a historical context in terms of like the like prohibitions on like alcohol consumption in like Muslim context. First of all, like Muslim societies have never been like homogeneously, until like very recently, where you have like like even in the Hijaz, like I think that there were Christian and Jewish minorities much later than like sometimes is claimed. But like with the exception of I guess the Hijaz, which was like uniformly Muslim, like the sort of hubs of the Muslim world, like Egypt, like the Levant, like they were like they had like substantial Christian minorities,
right,
and substantial like they like even like into the Mamluk period probably like Egypt was like majority Christian, right? Like so in any society where you have like these group, and like alcohol was always illicit for Jews and Christians, so that like already
they could buy and sell it and produce it.
They could buy and sell it,
okay.
yeah. And like obviously, like so actually you can kind of draw a parallel, like where in the same way that prohibition in the U.S. context kind of became bound up with like ethnic tensions, right? Like it was a similar thing in like pre-modern Muslim societies, where like cracking down on alcohol when it happened was also often like a crackdown on like sort of the idea that the Christians were getting too big for their britches.
I see.
There's
a way to cut
like,
him
and
down,
that they
cut
actually
him down
were
to
like,
size.
Exactly. Like which sometimes they like Christians did have like, and Jews, as people know, like did have substantial influence in governments and like the like the medieval Islamic world for sure, the pre-modern Islamic world.
Yeah.
But like, and I mean in like Iran, like certainly like alcohol was
sure.
consumed. In Mughal India, like so.
I think in Bosnia
alcohol,
it's tolerated in like even in
I
Muslim areas, even by Muslims to some degree.
Yeah, like there's definitely like like drinking definitely happens, and like even whenever you like allow it, like with it, if a Christian minority is allowed to have alcohol, it's inevitable, right? So it shows like the fact that exception was even made, like it shows that like this is not like a bone dry, what they would later call like bone dry style of prohibition. I think like really
so I mean in that sense would you place American prohibition on like a very far radical end of the spectrum in terms of like prohibiting kind of alcohol like sale and consumption, to like do it like blanket across all of society with like almost no exceptions except for some rich people who have wine, and like try to completely stamp it out in a population that does quite a lot of drinking, and there's a lot of business, there's a lot of money to be made in drinking, and just totally, what if we did that with the insurance companies?
Obviously,
what if we prohibit that?
It's totally a, I think there's two sides to it. It's totally a, unprecedented sort of, and again, I think that's like the good point that McGeer makes, is that it is tied up with like really the development of like modern policing itself, and like the whole idea of like, like now we have like this whole like surveillance state and stuff like that, but like the idea that like police officers like are going to enforce these like moral, are going to like go after these kind of moral crimes, right, or these sort of vice crimes like on an individual level, right? That is like a relatively like modern phenomenon. Even like the whole like mode of policing, like really like if you look at it, like certainly like people did like raid churches and like smash wine bottles, or like like shut down or like smash wine jugs in like what were called like hanet, or like places of where wine was consumed, right? But usually it was like public sort of like mob instigated, like kind of like from the bottom up,
a little
right?
vigilantism,
like exactly, a form of vigilantism, and or like an attempt by the powerful to appease, like, and to like sort of play to and show their
populist bona
yeah,
fides.
exactly, or show their Islamic credentials, right? Because especially for most of history in the Arab world, right? Like after like the after the Ayyubid period in Egypt, for instance, the rulers were non-Arab, and so the Arab ulama, like they always would feel that like the Turks who really were ruling, they were not like sufficiently Muslim. But anyway, this is like So, but like I think that in terms of like prohibition and like the prohibition in the U.S. and in terms of that, I mean, I think a better comparison would be to, which I think when we do a prohibition episodes, we definitely should discuss like the Soviet Union, right? Because like they also had the exact
anti-alcohol
same
campaigns,
like and they felt that it was like a social like honestly, like like in these sort of histories of prohibition, you see like the same thing of like, the Protestant work ethic. They believed that like they wanted to have obedient workers, who weren't drunk, and like they wanted to take away the heckin' like alcohol that like lubricated the social, or whatever, like that made them based or something, like it made them have the romantic spirit of worker solidarity in the saloons or whatever. But in terms of the Soviet Union, they saw like that this was like actually destructive to like the proletariat.
At varying points. I forget. I know there was an anti-alcohol campaign in the 80s. I forget if there was one like under Stalin.
I think there was one. I don't know if it was under Stalin, but there definitely was one very early on.
Yeah,
like almost immediately after the Bolshevik Revolution, like in the 20s.
Though I do believe that it was mostly based on like raising the prices or like taxes on alcohol to make it like more expensive, and like it wasn't a total prohibition thing.
Yeah, and I think ultimately, like you can't like do that for these kind of offenses. Like you need to have like some kind of like, you need to like, that's like really my position, is that like it should be discouraged, but like you can't like there needs to be some kind of legal market for it that like does exist, or even a gray market of some kind, because otherwise like it leads to these problems. But this is the interesting part I wanted to read about Cermak that I thought was interesting.
Mm-hmm.
In Chicago, urban ethnic men and women had already displayed their collective power at the ballot box prior to the 18th Amendment's enactment. Now they mobilized to voice their opposition to the Anti-Saloon League and its agenda. No political leader in Chicago did more to bring ethnic voters into the political process than Anton Cermak, the leader of the city's Wets. A gruff and outspoken citizen of Czech origin, he's Czech, he bristled with disdain for the nation's anti-liquor crusaders. Cermak immigrated to the United States from Bohemia as a child, arriving in 1879. He grew up in a poor immigrant community where heavy drinking was common. His family settled first in a Bohemian enclave in Braidwood, southwest of Chicago, where he and his father worked in the nearby soft bituminous coal fields that dotted the Braidwood landscape. While still a teenager, Cermak led an effort to demand better pay in his non-union mine. Its owners immediately fired him as a labor agitator. Soon afterwards, his family moved to Pilsen, a vibrant Bohemian neighborhood of Chicago. There, Cermak found skilled work on Chicago's railroads, coupling and uncoupling rail cars, setting train brakes, and inspecting equipment. Thick-shouldered and broad-bodied, Cermak was tough enough to hold his own among the ethnic gangs that often served as the lowest rung of local political party organizations. As a leader of a local Bohemian gang, Cermak came to the attention of the local Democratic Party, which had won the loyalty of Chicago's Czech community. From his first low-level party job as a ward healer, he had worked his way up, becoming the first precinct captain and then chairman. Like the other politicians in the early 20th century urban politics, he built a loyal consistency through personal service to the community, distributing coal, clothing, and sometimes rent money to needy residents. Drawing on his work in the mines as a mule skinner, he invested in a wood hauling business that soon expanded and allowed him to buy a home in the growing Czech community of Lawndale on the west side of Chicago. In 1902, he won election to the Illinois State Senate, the Illinois State Legislature, where he worked for neighborhood improvements such as sewers, sidewalks, and pavements. Cermak wielded power with an iron hand, freely utilizing patronage and graft when the provision of services was not enough to solidify his power. While he was never indicted, accusations dogged him throughout his career. Prohibition allowed Cermak to ride passionate wet sentiment to the leadership of a local anti-prohibition organization. Backed by the resources of the brewing industry, Cermak used the United Societies for Local Self-Government to focus opposition to liquor law legislation and, not least, to secure his preeminence as a leader of Chicago Wets. Once the amendment passed, Cermak continued to speak out against prohibition. In the days past, he declared, People were warned to be on their guard against the prohibition system. No one wished to listen to these warning voices, and everyone dismissed the subject with, "Oh, it will never happen." Cermak fearlessly debated prohibition supporters, pounding his fist and expertly rousing his predominantly wet audiences to a fever pitch. One event proved so lively that an otherwise sympathetic newspaper chided the audience, imploring them to voice their dissent in a more civil and respectful terms. At Cermak's urging, the Chicago City Council passed a resolution in 1920 calling on state and federal officials to amend the Volstead Act and state enforcement laws to legalize the sale of light wine and beer. He also opposed spending city funds for enforcement, quipping, "Let the federal government pay." In 1920, he carried his idea for a beer and wine amendment to the Illinois delegation of the Democratic National Committee. To his disappointment, the state delegation was too divided between wet and dry wings to unite on the issue, just as the National Party was. But Cermak characteristically would not give up the fight. In 1922, at the same time that he ran for office as chair of the Cook County Board of Commissioners, effectively mayor of Cook County, he launched a drive for a ballot referendum calling for the amendment of the Volstead Act to allow for the manufacture, sale, and transportation of beer and light wines for home consumption. The referendum's relatively modest demands testified to the low hopes of even staunch prohibition opponents for a complete end to it. No constitutional amendment had ever been rescinded. Practical politicians like Cermak focused instead on amending the Volstead Act to mitigate the law's enforcement. Still, the Anti-Saloon League, out after his scalp according to one newspaper, energetically worked to derail his campaign and referendum effort. Many ethnic organizations, on the other hand, mobilized for Cermak in his amendment campaign. German Grand Lodges, Bohemian Sokols, local gymnastic clubs, the Irish American Society of Cook County, and the Polish Fellowship League of Illinois, which included nearly every Polish organization, endorsed Cermak. The Bohemian Ladies Union and the Federated Unions of Bohemia, Bohemian Catholic women, promised support for a mass rally backing the referendum. Ethnic newspapers urged their readers to the polls. I'll just fast forward to her conclusion here. Immigrants, in fact, took the voting booths in Chicago in greater numbers in the 1920s than ever before. They were drawn to the ballot, at least in part, by the war on alcohol. While increasing numbers of first-generation immigrants became citizens and thereby eligible to vote, the habit of actually voting did not emerge spontaneously. Voters had to see sufficient stakes to go to the polls. The two major political parties rarely offered solutions relevant to these working-class men's and women's lives on Election Day. The war on alcohol, however, directly affected them. When prohibition was on the ballot, many working-class immigrants took the plunge into the political process. Once involved, this new political cohort contributed to the fledgling growth of the urban ethnic wing of the Democratic Party. So, yeah, that's one incredibly important legacy of prohibition. Right?
It's interesting that it maybe did the exact thing that the WASP moral reformists did not want it to do, and increase the power of. It's almost wow, that's where the Irish really got their head in the game, is they gave them 13 years without alcohol, and then they started becoming lawyers and business people, and you know what I mean? They took they took the alcohol boot off Patty's neck, and then they were able to start rising up. But actually, ironically, they rose up to restore alcohol.
Yeah.
Birthright, yeah.
Yes, yeah, exactly, yeah. But the consequences were, like we've been saying, it allowed this, all of the negative effects, as is always the case in American society, they fell disproportionately on those communities. Right, on marginalized communities in general.
Yeah,
it was rich people, they always kind of are able to stay above the fray. Right, no one was coming for them, as that one person eloquently said. Right, it was the enforcement fell on those communities, and also the consequences of the black market and alcohol fell on those communities, just as the harms of alcohol itself kind of fell on those communities as well, and still do. We observe that still today, that being rich makes you less likely to become a habitual alcoholic, or to have to be to have these for it to become a problem,
a life destroying problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, there's so many resources to from rehab to just more support structures to not. I think sometimes, the spiral into alcoholism. I don't know,
And it's much easier to be a functioning alcoholic, if you have a bunch of disposable income,
Oh yeah,
you can
yeah,
afford
for sure.
to constantly be,
Yeah.
But,
Instead of, it can more easily ruin people that, just like, you know, cocaine in the 80s, like when it was being pumped into like South Central and then converted into crack, like it had a much more destructive impact on like the poor and working class people than the richy uppies that were like doing it at the Starks Club in fucking Dallas, you know, and kind of living it up. And then you even saw that reflected in the law later with the powder versus crack cocaine disparity in like sentencing, where even the crack one, which is like worse for the people using it and more life destroying. Though, you know, I guess we have Hunter Biden as a counterexample, how you can smoke crack and then not really destroy your life and get invited on a million dirtbag podcasts, which is great. And I mean, be a cool freaking guy.
I think like you know, like even McGear like acknowledges that, like, you know, they like the sort of anti-prohibition campaigners like portrayed, you know, prohibition as like the tyranny of the minority, like, you know, wrongly, you know, like a small vocal minority that imposes upon a majority. That's like, you know, not like, this is a mass movement. It was like incredibly popular. Like this is a huge, like, you know, thing that happened. I mean, part of it was the war, right? Because there had to be prohibition, like, due to the war, and it was kind of like the extension of that in many ways, right? Or there was prohibition, like, you know,
for like supply reasons.
Yeah, for supply reasons, and also just like general, you know, like it was like kind of came out of that wartime environment, but like, you know, there like certainly was like a mass you know, interest in this, right? There were even like dry wets, you know, people who were wet and who wanted to you know, or people who drank and who voted in favor of prohibition, because like they're like, this is the only way I'm gonna you know, stop drinking. But you know, like it like that, like it, but I feel like it was kind of hijacked, like the, you know, the way that it was done was not done correctly.
I mean, I don't know if like there was a way to do it, but or maybe I don't know. Like, it's funny, it was a constitutional amendment too, and not just like a law by Congress. It was like really baked in to became a fundamental law of the land that you just couldn't, and you know. Yeah,
that's part of what's so interesting about prohibition. But
anyways, I kind of want to get back to the Secret Six in the time we have left. But there's a little more here from this book. So after they're launched, like you know, they go on this publicity campaign pretty immediately. It discusses this one like Baltimore Sun interview with Randolph, which is kind of revealing. Meredith says that if the first objective of Chicago's Secret Six was winning the nation's attention, it must be said they succeeded grandly, and secrecy could hang. In February 1930 alone, hundreds of articles appeared in newspapers across America, often on the front page about the group's founding, its initial operations, and its future plans. It didn't hurt that Robert Isham Randolph, the leader, possessed a flair for the dramatic, a knack for sloganeering, and a dark side. So, of course, Randolph, a Chicago native, born in 1883, was an engineer by trade following in the footsteps of his father, Isham Randolph. In the first 2 decades of the 20th century, he focused on public works, serving the Chicago Sanitary District, Illinois Improvement Commission, etc. He started a firm with his father and then became a senior partner. Around the time of the Secret Six, he was at the Randolph Perkins engineering firm, often called Colonel Randolph. You know, he was in the National Guard and was on the Mexican border in 1914, maybe with William F. Buckley's dad, I think. He studied at the Virginia Military Institute and, I actually didn't know this, Chicago's Armor Institute, ARMOUR. I don't know if that's named after a rich guy or it means like armor. I don't know. Now it's the Illinois Institute of Technology and Cornell. And then... let's see, going down here, the Chicago Daily News elaborated on Randolph's World War I service. His job in France was to set up lines of communication, rail and other, and keep them open. So, on the weekend of the Secret Six's formation, the Baltimore Sun sat down with Randolph, declaring him worthy of the new role. Quote from the article, "If one were to set out on a countrywide search for a man who typified the vigilante of pioneer days and ran immediately into Mr. Randolph, the hunt would end, the Sun opined, describing him as a slim, tall, well-built man in his mid-40s, keen gray eyes that never leave a questioner's face, a veteran of 2 wars, whose father saw to it that he got his education at the Virginia Military Institute, a pithy commentator whose language is colorful. The Chicago Herald and Examiner also found Randolph qualified to take on Chicago's crime, almost mystically so. Quote, "Here is no blue-nosed St. George shaking a wooden sword at the dragon of crime," they declared. "Here no fanatic, apoplectic with indignation. Here no tin-pot messiah with a dozen schemes to bring in the millennium before the month is up. But here is a native Chicagoan, born in Englewood, 61st and Stewart to be exact, who sees that his city is in a bad way." "Personally, I'm all for the hoodlums killing each other off," Randolph told the Baltimore Sun. And if that didn't do the trick, Randolph added, "somebody will get rid of these people, or else." Or else. The piece noted that Mr. Randolph left the end of the promise to imagination. The interview continued with the Sun's reporter asking, "Will you supersede the law if the law does not act?" "Things will be done in the name of the law, if it is possible to do them that way," was Randolph's noncommittal answer, although he expressed the hope that the state of Illinois or even the federal government might step in. "And if these things should fail," the reporter persisted. "But if the worst comes to the worst," Randolph replied, his next words harking back to something old and vaguely menacing, "we cannot do better than emulate our ancestors." So yeah, keep in mind, his ancestors are the founding fathers of Virginia, massive slaveholder, plantation owner, politicians, probably, Native American killers, etc. throughout American history. So a little yikes. Going down here, there was, Lafayette, Indiana, published here we go. Yeah, Randolph created a secret document that was promptly leaked to the press. Each resulting story focused on whatever details most interested that reporter. The Journal and Courier of Lafayette, Indiana was one of the first to reveal its findings, publishing a real page-turner on February 20th, 1930. The article described the Association of Commerce's plan as a, quote, "gigantic, desperate drive against crime with unlimited financial backing by a system of secret investigation. The effort, headed up by the Secret Six, would feature, quote, a tremendous secret system of espionage with the goals of ridding Chicago of crime and gangsters and the breaking up of political alliances with the underworld." The Journal and Courier said, quite wrongly as it turned out, that the Secret Six's investigators would be employed in much the same manner as in Army espionage work. Okay, like military intelligence, with no investigator knowing any of his fellows, and with the investigator's work being investigated before any final action is taken. So they claim to work on a kind of cell system where, they don't share intelligence with other little groups of people. Keeping each Secret Six detective in the dark about the work of the other detectives would prevent the leaks that often hobbled official police work, the plan asserted. So only the Secret Six leadership and the industrialists get to know everything, right? It's like everything's stovepiped, hypothetically. Too often, a crook who feared he was being sniffed out could employ bribes or threats to get the facts from an amoral cop. But the Secret Six would offer no such opportunity, they claimed. Usual tactics of gangsters, murderers, bombers, and other criminals in following the progress of investigations will be of no avail. And let's see, before they could start, this is important, before they could start putting Chicago's criminals behind bars, however, the Secret Six would have to gather information, and there was no shortage of it waiting for them, in the form of, quote, data compiled by the Employers Association on rackets, bombings, and the activities of union labor officials who sponsor violence, extortion, intimidation, or other forms of criminality, as well as the files of the Citizens Committee to enforce the Landis Award. I'm not sure, the Citizens Committee to enforce the Landis Award, and the records of the Chicago Crime Commission. That's another thing that does recur with these Chicago groups, is they kind of build these intelligence databases about leftist groups that they've spied upon, and labor groups, and then they kind of trade it amongst themselves in these little clubby, semi-secret little groups, and build entire portfolios on people. It's real counterinsurgency shit. I mean, he says up front, it's military intelligence. being used domestically. So yeah, now blah blah blah. They're the information is pouring into the offices of the association, announced the Baltimore Sun. Gunmen, racketeers, and murderers who have roamed the streets by day and sat at nightclub front tables during the small hours are being listed as to the matters of their homes and hangouts and the times where they can be located in either. So yeah, they let's see. Yeah, everyone is since the inauguration. Let me see. Yeah, people all around the city were just sending him like tips because they were so excited about his amazing mission to take down the sickos. It says, almost every business in Chicago pays tribute to the organizers of bogus trade unions. Here, this is a good part right here. The first thing to be accomplished, announced the Minneapolis Tribune in a story about the Secret Six's plans, is to induce all businessmen to cease paying tribute to racketeers and pay a part of the blackmail into the coffers of the association for the prosecution of all racketeers and other criminals. Money was one of numerous ways the Secret Six departed from the traditional notion of the American vigilante. These were not lone gunslingers wandering the wilderness. They were rich businessmen who knew other rich business people in a city of considerable wealth. So a central focus of the group's beginnings was its budget, at least $1 million. To put that a number in perspective, the entire Chicago city budget of 1929 was $60.3 million, with more than a quarter of that money, some $16 million, going to the police. In 1930, the force employed 6,719 people. The average annual salary of a policeman in 1930 was estimated to be about $2,400, meaning that every $1 million raised by the Secret Six could pay the salaries of 414 officers a year. That's pretty heavy, right? But would the business people of Chicago agree that this was a good use of their money? And were they saying as much to Randolph? Yes and yes, apparently. As the Knoxville, Kentucky Journal reported, businessmen have assured him, Colonel Randolph declared, that they would willingly contribute toward rigid law enforcement, using the funds that ordinarily went to the gangster chieftains for protection. The monies would be used to employ expert investigators. According to a story in the Omaha World Herald, Randolph claimed that the Secret Six has already received assurances that make the collection of ample funds certain. One man agreed, I think that's that. I'm forgetting his name right now. The sus guy who eventually went down for financial crimes in 1933. He jumped up and said, "I'll give 10%." So, anyways, yeah. So anything from $1 to $3 million will be available for operations, added the Baltimore Sun. In other words, the tribute payers, emboldened by the vigilante program, will give their cash to the latter to finance a short, quick war against having to pay it for all time to the gangster. As these plans were detailed in the last week of February 1930, the gulf between the frontier vigilante and the Secret Six continued to grow. Along with the fortunes at play was the issue of how the money would be used. The cash wasn't going to pay for gunslingers or the guns they would sling. There would be no budget for hanging rope or torches needed to burn down scofflaw homes and hideouts. Instead, according to the Minneapolis Tribune and many other newspapers, the Secret Six Fund, quote, would be used to obtain evidence that would stand up in court. An AP story carried in many papers put the total anticipated Secret Six budget up to $5 million, almost a third of Chicago's annual police department in 1930. Where would the money go? Secret Six planned to employ legal counsel, special investigators, undercover men, special prosecutors, guards, and such other assistance as it may from time to time require. Who would handle all that cash? Randolph would soon appoint 100 men. All right, that's a clue, I think, of like 100 men to the Secret Six Oversight Committee. I mean, that sounds like kind of that is probably the executive body to some extent of like the, 100 businessmen. It's pretty big. As well as the, quote, 12 men who are to form a committee to collect and disperse the funds necessary to the association's fight against racketeering and other crime. Colonel Randolph said most of the dozen had been chosen and agreed to act. So that might be the kind of central committee of the Secret Six is actually 12, and then there's 100 of them. The objective of the Secret Six, the Tribune reported, was less focused on stamping out, quote, holdups, burglaries, and attacks on women, and more on, this is actually funny, and more on, quote, crimes involving restraint of business, with an aim to ferret out those, no matter what their station in society may be, who profit by the criminal acts of others or by political influence. In another departure from the classic model of frontier vigilantism, the Secret Six would not create their own system of justice, but instead would cooperate with established agencies, supplement the work of the constituted authorities, and assume some of the duties of county officials, reported the Tribune, adding that the group planned to form an organization of investigators and lawyers, which will oversee and augment the staff of State's Attorney Swanson. To that end, the protection of witnesses would also be part of the group's mandate. Those doing the work of the Secret Six would remain secret, as would what they were up to, at least for the short term, Randolph told the Tribune. He said, quote, the lawyers whose services would be used would not become known until they have to appear in court. The public will learn of accomplishments of the secret committee and its staff only when its evidence is presented to the grand jury. Among the most ambitious of the Secret Six's goals was the time allotted to the project, half a year. The Vigilantes even had another slogan to go along with their promise. Crimeless Chicago in 6 months, announced headlines and stories to more than 100 newspapers across the country in late February and early March of 1930. Colonel Randolph, according to AP, had promised that the entire anti-crime drive will be unremitting, and said the 6 months estimate was based upon the least length of time in which gangland facts could be obtained, indictments returned, and convictions obtained. The Secret Six couldn't do it on their own, however, Randolph admitted, declaring a cleanup of the city can be made in 6 months if all law enforcement agencies cooperate. The Tribune, the Chicago Tribune, owned by Colonel Robert McCormick, tended toward the least sensational coverage of the Secret Six, and true to form, they offered another caveat to Randolph's promise. We are going into this thing with determination, Colonel Randolph told the paper. We do not expect to make a clean sweep of everything that is wrong in Chicago in 6 months, but we do expect to convict so considerable a number of the racketeers that now infest the city that the rest will respect and fear us. Meanwhile, the Chicago PD kept up their anti-crime crusade, even though police officers were not being paid, which made things a little bit difficult. But yeah, they throw down hard that it's 6 months. They're going to clean up, Chicago. And let's see. Yeah, good deal of ink, it says, by March 1930 was being devoted to opinion and speculation about the Secret Six. It's so mysterious, right? It says Pierre John Huss, a columnist, wrote, citizens, the underworld, and the world at large are awaiting with keen interest the effects of a much heralded $1 million onslaught on crime here by business and industrial leaders headed by the Secret Six. Huss, who would go on to win fame as a World War II correspondent and who interviewed Hitler multiple times, continued hopefully. The steamrolling method has been left to the police, who have resorted to it widely in the last few weeks with the expected results, a show-up parade of 5,000 suspicious persons, and the clogging of courts with cases of minor police characters. The Secret Six, however, intends to divide the city in its Badland sections, place an investigating committee in charge of each district, and secure information not only on criminals in that section, but also on the status and character of policemen, politicians, judges, lawyers, and, quote, moneyed powers. On the basis of this data, it hopes to sweep into the hands of the law not only the current criminals and gangsters, but also the, quote, big shots. Wow. I guess the Chicago Herald and Examiner was like very much in the Vigilantes' corner, and they were just like super excited about this. Actually, weirdly enough, the most critical newspaper in the entire country that this author found, the most strident criticism was from the Anaheim Bulletin. That kind of shocks me because I feel like Anaheim almost has like a scary, like white, like nationalist, like California Reich, like vibe to it. It's where Disneyland is. I think there's a big Klan activity there at various points. But this newspaper in Anaheim said They called the formation of the vigilante group perhaps the nearest approach to civil war that this nation has experienced since the slavery question was settled. The paper described developments in Chicago as, quote, a plan to abolish government, declaring that it is the law-abiding pitted against the criminal, and the former, in taking the law in its own hands, becomes criminal. Wow. So he, like, after that, like, Randolph got a little clapback, and, like, he pushed back hard on the word vigilante as, like, actually, like, that's not what we are. This is, like, totally chill, you know, blah, blah, blah. So, you know, yeah, they're respectable, right? And let's see, yeah, later on, he does say, Would there be the violence one typically associates with vigilantism? Randolph was asked. No, he replied. The Secret Six was not going to hurt anyone. It wasn't a lie, most likely, because Randolph couldn't see in the future. But he was wrong. There would be violence. Worse, Randolph himself would offer a formal justification for that specialized form of violence called torture. But Randolph's protestations may have been sincere at the time they were first issued. He did write like a big national article. I forget what it was in. It was like in the Atlantic or something, where he kind of gives his pitch for like enhanced interrogation and how it might be prudent sometimes.
Yeah, like the third degree.
Yeah, the third degree. Exactly. So yeah, weirdly, like, yeah, the California newspapers were like the most critical of this at the time. But then like all the stories about them did filter to Hollywood pretty quickly, to the point where like within a year, Hollywood had made a movie called The Secret Six, which would kind of dramatized like this whole kind of effort. Hold on, I need to let my dog out for 1 second. I'll be right back.
Yeah. The Irish were among the earliest white ethnic groups to gain position in urban political machines, often decades prior to... Yeah, definitely true. Yeah, I think even McGeer says that the two-step of prohibition and New Deal is more important for the originally non-English speaking, which Irish were white ethnics gaining position within the machines. Yeah. No, it is true. Some people did think, like, I mean, that Sir Mac's like sort of framework of like beer and wine might be allowed, right? Yeah. But yeah, we're gonna do I'm gonna push Dimitri to do the prohibition episode soon, so we could kind of expand out from the immediate Chicago context and you know, talk about the sort of lead up and the sort of the historiographical issues in the kind of the narrative of prohibition. You know, kind of a spicy episode, but I want to do it. You know, I'm nuanced on it. I'm not, you know, unilaterally, you know, not gonna say they did nothing wrong, but there's nuance to be explored. And yes, there were religious exceptions for prohibition and medical, and that was, you know, like one of many vectors that people tried to sort of sidestep the rule. Oh, it was interesting in the chat. Banu Sassan mentioned, it's actually like a very, very interesting. He mentioned that, like, yeah, it's something I've written about fair amount in my other life. Yeah, I have plenty of takes on that, but, you know, not super immediately relevant to the topic at hand. But yeah, I agree with your assessment that they were romantic characters, primarily a literary topos, but somewhat based in like you know, like in some kind of a reality or some kind of a group consciousness or like among, you know, but it became a topos, and a lot of what we just, by virtue of the sources that we have, to what extent this was like a real extant social group. I think that a lot of the historiography around that group is like, again, subject to the same kind of romanticism, the same kind of like wishful thinking and the search for the subaltern perspective that kind of does this anyway. Whatever, this kind of Bakhtinian framework that is doesn't even apply to the study of medieval Europe, in my opinion, but certainly not to the study of medieval Islam. I think that alcohol does come from Arabic, but I might be wrong. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. It comes from alcohol. Like a kohl, like sort of the eye ointment, or the eye medication kohl. Somehow, in the sort of etymological game of telephone, that turned into alcohol. I mean, the idea of like the kalandar, like the sort of antinomian, like sort of rogue, or the rind, like as it kind of called Persian poetry. This, like, in some ways, not really the inverse of the chivalric knight. Sorry, I'm just responding to the chat now. So for people listening to audio, it might sound strange. But someone's, like almost kind of a similar sort of, like almost like chivalric character. There's a good article. I want to say it's by Matthew Thomas Miller, called Kalandar King. If you search for Kalandar King, you'll probably be able to find it. It talks about even during the Seljuk period, the sort of deployment of this archetype to kind of as sort of a way to it's getting late, so I'm making a term, a way to kind of shore up the power of a ruler, or sort of a topos that's even deployed in the context of mad or praise poetry. You're thinking of futuhat, the Islamic concept. People say presages chivalry or predate chivalry. Getting back to the topic at hand. I mean, obviously, you hit upon my special interest, but not being super eloquent because I'm kind of managing the dead air here while and I really could use some food. But it was all the religious Karens. Again, this is before the prohibition was all the religious Karens. We're gonna take this up in the prohibition episode. It's a fallacy. All
right, sorry about that. I'm back. So I guess from there, like this book kind of goes on to talk about like their both kind of their hype machine, and then some of the early cases they get roped up in. A lot of it, I think, kind of conspicuously actually has to do with kidnappings, right? Like the kidnapping and the so-called kind of epidemic of kidnappings of the early 1930s, like during the Great Depression. This seems to occupy almost like a disproportionate amount of attention from the Secret Six, which kind of makes sense because it's directly targeting their class. It's mostly like the abduction of rich people or rich people's children, right? And I think, it kind of ties back to a couple episodes we've done this year, both the Lindbergh baby, which I think happens right during this period. I forget what year that was. Was that 1932?
I'm not. I don't sure off the top of my head. Maybe. Hold on.
I know it does come up at some point, and like they kind of
make. It was 1932.
They make great hay of it. Of like, look, it's what's happening around this country right now, and they do this with kidnapping and bank robbery, where they eventually start to hypothesize or like speak of in very shadowy tones about like a kidnapping incorporated, like a nationwide kidnapping conspiracy, like conspiratorial, almost like company, like an underground corporation of kidnappers that employ it. They always use the number about like 150 hardened killers that are like in every state, and that they were hypothesizing that like all kidnappings were the work of kind of one large sinister organization that, like I said earlier, was often they hypothesized was led by like a shadowy, like serious businessman that like knew how to like run a company and was somehow, but was like dedicated to crime as his business, and then was using all these like white ethnic intermediaries and hoods as like his agents to go out there and, you know, like make that money by kidnapping people and by robbing banks. And, you know, this book is very kind of like skeptic, you know, pretty harsh on that theory. And it just seems odd that they are so hardcore about like the nationwide conspiracy of criminal sickos. Another thing you see in a lot of 80s action movies like The Cult and Cobra, or like, you know, it's almost like there's a union of like criminals that just like hang out to get, you know what I mean? Like there's like this weird, instead of them being kind of like small groups that occasionally intersect there, or like regional networks and stuff, like eventually there's a bit of a structure that develops with like the Chicago outfit and, you know, people like Meyer Lansky much later. But it's this very like childish conception of, you know, almost like the G.I. Joe villains or like League of Bad Guys that are like in, you know, you could almost see this like trickle down into like comic books, and then all the kind of like superhero crime fighting narratives that became so popular in pop culture, right? I mean, like the Joker, like the Penguin, like all these bad guys.
Yeah, I don't know enough about like the like original like earliest Batman comics to really say like what, but certainly like it was in that kind of tradition of like the Lone Ranger, like the sort of masked vigilante, which certainly was a type like in the American. I mean, it really does go back to the kind of the Western, really.
Right, but updated to the big industrial city. You know, Gotham was always seen as like Chicago.
I guess it was
right?
a combination. I don't think it was always seen as Chicago. In fact, I'm sure
maybe
it was
New York,
because
it's called. Oh wait, no, sorry. Metropolis of Superman is supposed to be Chicago.
Yeah,
like,
I don't know what. Yeah, maybe it is. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I guess Superman does have kind of, well, when I think of Superman, I think of that kind of retro, almost like the World's Fair itself. Like it's kind of where Superman lives in my mind, anyway. My conception of Superman, which probably, you know, there's so much like, you know, these characters, but you know, there's so many different conceptions of them and so much written about them. I wonder if like Batman and Superman are like the most like written about. I wonder if they like replace like Sherlock Holmes and Dracula as like the most written about characters in like the history, at least of the English language. But yeah, anyway, like yeah, I mean, you can see like I guess the influence of like the sort of like the Maltese Falcon, like that type of thing, like the kind of
the film
noir detective, yeah, or like the sort of detective fiction, which I guess has, you know, be like Edgar Allan Poe, like Auguste Dupin, and Sherlock Holmes himself, right?
Right.
Sherlock Holmes and Batman are very similar.
Yeah, I'm reading the plot of the first Batman comic from 1939. So, you know, it's written like at the end of the 30s, a few years after this Secret Six kind of thing comes and goes, but maybe left in the like in its overwhelming media coverage at the time, maybe left some marks. It is interesting. The first, you know, plot, the first story is called "The Case of the Chemical Syndicate," and it's actually kind of about like corporate crime. It's kind of about like silk toppers like murdering each other to take control of each other's companies and like hiring hoods to like do it, I guess. It's about a man named Lambert who gets stabbed to death, and he has three business partners, and his son's fingerprints are found on the knife. Commissioner Gordon investigates, bringing with him his friend, socialite Bruce Wayne. Lambert's son asserts his fingerprints got on the blade when he pulled it from his father's neck. Crane calls to say that Lambert had received an anonymous death threat the previous day. Crane himself received one today. Wayne departs, saying he's going home. By the time the police go to Crane's house, they find him dead by gunshot. Crane's murderer meets his accomplice and shows him the contract he stole. A masked figure called the Batman appears, wins out in combat, and has a look at the contract. Rogers goes to Stryker's house after hearing about the murders on the radio. These are the other partners. Stryker's assistant, Jennings, forces Rogers into a bell-shaped gas chamber to kill him. The Batman arrives, defeats Jennings, and saves Rogers. Stryker reveals himself to have killed Lambert and Crane's murderer. He attacks Rogers, but the Batman subdues him. The Batman reveals that Stryker killed the others in order to take over the Apex Chemical Corporation. He hired murderers to kill his business partners and steal the secret contracts he had signed with the victims. After attempting to kill the Batman, the latter knocks him into an acid tank where he is killed. Wow, Batman murders somebody.
Oh yeah, I don't think that the idea that Batman never kills anybody like came about until like way later.
Yeah,
like, I think that Batman would just like straight up shoot people like in the early comics.
Just
there was a comics code too that I don't know how late in the game it came into play. But,
well, I don't know if this would pass because the end is the Batman says a fitting end for his kind before disappearing through an open skylight. The next day, Commissioner Gordon talks to Wayne and tells him about the Batman's caper. Wayne feigns incredulity, but it is revealed to the reader that he is, in fact, the Batman. You know, it's got strong Secret Six energy in a weird way, though it is more about rich people conspiring to like kill each other and like frame like, you know, either the fail son or, you know, some random hoods, but actually it's all about getting control over contracts. There's kind of a lot to chew on, maybe there. You know?
Yeah.
Actually, wait a minute. There's the next one. It's called Killers of Kurdistan.
Oh, wow. Really?
Speed Sond. Oh, you know what? This might be like a different. There was like a couple different character kind of short stories within this.
Oh, because it was Detective Comics and like they were just testing out Batman and Killers of Kurdistan is like a different detective.
This was a speed Bernie Sanders story. No, Speed Saunders. Speed Saunders is called in to investigate a corpse recovered from the river. On the body, he finds a letter bearing the symbol of a red crescent moon. He visits Trelawney, an expert in Eastern lore who's hosting a party. Trelawney reveals he had once infiltrated the secretive cult known as the Killers of Kurdistan during a trip to Arabia with a friend named Tom, now deceased. During the party, Trelawney is shot in the back and dies. Speed seals off the building, and with the help of local police, tracks down a suspect named Hassan, who dies after confessing to the murder. He reveals he was coerced by a mysterious woman known as the Veiled Prophetess. She is later apprehended. That's, you know, that's just funny. The Killers of Kurdistan. A lot of predictive programming going on here in Detective Comics 27. But
I mean, yeah, like honestly, I wouldn't mind like doing an episode about like those, because I just imagine like, I mean, those like characters loom so large like in the American psyche that like you know, you can only imagine what could actually be found like if you like look through those like back when Batman was like, what was the milieu that Batman like emerged from, you know, like what other kind of stories were being published in that like sort of serial
Killers of
comic,
Kurdistan.
you know, when people were like, oh, let's try this like Batman, which then I guess just took a whole like a massive hold on the the Killers of Kurdistan.
Right. Well,
like,
you know,
racist, like a hodgepodge of Orientalist tropes.
Right. Well, if you do remember, like you know, a few years ago now, when we were on the You Can't Win podcast, like I did kind of bring up a Batman kind of like shadowy influence connection to the Secret Six, that or something that had like strong Batman vibes that actually happened like in real life before Batman existed, that bore like a strong similarity to like the sort of origin story of the 1989 movie, where like a childhood Bruce Wayne is like going to the opera, and then some hoods that I think are like later revealed to be like the Joker, like, you know, rob his parents. It's in the Nolan ones too, that like outside of the opera, you know, Bruce Wayne's like aristocratic parents are robbed by a hood who shoots both of them in front of Bruce Wayne. And then like that becomes his like lifelong trauma that eventually has him turn in a way, like a masked billionaire crusader, like the Secret Six was, hunting down, you know, these hoods, and kind of all these different Batman villain characters are kind of like different representations of like, you know, they're different faces of like the same kind of evil hood, often like white ethnic coded, that whether it's the Penguin, who's kind of like Al Capone, or the Joker, who's maybe like a little more of like a foppish, like stylish gangster in a funny way.
He's based on The Man Who Laughs, like the French, like, right? The
maybe
Man Who Laughs.
There's not a commedia
like
dell'arte kind of thing.
It was a movie. I think it was actually based on an earlier French movie, maybe. Oh no, yeah, it was an adaptation of Victor Hugo's novel. That was the French connection. But
right.
Yeah, but
But
it's
maybe
a German expressionist movie.
But yeah, somebody in the Discord was also asking, like, because in that episode we first introduced to, like, you know, our kind of broader audience, like, the term that we've used a lot since, silk topper, and like somebody was just asking the other day, like, where did you guys get that from? Where did you know? And I feel like we said it on You Can't Win, and we never like explained it. We just started using it in the Gustavus Meyer's History of the Great American Fortune series. So I have one. There were like 4 or 5 like kind of duplicated versions of the same story. I have one of them here. It's probably the most colorful one, and this is an example of like the PR machine of the Secret Six. I think this is like December 8th to 10th is when these articles are published here, and it gives you the sense of like the ways in which the Secret Six were being hyped up. And also, let me see where here we go. Yeah, the silk topper. I forget.
The opera thing. I think it's going from the Christopher Nolan movie in terms of Christopher.
Oh, okay. It wasn't in the first Batman. I thought his parents got like killed, gunned down, and it was like scary.
They get gunned down, but they are coming from like I think the movie Zorro.
Oh, interesting. Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's
specifically
Chris Nolan.
In Batman animated series too, as I remember from a kid.
Right.
As a kid, I think.
So this is. I also like that. Like, I think this might be United Press or like one of the wire syndicates. Like, somebody like wrote this article with like a very sarcastic, almost like mocking tone towards the victims. Like, this is evidence that not everybody in the press was just like totally like, wow, like the Secret Six, you know. They're like, some people are a little like looking sideways at the story a little bit because, you know, they talked about, you know, they investigated serious crimes like kidnappings and bombings and things of that nature. But this one kind of ranks a little like lower on the scale, but it actually shows the kind of class dimensions of the Secret Six and that kind of inform everything a little more clearly because of like how petty it is. So this is titled, this might have been from like the Montana Standard, I think. And it's Anti-Crime Forces Prepare to Guard Silk Tile Wearers Against Rough-Looking Men by Frederick Othman. Chicago, December 9th. 3 of Chicago's most powerful anti-crime organizations are going to make Chicago safe for silk toppers, or know the reason why. A crisis wherein 3 young opera-goers got their silk hats bashed in by a quartet of rough-looking men brought on the anti-silk hat knocker-off campaign. Yeah, they're definitely being sarcastic here. But back of the crisis is native folklore, hoary tradition, even custom respected these many years since Chicago was a cow town way out west among the Indians on Lake Michigan. Citizens in those days were pretty tough customers. They didn't wear high silk hats. Neither did anybody who came to town. The citizens saw to that. Then spats were invented somewhere in the effete East. The citizens of Chicago put them in the same category with high silk skimmers, and hard it went with the dandy who ventured out wearing either. So yeah, silk top hats were like bougie and not cool in 19th century Chicago. So things went for a good many years. Finally, the skyscrapers reached their full growth. One of them, 40 stories high, houses the Grand Opera. There are many police and streetlights. So present-day residents wear spats, I guess that means hats, like whenever they please, even at night. When they go to the opera, they actually wear silk toppers, right here in Chicago, wear them as though there was no unofficial regulation against them. But the spirit of old Chicago lives on. There still are diehards who rebel at the new order of things. That is the background of the situation, and here's the crux. These are the individuals involved. Joseph Belden Jr., Herbert McLaughlin, and William C. Madliner, wealthy young citizens, are taking 3 attractive young women home from the opera. Messieurs Belden, McLaughlin, and Madliner wear tall and shiny silk hats set at 3 different but jaunty angles. That's such a good line. Out of the shadows creep the 4 rough-looking men, bent on living up to Chicago's folklore, carrying out her hoary traditions, respecting her old customs. "Get them toppers!" shout the rough-looking men. A scuffle, 2 torn dress suits, 1 black eye, several scratched hands, and the rough-looking men disappear, taking with them 3 somewhat rumpled silk hats. The elder Belden, the president of the Belden Manufacturing Company, heard about the attack as vice president of the Employers Association of Chicago, crime-fighting ally of the Secret Six, and the Association of Commerce Citizens Committee for the Prevention and Punishment of Crime. He promised that all 3 bodies would take action. The sleuths are at work. The attorneys are ready. The tables are almost turned. Hard will it go hereafter with the citizen who takes it upon himself to make the old anti-silk hat hate effective. So yeah, you see that so 3 of Chicago's wealthiest young citizens and heirs are out for a luxurious night at the opera, wearing their silk hats at different but jaunty angles. Accompanied by the attractive young ladies, different but jaunty. Their shiny silk hats set at 3 different but jaunty angles, and then 4 guys, just like in Batman, come out of nowhere and shout, "Get them toppers!" And they get into a scuffle with them and steal their jaunty top hats and rip their shirts, and then run away into the night. And the reaction to that from the business community, because one of them is the son of the vice president of the Employers Association, which are I guess according to them, they are affiliated with. Let me see. Yeah, they're a crime-fighting ally of the Secret Six. Is how they are described in huge anti-union, anti-New Deal. Business association, because the son of one of these top business people was attacked and clowned on outside of the opera by rough-looking poor guys. The entire resources of the Secret Six must be deployed now to crush the lawyer. The sleuths are at work. The attorneys are ready. That's what you get when you. Yeah. That's what you get when you go against
get those toppers.
Get those toppers. It's not allowed anymore. No, that's been abolished. You have to respect. You have to let them walk around in their jaunty silk hats, with no sense of shame at all. Just acting like they run the place, and that's you're not allowed to fight against that. So even these kind of low-level behavioral crimes were treated with extreme severity. I wasn't able to find any follow-up whether they caught these
spats. I think are a form of footwear.
Oh, okay, so fancy
worn,
shoes.
Yeah.
Okay,
they're worn. They're a footwear accessory for outdoor wear. They cover the instep and the ankle. They fell out of frequent use during the 1920s. They're made of white cloth, gray or brown felt material. They button around the ankles to protect shoes and socks from mud or rain.
Amazing.
Emily Post's 1931 Etiquette, the Blue Book of Social Usage, stated spats are optional. If chosen, they must match the gloves exactly.
Yeah. So there's a few articles here reproduced this is nationwide news for some reason, to show you the effect of their ability to get news stories about themselves. The Kansas City Star says a gang raid on silk hats. Jacksonville Journal said hoodlums take high top hats. The Binghamton Press and Sun Bulletin says Secret Six hunts 4 ruffians who steal silk hats. And there's another one from Wilmington, Delaware. It's why was this a huge news story? You know what I mean? I guess when they're prominent individuals, it becomes a little bit important. But yeah, that's so. You get a sense there of the class warfare element of this is the beginning of the Depression.
Have that sort of
how dare you
Batman story or it's exciting because the Secret Six is being invoked.
They put the bat signal up, the six bat signal, and
is on the way. Yeah,
society men rushed after opera, but nothing but quote toppers are taken. That's another article. Oh my god. Yeah, so all of these all 3 different organizations were invoked to basically to take down these 4 ruffians who maybe were never found. Actually, it's possible they got away with it, and that thus led to a deep trauma that had to, go. One of these individuals who was so attacked would become, by the way, one of the founding sponsors of the American Security Council in the 1950s, one of the original Chicago companies that would fund that very august anti-communist, anti-labor think tank that also shared blacklist-like files, from various people. I think Harry Young ended up giving his files to the ASC and building a kind of nationwide blacklist network, and then we're also lobbying Congress people to nuke the Soviet Union, et cetera, et cetera. So, right. I think it's because of the Four Ruffians, I think, that set them on this, this dark vigilante path, perhaps, but on a global scale. Because, let's forget the one of the people's fathers was the vice president and later the president, 1933 to 1937, of the Employers Association, which was alleging that crime in Chicago was a Soviet plot. And then after the Secret Six thing did kind of peter out into disgrace for a few different reasons around 1933, right? Coincidentally, when FDR came into office. But then they would all these groups, the Secret Six itself dissolved, but then the Employers Association of Chicago, the Illinois Association of Manufacturers, the National Association of Manufacturers, et cetera. And remember all those groups we talked about in the Charles Lindbergh episodes, like the Crusaders and other, I think,
right.
Again, the industrialist father of one of the so afflicted silk toppers was, I believe, investigated by Congress in 1936 for their connections because they had given some money to one of either the Crusaders or another allegedly crypto-fascist kind of a nativist group. You can see and then, of course, all these industrialists probably made tons of money during World War II and became defense contractors. And then, boop-a-doop, American Security Council after the war. So in that sense, you could see a kind of development of the deep state industrial the industrial complex of the deep state around these rich Chicago got the Sears, the head of Sears being a part of it, and I think I think Robert McCormick of the Chicago Tribune would kind of come around eventually, and they spent the late 30s agitating very hard against the New Deal, which they saw as a complete betrayal of all of the American values of free enterprise and blah blah blah, and were very tight with people like Charles Lindbergh. And sponsored Charles Lindbergh, I think, in many ways, because they liked the cut of his jib, and did not want to go into World War II. So that's just one example. There are a lot in this book about the Secret Six. There were a couple. I don't know. We want to talk about the fiascos eventually of what happens. Let me see. I think they're. Yeah, so they talk about, stopping bombers, stopping a nationwide kidnapping syndicate that doesn't probably exist. They eventually set up their own jail at the St. Clair Hotel, right? And they have a bunch of detectives and stuff working for them. There was one particular case, I think, with a fellow named Charles Kuhn, that involved the heiress, the daughter of a steel magnate, William Wright. I think this is Marion Wright, was the young socialite daughter of this guy. And she started getting weird letters from a guy, some guy calling himself Lester, I think McCrae or something like that. And he claimed they were a little bit TI-ish. He claimed that he had a poison dart that he could shoot at her from 3,000 yards away and kill her. And that if she didn't pay him $5,000 or something, that he was going to shoot her with the poison dart, and whatever. And so as it developed, she had a bad date with this other young socialite named, I think, Charles Kuhn, who, he took her scandalously. He took her on a date to a speakeasy and, was plying her with getting her alcohol and stuff. And she was made uncomfortable by this. And then when he was driving her home, he kind of he was very pushy on her and was like, oh, come on, kiss me, or whatever. And she had to like fight him off. And, he kind of, he was doing a little, like he was totally drunk, like blackout drunk. And like he had a drinking problem, you could say, and did some kind of bad things. And then, she afterwards, she told her dad, like, I never want to see him again. Like, he's a bad guy. And then so when she started getting these letters, one of the Secret Six detectives had like the bright light bulb go off, I guess, when they were asking about, is there anybody who, I guess has done anything bad to you or whatever, and this guy's name came up. They start to put together these dots and are like, he must be the extortionist because, that's writing these crazy letters. So they went to the great lengths of like going to the investment house where he worked and looked at his typewriter and to see if the letters like matched his typewriter, and they got some like criminologist expert that said that they matched, but then other people were like, they obviously were written on different typewriters. And this all culminates in them, I believe, like kind of kidnapping him, this Kuhn individual, and like bringing him to their jail at the St. Clair Hotel and like giving him the 3rd degree and like browbeating him for like 3 days, to get him to confess to like doing it. And they try all these different methods, but like he won't confess to it. And then I think they go to the press after that and start leaking all this information about Charles Kuhn and, oh my God, like he's the sicko that did this and the Secret Six caught him and blah, blah, blah. But then eventually they're able to produce like letters that he sent from Boston on allegedly the day that like the letter would have been sent or whatever. So, he wasn't in Chicago and he couldn't have sent those ransom letters or whatever, the extortion letters at the time. So eventually he was like exonerated after his name had been completely dragged through the mud. And then he immediately turned around and sued a couple different people in the Secret Six and the Marion Wright and her father for basically saying like, you destroyed my reputation, you falsely imprisoned me and accused me of horrible crimes and blah, blah, blah. And so it eventually blew back on them very hard because I think around like the end of 1932, the defamation lawsuit trial kind of happened. And, it was kind of advertised that these guys got like they went super rogue and were just like being, like a vigilante spy agency and ruined this guy's, like, he probably, maybe wasn't the greatest guy, but like completely ruined his reputation for like, just to like look cool, and be like, they always wanted to, hype up that they had stopped this or that, crime or taken out this bad guy or whatever. And they eventually lost that lawsuit, though I think it got overturned on appeal like several years later. But it definitely felt like they were very wrong in that case. And they did that a couple times with like bringing people in and like basically torturing them and beating them with like phone books and stuff like that to get them to confess to crimes that they had either incorrectly accused them of or whatever. The other thing, like one of the most problematic things they did, which like caused a lot of backlash against them, was there was a bomber of somebody was like sending kind of Unabomber bombs to the head of Northern Trust, the venerable Northern Trust Bank, and like they sent a home to their kind of apartment. And this guy's wife opened it, and it kind of blew up and like threw her back against a wall. But she wasn't like seriously injured. And then they got a letter of like, did you like my little present? You need to give me $25,000, et cetera, et cetera. And so then this head of Northern Trust goes to the Secret Six, not the police, and basically, says, I want you to help set up a sting and captured this guy. So they did it, like they tried doing like a bag drop, like, ensnarement operation a few times, which like failed. And then I think, I want to say it was like on New Year's Day or something like that, they put like a bag with the ransom money, and told the guy, the extortionist, that they were going to put it in this whatever place. And then they rigged a bomb with dynamite to blow up when he would grab it. And I guess like it did blow up because the extortionist did show up, and it blew up, but it didn't, I guess, like hurt him that badly. It might have like knocked them down or like stunned them for a minute. But by the time the Secret Six agents kind of, rushed to see what was happening, they had already like driven away in their car. So then everyone was like, why the fuck did you put a bomb in a park? Like to blow up like an extortion? Like, what the fuck? It was near a high school too in Lake Forest. So people were like very pissed at the Secret Six for doing that, right? That wasn't very great. And then they also, like, one of their big downfalls was they got involved with this kind of like con artist woman who had sort of like worked with the mafia, but then also her name was Koob, Shirley Koob, that like she kind of partnered up, maybe closer to like 1932. She partnered up with the Secret Six network and promised to like expose a bunch of corruption inside of the police department and with local politicians. But when they got like a grand jury convened, she wasn't able to like produce anything, and then she like ran away and like blew her jury appearance, and it got involved as like very like weird. There were like love triangles and weird shit. But she kind of made them like bark up this like totally wrong tree that ended up being in a kind of like nothing burger. Yeah, she was a former police spy, and acted like she'd kept these meticulous records of all of this corruption that was going to totally shake the civic structure of Chicago, and then kind of didn't really produce like anything of value. And so people really that created a lot of backlash against the overall group. And I guess maybe the other like coup de grace was that at some point, John Swanson, the state's attorney who like partnered with the Secret Six and Randolph from the get-go, like Randolph eventually turns on Swanson and starts to allege that he is corrupt as hell. And I think this is also when he was like running for re-election, or he was, I forget. He was either running for mayor of Chicago or he's like running for re-election for his seat. But either way, he was like in an election, and Randolph decides that he's going to like take him out with these like salacious allegations about like taking $100 bribe, to like not prosecute gangsters. It reached a certain point that it almost became a little bit like ridiculous. And Alexander Jamie, the brother-in-law of Elliot Ness, was like deeply involved in all of these like scandals and was still like the chief investigator of the Secret Six. So again, it's like weird that like never the twain shall meet in any popular telling about like the Untouchables and shit. But these guys were doing quote unquote untouchable things, but also like committing tons of like civil rights violations and acting totally rogue, like a rogue private intelligence network funded by rich people. And the other thing, what was the name of our big dog industrialist that was like the first one to step up and fund them? It was like Insull? Was that his name? Do you remember?
Not off the top of my head. Let me check the book.
This is the guy they said who stood up and said, "I'll give 10% of the funding to support this organization," and it was a big deal. But yeah, it is Samuel Insull. No. Samuel Insull and Julius Rosenwald were kind of the most well-known millionaires funding it. But Samuel Insull, by 1932, 33, like his empire, due to the Great Depression, started to like completely collapse around him. So like he eventually literally had to like talk about, these guys are the hero crime fighters that are, but like he had to flee the country because he was being indicted actually by John Swanson for embezzlement and larceny. I think here we go. This is a good part about that. The Tribune article, let's see. Yeah, so this is when like Swanson and Randolph are fighting. At that point, the Secret Six descended to the level of the official corruption they claimed all year to have been fighting. Quote, Jamie confessed to the grand jury that after Agent McGrath refused to act, he, the Cub woman, and an agent for the Secret Six, together with police officers, tried to get affidavits making charges against the parole agent in an effort to have him discharged from the federal service. Yeah, they tried to vindictively get a parole guy fired for some reason. So the Tribune article offered two guesses as to why the Secret Six had turned on Swanson, neither a credit to the vigilantes. When the Secret Six came under the domination of Shirley Cub, Swanson wrote after the grand jury fiasco, it abandoned the field of legitimate investigations and turned its attention to politics and began to get money to continue its work by securing rewards for the recovery of stolen property. It was necessary for them to have a friendly state's attorney who would agree to drop prosecution as requested from time to time by the Cub woman and Jamie. That was something I could not do. Yes, that's the other big thing they did. There was a massive bank robbery in Lincoln, Nebraska, and a group of, I think, 7 bank robbers with Tommy guns robbed this bank, but then I think almost accidentally they discovered a bunch of bearer bonds, U.S. bonds and things like that in the vault that were worth the equivalent of $50 million today, way more than the cash they took. And then so they took them, but I guess being the way it was back then, where you needed to have the hard copy or else it wasn't worth anything, this basically caused the collapse of the bank that was robbed, and almost caused the collapse of 5 other regional banks that had invested their bonds in safekeeping at this bank that were stolen. So there was one hood who kind of came out of the ether that they knew was probably guilty of participating in that robbery, but and other robberies as well, who basically said, I'll tell you where the bearer bonds and all that are if you agree to not prosecute me for anything and let me walk free. And so the Secret Six parlayed with him privately and kind of engineered that situation to happen. And he actually did, a few months after the case was finally dropped, which created a minor scandal, some hoods dropped off a suitcase that had most of the bonds in them, which would they couldn't, people lost their life savings, I guess, because this is probably before the FDIC and all that shit was fully established. So it was really like banks. So I wonder about that, because the Secret Six really, they made a deal with a bank robber to let him go in exchange for giving back these bonds, which capitalized various banks that, who knows, maybe some of them were invested in, so it's they, once their business was really fucked with, the business comes first. They don't actually care about the bad guys and shit like that. They're willing to do business with, criminals. So that was a big thing that I guess Swanson refused to go along with, kind of smoothing the path to letting this guy go and not doing anything. And at that point they were actually you're corrupt, you suck, and we're gonna go after you and release all this information, this kind of unsourced dirt about how you are taking bribes and you're sus and you're part of a political cabal of criminals in government.
Yeah. How if you have a lot more material on this, maybe we could do a part 2, because it's getting kind of
yeah, I know it's getting late. I mean I think yeah, they eventually, not really. I mean, I think there's more little details of the susness of this group, but they do kind of flame out. But the people backing them would go on to fund new groups and be serious opponents of the New Deal, and basically be extremely bitter about the federal government interfering in their free enterprise system. And also, just to say at the end, there was this crazy, almost wild Midwest period, but then Capone did go to jail for tax evasion, and by 1934 and 35, J. Edgar Hoover kind of slides in after the Secret Six thoroughly embarrasses themselves, and that guy Insel flees the country and he can't fund them anymore. So they actually do run up against billionaires are a little embarrassed by them now, and they have to let the Secret Six thing die. And so that goes on, and then J. Edgar Hoover kind of steps into that void. And then through a bunch of high-profile, hunting down bank robbers and things. He gets it so Congress lets FBI agents carry guns. And then like around 1935, the FBI is created. And so then, like J. Edgar Hoover kind of becomes like part of like the right wing of like the FDR coalition, being like, he did have that weird, like apparently he insisted that the Untouchables TV show would put like a disclaimer that was like, actually the FBI was involved in like whatever this historical thing is, whatever historical event is being referenced. Like when like Elliot Ness takes down Dillinger, like J. Edgar Hoover like called up the studios and is like, that pisses me off because like we did that, like you're giving all the credit for the FBI to this like vigilante whatever fucking group so Hoover had that kind of like turf mentality about like not letting other people, like he wanted to build his own little like fiefdom and have control over it and have it run like through the federal government, and these more like a little more rearing to go like industrialists just wanted to build like private Pinkerton style like domestic intelligence agencies and stuff. So like up to an extent, Hoover was a little bit antagonistic to like that, but also did dealings with the mob and probably with all these industrialists as well. But it's an important undertold story about like the development of kind of like modern America and the class struggle of like the 1930s and the Depression and the New Deal and these sinister corporate, they've always kind of wanted to have like a deep state, and like they've been trying to build it since even before World War II. I think these were like early attempts, and then they really kind of did solidify kind of on that Hoover approach of like make it a federal agency, but allow private wealthy individuals to like influence it through various means. So yeah. So we'll leave it there, but
I definitely maybe in the future we can do an episode on Elliot Ness's like later career, like searching for the the torso like killer in Cleveland, which was a weird like epilogue to his mythos, where it seems like he kind of like humiliated himself sort of.
Certainly. He kind of fell into obscurity after it was only after he died, allegedly right after reading the proofs for his book, that the other author had visited him and brought him, like he like read it and was so shocked for whatever reason that was like, I'm going to go get a glass of water. And he walked in the kitchen and just dropped out of a heart attack. And then then the book and the TV show came out, and Elliot Ness became like this figure, like this cool guy the ultimate lawman who just get the bad guys and all this shit. And now we are a dumbed down nation, I think, because of this kind of a slop that's been fed to us for decades, that even the great Brian De Palma can't help but make the most like boomery, like weird propaganda, like incoherent movie of all time, when given this story, which has been so policed and mediated. But watch out for those silk toppers.
And speaking of feeding us slop, the Prohibition episode is coming.
We'll do.
Yeah, it's going down. In the meantime, I recommend, I'll probably be drawing on this book a lot, but in the meantime, I recommend Schrad's book, Mark Lawrence Schrad's book. What's it called? Like smashing, like it's smashing something, like smashing the alcohol industry or something like that. It's which is like kind of a global history of the temperance movement for those who are curious. But it'll be happening pretty soon. We're gonna credit smashing the liquor machine is what it's called.
I would also, there's another, we had a lot to get to today, so ultimately couldn't do it, but there's like a slightly earlier Chicago based vigilante group set up by like wealthy industrialists during and after World War I that there's a couple very good books on. This is called the American Protective League, which featured some of the same exact individuals that were financing the Secret Six, but was another thing that was like about, uprooting German saboteurs, but really went after labor unions, like sometimes very violently. And this is a nationwide network and kind of did also predate, it laid certain foundations for a kind of like law enforcement deep state controlled by Sons of the American Revolution and silk toppers who hate democracy. So yeah, I think that would be that could deserve its whole own thing. There's actually an Adam Hawkschild book of Ramparts and Mother Jones fame, a bit of a silk topper himself, who wrote a book about that in 2022. But that's that'll be another chapter in the silk topper counterinsurgency broad series that we like to do.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, thanks for tuning in, everybody. And until next time, dear listeners, stay vigilant.
Peace.